Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Okay. Damn it. How do I do this? Okay. Come back to it. I am, but thank you. I'm trying to connect. I'm hearing echo again. Metatron, you need to be in headphones. Everyone needs to be in headphones. That's going to be on microphone. Okay.
My name is Dave, and this year
Okay. YouTube, Twitch.
Hi, baby.
Hi. Did you, when we sent out the Facebook links, did you just send them to our main Facebook, or did you send them to that link that I made? Like the post link.
I didn't set up post links yet. I was gonna post them when they're
So we just sent them like a general Facebook. Come see our
just
Facebook.
our Facebook.
Okay,
page.
because I mistimed that go live on the Facebook post, so I'm gonna just make a new go live on Facebook.
Okay, yeah, I haven't shared that directly. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna delete that post and then repost it. And look how prepared I am.
Oh yeah.
Okay, all right, love you. Bye.
Love you.
Yep.
artist and you want to collaborate with the people at Lucidity, you are given access to a database. And what the database is it is a setup of needs and wants of things that you need to build your art installation, whatever that may be. What my job and my team's job is what we do is we go out and we try and pull as much of that from the waste stream as possible. So if it could be 2x4s, it could be plexiglass, it could be old bottles. Behind us is this big structure that's made out of all old casing piping from the oil industry that was built as a kind of an homage to our losing our icebergs, and one of the reasons why.
We have been processing steel pipe that's been donated by the oil industry. And what we're doing is we're upcycling that. This has been covered in tar and had cement all through the inside. We processed all of this material to make 2-inch steel rings. And what we're doing is we're building a sculptural iceberg to talk to people about Antarctica, about conservation, and about climate change / global warming all around the world.
So basically what I try and do is keep us as ecologically sound as possible while still making incredible fun stuff that will blow people's minds without really increasing the carbon footprint. And the basic idea is just give it a second chance. A lot of the things we bring in here are things that are already heading to the waste stream, are in the waste stream, and we bring them just for the weekend, and then they end up back in the waste stream. A lot of the things we pull that come from the waste stream become art, and then art travels to other festivals, to different community projects, planter boxes, all sorts of stuff.
What is going on? Telephones? Allison? Hi!
We can use your help. Now.
Double-sided, yes.
We need
Paint
help. Yeah,
everything.
we're at Rocco. Cool, great. See you
Every
soon.
color, all sides, all wood.
Free alkaline water. Love your water. Love your water. Give it love.
I am the void. I am the infinite field ignited. I am vibration. I am color and light descending. I am the one voice, the universe, dreaming itself awake. I am possible. I'm called impossible. Yet I answer, I must go. I am a wanderer, searching, challenged, wounded, healed, loved, united. I am blessed. I am transformed. I remember myself to myself, every being I have ever been. My totems return. I am all of them, always, already. I am nothing, a condition of complete simplicity, costing not less than everything. I am silent, the silence. I am peace, the stillness at the center of a great turning. I am one, divinity expressing itself. I breathe, I listen, I feel. But what's that? I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm cosmic, surrounded by stars. I cannot count one. I'm joined in joy. I'm coming, commingling, communal. Oh, I have missed you. I'm singing now, joyfully singing now, the song of we. We are radiant, ever looking, ever learning, ever loving, ever lucid. We have joined a kindred quest, you and I. We are the one voice, the universe awakened, singing. Only love, only love, only love.
My name is Dave, and this year I am the Intergalactic Love Facilitator for Lucidity, aka the Upcycling Department Lead. When you are an artist and you want to collaborate with people at Lucidity, you are given access to a database. And what the database is it is a setup of needs and wants of things that you need to build your art installation, whatever that may be. What my job and my team's job is what we do is we go out and we try and pull as much of that from the waste stream as possible. So if it could be 2x4s, it could be plexiglass, it could be old bottles. Behind us is this big structure that's made out of all old casing piping from the oil industry that was built as a kind of an homage to our losing our icebergs, and one of the reasons why.
We have been processing steel pipe that's been donated by the oil industry. And what we're doing is we're upcycling that. This has been covered in tar and had cement all through the inside. We processed all of this material to make 2-inch steel rings. And what we're doing is we're building a sculptural iceberg to talk to people about Antarctica, about conservation, and about climate change / global warming all around the world.
So basically what I try and do is keep us as ecologically sound as possible while still making incredible fun stuff that will blow people's minds without really increasing the carbon footprint. And the basic idea is just give it a second chance. A lot of the things we bring in here are things that are already heading to the waste stream, are in the waste stream, and we bring them just for the weekend, and then they end up back in the waste stream. A lot of the things we pull that come from the waste stream become art, and then art travels to other festivals, to different community projects, planter boxes, all sorts of stuff.
What is going on? Telephones? Allison? Hi!
We can use your help. Now.
Double-sided, yes. Paint
Yeah, we're
everything.
Rocco.
Cool, great. Every color, all sides, all wood.
Free alkaline water. Love your water. Love your water. Give it love.
I am the void. I am the infinite field ignited. I am vibration. I am color and light descending. I am the one voice, the universe, dreaming itself awake. I am possible. I'm called impossible. Yet I answer, I must go. I am a wanderer, searching, challenged, wounded, healed, loved, united. I am blessed. I am transformed. I remember myself to myself, every being I have ever been. My totems return. I am all of them, always, already. I am nothing, a condition the silence. I am peace, the stillness at the center of a great turning. I am one, divinity expressing itself. I breathe, I listen, I feel. But what's that? I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm cosmic, surrounded by stars. I cannot count one. I'm joined in joy. I'm coming, commingling, communal. Oh, I have missed you. I'm singing now, joyfully singing now, the song of we. We are radiant, ever looking, ever learning, ever loving, ever lucid. We have joined a kindred quest, you and I. We are the one voice, the universe awakened, singing. Only love, only love, only love.
So this is how we prepare for Lucidity Festival. All of those that aren't getting ready, you're getting left behind. You're gonna get sliced to pieces. Therefore, I say that you prepare. Get ready. Ah! Warrior training! So everybody hurry up! Get ready for Lucidity Festival before you get sliced up! LucidityFestival.com. Santa Barbara, California, baby. Join us.
Living on an abundant planet. And in order for it to be thriving and abundant, we need to live in a regenerative way rather than depleting, really our life. Water, air, soil, fire.
There is one and only one solution, and there's almost no time to try it. We must turn all our resources to repairing the natural world and to train our young people to help. They want to. We need to give them this last chance to create forests, soils, clean waters, clean energies, stable regions, and to know how to do it from the hands-on experience.
right. Lucidity Festival 2020. Virtually Lucid. Wow. All right. This is quite a production we're working on here. Make sure that if y'all are in our Zoom room that you're keeping yourself muted. We got people joining us from all over the world on so many different platforms. We're on Facebook. We're on we are on Twitch. We're on YouTube. I'm bringing up our wonderful ASL interpreter, Victoria. She's on screen now for y'all. We've brought in a whole bunch of really awesome technology and many... Great. Well, let's work on that, huh? All right, let's see. Can you hear me in the Zoom? You can hear me in the Zoom. Can you hear me on the stream? Go ahead and let us know if you can hear us on the stream. Let's see. Do. Okay, so let's see. Can you all hear me in Zoom? Great. So we've got Alan Avia. Let's make sure that we can bring Alan up. I'm Wesley Wolf Bear Pinkham. Excellent. Nice to see you, Meta. Let's get you up there. Your beautiful face. Nice to see you. Okay, let's see. That should be going live to the stream. Okay, let us know if you can hear us on Facebook and YouTube.
Cool. While you're teching out, I mean, are we live? If you're teching, I can begin an intro. If we're not live, I can wait.
We're definitely live, guys. We're live on Facebook. We're live here.
Cool. So Facebook's got us live. Go ahead and start while we get everything else situated. This is a great segue into thanking everybody for being here and for being patient with all these new processes that producers are getting used to in the live streaming arena. You know, with all the natural emergency or the national emergency and shelter-in-place orders, people staying home. There's a lot of interest in providing these online interactions. And so we're going to see a big tech boom in the way that we're able to stream things and do things. And we're kind of at the beginning of that. So I want to give a huge shout out and applause to the Lucidity team that's come together, especially Wolf Bear, who's taken a huge burden on of trying to balance different platforms in order to provide a video experience where we can all come together and share our faces and dance together, as well as high quality audio so we can really enjoy the music that's coming in. And quite a few of us have put a number of hours into this, and Wolf Bear this is all porting through Wolf Bear. So he is beyond a doubt the main pillar that is creating this experience. So a lot is riding on his shoulders. He's also wanting to provide the best experience for all of y'all. So just tons of love and gratitude for the whole team, especially Wolf Bear. Thank you, Wolfie. And excited for what we've put together here for you guys. We're going to have a great 2 days of workshops, movement, and music. And so if you want to, you can simply watch the show on Facebook Live, on YouTube, on Twitch. And we also have a Zoom room set up where you can kind of get the backstage feel. You can join the Zoom room and you'll be able to see other people who are here at the virtual festival.
And currently we're having technical difficulties with people getting into the Zoom room. I just want to let everybody know that we are acknowledging those technical difficulties and we're working on them right now. There are a few ways that you can try to troubleshoot. If you're trying to get into the Zoom room, try clicking log in as Facebook. Also, if you already have a Zoom account, log into your Zoom account first and then try clicking on it. And then also, finally, in the email that was sent to everybody, there is a password. This Zoom room is password protected. So get that little numerical password and try to log in with that. We have 21 people here in the Zoom room. So the Zoom room is working. It's just you got to navigate the labyrinth to get in it. And that is to protect us against Zoom bombers. So it's for the integrity of the overall stream that it's difficult. So if it's hard to get in, that's probably a good thing. Try harder.
You know,
we love you.
You know, I worked I worked box office the first 3 years of Lucidity Festival. Jonah, Metatron, we were all there together in the pouring rain, just trying to figure it out. And, you know, one thing that really came to me was that Lucidity is a crossroads. It was the theme one year of the crossroads. But the crossroads is the realm of the trickster. And it's the realm where it's determined whether you're ready to go on to the next stage. And so a lot of times when I come to Lucidity, I find myself figuring out what I need to do and what do I need to leave behind, what do I need to prepare for to get into the next mode. And so in a lot of ways, this virtual festival is an opportunity for all of us to just take a look at where we are, what do we need to let go of in this moment in order to move into the next space. And you know, thanks for everyone's patience and trying to figure out how to get through all of this stuff. But the technology's very cool, and we'll make sure that the stream, you know, keeps moving and fun stuff. I've got a whole bunch of, you know, festy stuff around me. You know, I'm sort of trying to have a Lucidity at home, and so I got like my Dr. Nick's, I got my like essential oils ready to go, right? I got my Respire, very good for the current environment when you gotta, you know, rock out with your Lucidity Map Dana. Put some Respire on that, get it real good. I got my pins. I got my little clip. I'm good. Metatron, what did you do to prepare for Lucidity this year?
I got my children in the other room so that they're not screaming in the background. I got Art Temple at my back. I've got my Lucidity, you know, Dream Maker shirt on. Oh yeah, making the dreams like we all are. And yeah, I'm just having a great time. It's been a good weekend, or a good week so far building up to this. It's kind of grabbed the normal anticipation of the festival happening and, you know, making things come together. And so it's been really fun. Been really appreciative of just having the experience that we normally do, just in a different way.
Definitely. One really cool thing that we've got going on is ASL interpretation. If anyone at home is watching and has someone in their life that might be interested in seeing an event like this and has kind of felt maybe there wasn't a lot of options for them, we're going to be having ASL interpretation during all of our workshop events. And so keep an eye out for that. For all of us that are, you know, tuned in to the Facebook and Twitch and YouTube and wanting to get into the Zoom room, we'll be sending out some more information via the Eventbrite list. And if you are tuning in and you didn't have a chance to sign up for the Eventbrite RSVP, I'd recommend going and just getting a free ticket through Eventbrite so that you're kind of in our email blast list, and we'll get that information out to everybody. Cool. Excellent. So lots of people in here. Who's tuning in right now? We got Saphir. Saphir, how are you doing today?
There we go.
I unmuted you.
There we go. I'm so excited for this weekend. There's so much fun coming. I'm so glad that Lucid wasn't canceled after all, and that we get together with everybody and have a really wonderful show. Dance music tonight and workshops all day. I'm stoked.
Cool, yeah. And if you're tuning in the stream, up over in that corner, I've got a just like a running list of this shortened abridged schedule. But you can go to our Facebook, you check out our social media for the full schedule and see what all of these different things are called.
Yeah, we also have music. We have an ecstatic dance set this morning after, I believe, our yoga with Jackal. And so, you know, we've tried to add a little bit of movement and dance throughout the day so that you don't have to only wait until the evening. But we definitely wanted to get the workshop experience in there. And we have some really potent workshops meant to activate and educate, especially during the challenging times that we're all experiencing right now.
Cool, yeah. I wanted to maybe take a second and I want to do like a little experience that I had planned. This is my intention tree experience. So maybe we'll do that a little bit. For those of you that come to Lucidity and have seen the many different variations on Lucidity, we do this beautiful oak tree, and we just give you an opportunity to kind of write intentions and hang them on the tree. And I find that sometimes when I try to get into Lucidity, there's so much going on in my life that it takes me a little while to just to get on site. I don't have time to set an intention. Who has time to set an intention? There's work to do. And so it's busy just up until that moment. And finally, when I have a chance and I see the intention tree and I think about all that there is to do and all the messages that I'm getting and all the things that I have to respond to, I remember that I need to take a moment and go inward too. And so as we all sort of get set for this weekend together to show really the power of resilient community and to show what it means for a community that's been together for almost 10 years under the Lucidity name, but much longer in all the different artistic communities that came together to build Lucidity originally. You know, the Walkabout Woods and Fishbone and all the other groups that are Santa Barbara based and local based, and have expanded their world to really create this thing and to show just, yeah, how resilient we can be when we belong to a place and we belong to a community and we commit to it. When Lucidity was postponed, we knew that we had to make a digital virtual offering of some sort. And for me, it was really powerful over the last few weeks to have something to really put my time and effort into. And so I just invite everyone that's tuned in so far just to take a second to set an intention for this weekend. There's so much to process right now. We're in the middle of it, and you can't expect to have it all processed because we're still in the middle of the disaster. We're still in the middle of the chaos. But that doesn't mean we can't take a second to just be and recognize what we can solve in this moment in front of us. And so I'd like everyone to just take a second and make an intention for this weekend. You don't have to make it all the way to the end of the year with this intention. And an intention isn't a promise that if you break it, then you're a bad person. Intentions are things that you're putting into the quantum field to begin motion towards that intention. So with that, I'd like to come back to Metatron. Metatron, I'd love for you to just share a blessing with us as we come together.
Yeah, thank you so much, Wolf. That was really magical. I remember the first Lucidity when we had the intention tree, and Tatiana de Guzman was part of the Warrior's Way, and she was setting up the intention tree. And as a staff during, I believe it was Wednesday or Thursday, during build, just before launching the festival on Friday, and we all came together. We did this before and we did it after the event. And coming together in a big circle with all the staff that was on site, it was probably 300 of us. It was just such an amazing experience, and you kind of took me back to that right now by allowing us all to, just kind of breathe into the moment and take a moment of silence to really drop in and set an intention for just where we're at in life right now. Maybe it's just for this weekend, maybe it's just for today, but it's something that we so easily overlook. I know my wife and I, we do our best with 3 children that wake up every morning to still try to check in every morning and kind of review our day and kind of like look at what we've got going on together. And whether you're with someone or you got 3 kids or not, it's such a potent tool to be able to kind of look at things, kind of take a step back, put a meta perspective on it, and it allows you to just be prepared for everything, and kind of open yourself up to more and see where you have space. And so I just really appreciate you leading us through that. I know that we've got Carmen coming up. She's been having a little bit of tech difficulties, but we should have her pretty soon. Carmen has been a big part of the Council for Peace, which are indigenous elders and wisdom keepers, cultural wisdom keepers that have become a part of Lucidity and are deeply involved in the opening and closing ceremonies. And so we're really excited to have her, and along with everyone else that's signed up for this weekend.
And we are hearing that there's some new instructions coming to everyone over email, just to make it a little bit more clear how you can get into the Zoom room. The Zoom room is going to be a less produced space. It's more of like the Zoom meetings that y'all are used to. What's fun about the Zoom room is you can get on camera, and we are asking everyone that's going to be. I pulled up the gallery mode here just for a second. We are asking, if you're going to be in the Zoom room, we'd ask you to be on camera. If you're planning on just tuning in without being on camera, then I recommend watching on the Facebook or Twitch or YouTube, because it's just a more it's got all the different elements, and I'm putting frames and videos and stuff like that. And so we're imagining the Zoom room is a place for people to be on camera and to see each other's faces. So throughout the day, we might ask people to shuffle in and out, depending on if they are planning on being on camera, especially inviting you all to, if you're on camera and in the Zoom room, to put on a costume, to bust out a totem, to bust a dance move. We'll be highlighting people, especially during more of the dance and yoga segments. We'll bring you up on the streams on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch. And
people that are into flow and like to, spin flow. We invite all of that in. Bring your crazy personalities. I need to plug in my computer. It's about to die. So I'm going to pause
cool.
and do that.
Hey, I see Jonah Haas in there. Is that the Jonah Gabriel Haas? How you doing, brother? I know you're working hard on getting everyone into this room and communicating with everyone about how to participate today.
Yeah, what's up, Wolfie? Thanks. Yeah, I am working on trying to troubleshoot here the Eventbrite coordination with this Zoom room. Apparently, people are having a hard time if they're trying to go through Eventbrite to get into the Zoom room. You can't go that way. You have to go via the email that was sent to you. In the Eventbrite confirmation for some of you, there is a link at the very bottom with the Zoom link and the password. If you registered early for this, you didn't get that in your event description, but I did send you a separate link with virtual links in the subject line. And just 5 minutes ago, I resent an email to all participants with new Zoom room instructions. It's actually the same Zoom room instructions, just in a place where y'all can find them easily because it's at the top of your Zoom, at the top of your inbox. Also, it sounds like you might have to have a Zoom account in order to log into the room. So make a free Zoom account or try clicking login as Facebook. Sorry for being super logistically minded at this point in time. It's great to see everybody. I will be doing a Method to the Mythos workshop at 5:30 today. So I'm excited to chat with you more about the lucidity story and the depth of intention that has gone into that later at that time. And I'm going to jump right back into tech troubleshooting and trying to get Carmen Sandoval on here so that we can have our opening blessing.
Cool.
Thanks, Wolfie.
Yeah. I see a Megan Prue in there as well. So if you don't know who Megan Prue is, she is our marketing magician. She's the one that keeps the engine moving. All those emails that you get and social media posts that you see, all the Instagram tags and the funny little memes that make our lives light. And hi Prue, how are ya? You're muted. Can I unmute you? Yeah, there you are.
I unmuted. I'm good. Trying to answer everyone's comments on like 3 or 4 different streams. I think I have 20 tabs open, but that's pretty normal.
That's pretty normal for you.
That's actually pretty low. I mean, usually I got 20 tabs and 3 windows, but trying to not overload my computer today.
Yeah, I feel that. My setup is pretty wild right now. I don't know how I could possibly show you it, but basically I've got one screen here, another screen here. I've got the broadcasting software there, and the Zoom windows and our ASL interpretation over there, and then I have a whole other computer over here that I'm monitoring all the social streams, and then everyone's hitting me up on text as well. So I've got 4 screens going. It's totally normal. I have a big video camera set up with like a light on top of it. I've got a microphone over here. So one of the real joys has been, Prue, you've seen me kind of doing this like step by step, but all of us are sort of transitioning into this new reality and learning new skills, learning new tools. It's
learning to cope.
Yeah, it's maybe for me it's been a coping mechanism. I think having something to do, and I think for everyone having something to do has a real powerful effect in making sure that we can find purpose to it all. I think there is definitely like an over push on productivity. I don't think productivity has to be our measure of success in this current reality. I think purpose and resiliency are really the words that I'm calling in. And if you're tuning into the chat, I'd love for you just to maybe drop in a couple words that you've been calling in. What are some of the words that you've been thinking about, that you've been meditating on? Is there 1 or 2 words that have sort of defined your connection to this reality, to these days? I'd love to see those popping up in the chat, and we can call them out on the stream. I see flow, creativity, resilience, radical acceptance. Yeah, just acceptance. Just I feel like that's just like realizing what you have power over and what you don't. Gratitude, insight, connection. These are great. These are great. You know, I really think it's easy to get lost in the news. And it's important to stay informed, and it's important to like understand how to keep you and your community safe. But you know, my mom is a social worker, and one thing that she always taught me was the metaphor of being on a plane, and that you put your mask on before you help even your own child, and that's, you need to be safe and you need to be in an okay place. Oh, let me make sure that we have our ASL interpretation up. I'm so sorry. I was one up on that. Hi there. So making sure that you're taking care of yourself, making sure that you're in a centered place, and so that you can channel these other words that everyone has been meditating on. Equanimity, great word, Adrian. Optimism, community, finding center, empathy. Yeah, all of these are so important. Stability, that's an interesting one. It's a wild time right now, and so yeah, just trying to find some stability when everything feels so chaotic. So good. It's really great to see all of your faces.
Wolfie, we've got Carmen Ann. She's co-hosted, so she can unmute. Do we want to go ahead and introduce? I know we've got a reduced time here for her, about 10 minutes, which feels really good. Excited to go.
Sure, yeah. Is Carmen on video as well? Hi, Carmen. Yeah. Carmen. Can you hear us?
Oh, she got muted again. I unmuted you, Carmen.
Hi, Carmen. Can you hear us?
Hi.
All right. Hi, Carmen. Can you hear us now? Well, we'll make sure that Carmen shares with us her prayer with us and her ceremony as soon as she is ready. You know, lucidity is always runs at its own pace. And it's quite strange to have a lucidity where we're all seeing one thing. You know, one thing I always wanted, that I've got used highlighted too right now. Hey
I
there.
can't hear any cues.
So it's really cool for all of us to be experiencing one thing. There's always 400 different things going on.
There we go. Carmen's back on.
Okay.
I was trying to communicate with her via phone. So,
sure.
Carmen, can you hear us?
So,
Carmen, can you hear us?
Hello. Haku.
We hear you. If you can hear us, you're good to go, Carmen.
Oh, great. Haku Yula, as I'm outside and I just heard some weed whackers going off, so we have got some good weather. Haku. Magtakakalman kakta. Alapa alahulapu alapa kalawashak. I'm grateful to be here and be able to share this experience, this virtual experience with all of you. And we'll see. It's, you know, these times are very unique, and and I wanted to get a message across. So I wrote some things down, and I hope that I can read them for you now. And then after we share together in that moment, we will be moving on to some breathing and meditation exercises. So
Yeah, Carmen, just really quick, we have, because we've been pushed so far back, we've got Jackal scheduled to do yoga in about 10, 15 minutes. So I think if we can do the blessing and then what you're feeling really called to share, we might want to complete with that and be able to move on, if that feels okay.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. You'll just have to give me a little bit of like a timer as you do. So thank you.
Okay.
I would first like to acknowledge that this time is a very unique time within our lives. Many of us would have never imagined these circumstances or the levels of uncertainty or pain and suffering that many living species on our planet are enduring right now. At this time, we've been asked to stay at home. And I feel that it's important to acknowledge that we all will be needing this time for healing the self, as we also take this opportunity for familial reteachings and healing our familial relations, which in turn lead to spiritual awareness, and the spiritual awareness and spiritual growth, expansion, and healing of our family trees. Our ancestors are always with us, guiding us and supporting us through all that we do and through all the decisions that we make. All of our ancestors endured for us to survive, to persevere. We all have this medicine. We all have it embedded within us. And we are all capable and very strong. We are here to nurture our gifts and in turn, share and support one another with our unique gifts at this time. Suhuya kalash echashu. My breath is long and deep of this land. I'm connecting with you from New Kuyama, and this is also Chumash territory. I'm of Chumash descent, and I've been participating in Lucidity for over 5 years, close to 6 years now, and I'm just grateful for this opportunity to be here and share. So I'm just going to say a few words of my language, and hopefully I can translate it to you without forgetting the length of it, but here we go. Magtika kalmen, kalmen kakti, alapa alahulapu, alapa kalawashak, nakuya mech iti. No halakwel, yakina shachaksi, maktukiu achashacho, kiyis yisa luyin, kilikit, poyonit, tani itakit, kilikiyu, poyoniyu, tani itakiyu. So I say, Creator, Great Maker, lead us on a good path. Fill our hearts and our minds. We ask that you watch over us, those that have given us our traditional ways and our upbringings. We ask that you hear us and that you help us and you be with us now. Oh. So I'm going to now start with some simple breathing. And there we go. I think, all right. So I'm asking that we connect to the earth energy to fill us, to sustain us during this time. It's also a time for the earth to rest, as we are asked to rest, to take a step back and slow things down. It's an opportunity for the earth to do the same. We're able to allow the earth to revivify and refortify. And so in this process of spring and regrowth, I ask that you join me in some breaths and hand motions to summon that sacred earth energy that has sustained our ancestors and will sustain us. Okay, so I ask that if you're standing, if you're sitting, if you're lying down, to connect to the earth through your feet, through your body, holding that space. And I want you to take in a nice deep breath, and you can use your hands as you pull that energy up through your feet and up through your body, pulling that deep, sacred earth energy up through your body, into your lungs, and feeling that medicine fill and expand and contract within your lung space. That earth energy medicine filling each and every bronchiole. That oxygen that is produced, that good nurturing medicine that fortifies our blood, feeds our blood, carries that oxygen to our blood, to our cells, to our organs. Taking a nice deep breath in and blowing out. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to take in that deep breath in, and we're going to push it out through our heart so that we can envelop our space where we occupy at this moment, wherever that is. Wherever that is for you, within your space, we're going to pull that sacred earth energy up and breathe it out of our heart center to fill our space with love and earth energy. Now, what I want you to do is taking that next deep breath in, I want you to breathe out, and you're going to expand within and outside of your space into your neighborhood, outside of your home. Spreading that love and good medicine out to your neighborhood, your block, your town, your city. Your county, your state, now to your continent, your nation, out to the globe, to our planet. And we're breathing in that earth energy and radiating out. We're becoming these beacons, radiating that energy out. Deep breath in. Now I ask that we go beyond our planet, and we're pulling up this earth energy out into our galaxy, out into our universe. And now in turn that we have connected to our universe and our universal energies, we call and pull that in through our head, in through our knowledge center, and down through our heart and out. So what we'll be doing is merging these two energies from the earth and through the cosmos, in through our heart, and displaying it out and radiating it out. Filling our space in all of our connections, from our families to our acquaintances, our friendships, our co-workers. We allow all of this blessing from all ends to come in and to heal our space, to create balance and stability. I ask that we continue with a few more breaths, bringing in that merging of space. And I'm going to connect with some of my notes, and I want to make sure that I share this with you. We are spiritually expanding from the inside out. In this process, we're feeding our transformational, ceremonial, sacred fire within ourselves. We radiate love, balance, harmony, and grace to all that we are. We no longer hold any contracts. To all personal encounters that we have ever experienced, from family, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, to all in-person experiences through the phone, virtually, or on the computer, even in spirit. To all encounters within our sacred lands, our waters, our animals, and our plants, all of those plant families. To all encounters within our skies, planets, and galaxies and universe, we are continuing to breathe and maintain this breath and flow, visualizing and saying, may we all live and breathe in infinite divine sacred love and infinite divine grace. We allow and facilitate this transformation with ease. We are learning, developing, and gleaning all of our special and unique gifts with purpose, with clarity, and understanding, so that we can share our gifts with all. I'm glad to have had this opportunity to connect with you this morning. Shumawish, Shumawishi, Shumash, Shumawishi. So good health within me, good health to you, good health to us all. Kakinash, I'm grateful. Oh.
Wow, thank you so much, Carmen. It was really potent. I'm happy to have you here virtually with us. It's, you know, one of the things every year that I look really forward to is coming together with the Council for Peace. And so I just thank you for always being willing, for doing our land walk before. I really missed that this year and wanted to plan to do it anyways. But in lieu of the rain and the shelter in place, I kind of just sent myself out 2 days ago to the land and was there with all of us energetically. And so I just really appreciate and love you. Thank you so much.
Kakinash, thank you. My heart is with you, and I'm excited for this reconnection you know, as we fill up with our experiences, and we go out into the world to share what we've learned and gleaned within our Lucid experience. And thank you all core members and everybody, you know, tech, everybody behind the scenes that we don't even see, and just so grateful. So thank you.
So
thank you so much.
So good. Hey, Metatron, I think we'll probably move past our planned commercial break, and
yeah, let's move right into Jackal.
Move into Jackal.
Great.
Thank you so much, Carmen. Bless
Talk
you.
you now.
I look forward to our hugs in the future.
Yep.
I hear that we have a Jackal on the line. Is it true?
I've got him unmuted, and here he is. Hey, buddy.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Excellent. We're excited to have you. Thanks for giving us a few moments of the beginning of yours so that Carmen could close out, and we'll move right in with you.
Great, we're good to go. Can you go ahead and connect to the music for us, Wolfbear?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to. So we got a couple things on the feed that's got some links I'm going to update with Jackal. So keep an eye on the frame on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. There'll be some donation links, information about how to get in touch with Jackal. And then we're going to play some music on the feed. And then our social media friends are going to post that Spotify playlist for everyone if you want to use it later for your flow. And Jackal's really put a lot of time and energy into curating that list. It's great. So that's the somatic-based flow yoga. It'll take me just a second to get all that going. So everyone, you know, now's the time to get your yoga mats out, start stretching.
Yeah, Wolf, while you get that ready, I just want to remind everybody that throughout this event, while it's a free event to the public, and none of us that have been working on producing it or getting paid for it, all of the workshop presenters, DJs, all volunteering their time. So we'll be giving links during the sets throughout this event. And if you feel called to participating to anybody in any way, please do feel free to do that. Carmen Sandoval provided a link to Cottage Hospital. And so a lot of people, the links will go directly to them. But a few people have chosen to do a charitable organization of their liking. And so, yeah, you'll see those pop up throughout in both Facebook, here in the Zoom. And so, yeah, we invite you, if you're able and you feel encouraged, to donate to whoever you wish. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Cool. We're going to put that spotlight on Jackal. Everyone in the Zoom should be hearing some music. Everyone in social land should be hearing some music. Thank you, Jackal. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Wolfbear. So, my name is James Kapika. Super honored to be here. Would love to encourage everyone to stand up. Most of you I can't see, but fortunately the production team is all visible to me in little screens. So if you're not standing, I can see. It's okay. What I want to encourage us to do today is just kind of do our own free flow practice. So I'll have us start on our feet. And let me start with our breath. Bring your hands to your belly, if you would, and take a couple big inhales. Fill up your hip, your organs, your guts. And exhale, sigh or moan. A couple more like that. Big breath in, just ballooning your belly, a little bend and softness as the knees as you expand. And open mouth, exhale. One more big breath in. Hoping you can hear the music. I can't, but either way, we're gonna move our bodies as you exhale. Music isn't the master. All right, then as we breathe, we're gonna add a little movement. So inhale, we'll start out with sound. Big breath in, open mouth. And release your arm. And start to bend the knees a little as you breathe. Inhale. There it is. And exhale. We're using a few different inroads in our practice. One of them is our breath. One of them is this kind of freeing movement we're doing as we sway our arms and hands movement. One of them is sound, so it could be the sound of my voice, could be the sound of the music or the sound of your audible exhales. And the last one, touch. So you might use a hand to graze down the arms, the chest, the side body, or as you do circles, maybe lifting a heel, you might make contact with your waist, your gallbladder, down your thighs. We're gonna take a minute or so to just move our bodies in the most watery way possible. Might start out with circles in the neck. Might move into circles in the shoulders, forward and back. Maybe you move into the rib basket and all 126 little digits that snap, crack, and pop. And into the waistline. Yeah, I see some of us moving. Thank you for joining. Get into those hips. We used to do in grade school once upon a time. Bring it into the knees. So you might bend and straighten the knees. Sometimes I'll put my hands on the ground to lubricate these joints. Start rolling over the tops of your feet. We want to get into the toes. We're looking for big sensations in the body. Nothing sharp or painful, but anything that feels ropey or achy or a little sore. And use your breath, use your sounds. Take 3 or 4 more inhales here. Lovely to see all of you. Unity, Gina, Andrew, Grace. Take another 5 breaths in and out of some individual exploration. Notice if you're getting redundant and see if you can move in a new way. Like what if you could initiate the movement from your tail or your head or your left shoulder. And the last thing we'll do is grab our elbows and do a couple big circles to nurture our side body and low back. One direction and go the other at some point when it feels spontaneous and intuitive. Eventually we'll end up in a standing forward bend with the knees bent and our bodies just hanging out. So everything's draping to the ground, head and neck heavy. Breath is generous here into the back of the legs, back of the torso as you inhale, and exhale really audibly. So find that still point where you're just hanging out, and then sway a little left and right as you do this. So we're upside down. Everybody's bended at the waist or hips, pardon me, and in an inversion unless it's counterintuitive. So you don't need to see me right now. Cool, 3 or 4 big breaths here. Big exhale. The place to find your yield, right? Like gravity is our dance partner because yoga is not postural so much as it's relational, right? Your relationship to gravity, your relationship to your breath. One more big inhale. And then let's keep our head down so you can't see me. And bring your knees down to the ground, child's pose. You'll sit on your heels, bring your hairline to the ground rather than your forehead, so your neck's nice and long in this shape. And we'll take a few breaths here just to set any intention for our practice, what we're inviting into our movement. And then breathe into the back body, right? Breathe into the kidneys for 4 or 5 breaths as the front body's a little compressed. And the idea here is to get into cellular breathing. It's like each one of your cells is expanding on the inhales and absorbing nutrients and oxygen. And on each exhale, every cell is compressing, releasing. Take 3 more big in and out of this shape. And then we grow from this one-celled organism that we were inside the womb, and we slowly roll ourselves up to seated on our heels. So we'll keep growing, hand on the belly and low back here. So we'll do a little more pranayama. Big breath into the belly and the low back as you breathe in. And as you exhale, the belly contracts. So we go from single-celled breathing, big inhale, and big exhale. So there's this sponging quality. 2 more. Big in and out. So we've grown from like an amoeba into a sea sponge. And then bring your hands to your sit bones, the bony structures. And keep breathing into the belly, but also breathe into the space between sit bones and pubic bones. So inhale, fill the belly, fill the pelvic floor. Exhale, feel the belly come in, feel the pelvic floor, the perineal muscles lift. 3 more like that. It's subtle, but it's really powerful stuff to connect to this rooted pelvic floor. 2 more. As you inhale, it softens. As you exhale, it domes up like a jellyfish. So we're growing from a sea sponge. 1 more inhale. And 1 more exhale, organizing around this center. Nice. Take that with you. Inhaling, come onto your hands and knees. Tuck your toes 1 more time and find forward bend 1 more time before we flow. Uttanasana pose. Might feel a little different now. Feet can be a little wider than the hips if you'd like. Some bodies like to interlace the fingers behind the low back to release the shoulders a bit. Other bodies like to interlace the fingers behind the head or neck to create length in the cervical spine. 5 big breaths. Stillness, or keep moving in that amoeba-like way or sponge-like way. 3 more breaths. Find the jellyfish pelvic floor lifting on exhales. 2 more. It's a little easier when we're inverted sometimes to find the perineum. 1 more big breath in. And then exhale, release your hands, bend your knees, and start to roll your body back upright. Deep bend in the knees. And you'll inhale to lift the head and lift the arms. So now we're gonna move like a jellyfish. Big inhale. Exhale, bend your knees and curl in around your navel center. Again, inhale, spread out through all 6 rays. Arms, legs, head, and tail. Exhale, contract back in. So this is how we grew our body, right? From our navel out. This time lift a leg. Inhale, come out and bring 1 leg off the ground. So we're taking up a lot of room. And exhale, come down. So it's just play. This is our only balance work today. But we're gonna grow like we did in the womb. Like a starfish. 2 more on each side. Play with it. It's not a performance. You're doing it right. Yeah. 1 more on each side. Find the curiosity. Make sounds, use breath. And come back down to our squat once you feel evened out. It's so good to see you, Lucidity 2020. I'm happy we get to see each other in person in November, but for now, let's come onto our hands and knees. Keep moving in this really free way. So we've come out of the womb. There's this little axial extension developed in our spine, and now we can move through 3 dimensions. Lift 1 of your hands up. Doesn't matter which one, inhale. And as you exhale, thread it under, but don't touch down, so you can inhale, come back up. 2 more. Move your head if you'd like, and exhale, spiral under, but keep it hovering. Nice, last one, inhale. So our first movement was across the transverse plane. Exhale, go all the way, settle in and rest on the shoulder inside of your head. So we're in like a twisted tabletop for 3 big breaths into the back body. Big breaths out of the belly and pelvic floor gathering. 2 more. Find growth in it, but let go of any force. Nice. 1 more big inhale. And then exhale, bring the hand down if it's on this in the sky. Inhale, lift back up, find that twist again if you'd like. Both hands to the ground. Let's play with the other side. Opposite hand lift on an inhale. And then exhale, spiral under, but keep it hovering. We'll do 2 more. Inhale, lift and look. Maybe there's an opening across the front body. Exhale, spiral. Like your first movement out of the womb. Inhale was to look, turn to the side, exhale to find the breath. Go to your right. Settle in, right, to find the nourishment. So nourish your breath here, like we're looking for like what's gonna nurture our bodies, right? The Lucid family community maybe. 2 more breaths once you've settled into this twist. Maybe just doing a little yoga, asana, a little breath work. Yeah, take 1 more big inhale in that twist. Exhale, come to the ground, and then inhale, lift back up and open back up. Nice. Both hands to the ground. Let's play with the next place of motion. Back bends and forward bends. Cat-cow. Inhale, lift and look. And then exhale, curl in and round. So it's attention. Inhale, look. Like, what are you looking for? And exhale, curl in, lift the belly and pelvic floor in. 2 more, cat-cow. Be more with your breath than with my movements. Like if you're glued to looking at the screen, you might not be paying attention to your own body symphony. 1 more big inhale and exhale. Right, it's like, where do we want to go in the world? And then lastly, we'll work with the side body. So come to a neutral spine and then kind of crunch one side as you lengthen the other, maybe bend an elbow. So you can kind of go back and forth in the left and right waist like a lizard. I like to lift a foot and do this. Sometimes I'll find a side plank modified and get really into my waistline. So these are these like lizard side body movements, which is about community. It's about our ears. It's about leaning to the left and right on those that support us. And then now put all of that together for 30 seconds, 25 seconds maybe. Do some side bends, back bends, twists. Bend and straighten the arms. Move like your animal would if you have one. When they wake up in the morning and they're not trying to do yoga, right? They're just intuitively waking up and feeling their tissue. 3 more, 4 more big breaths just to find someplace to love and explore. Right? This Hatha yoga practice comes from the tantric lineage, right? It's about relationship and loving this body. Let's keep that exploration going, but tuck your toes and go into down dog and play with bicycling the legs, straighten and bend the elbows. Some of us really tend to lock out those digits, and prana doesn't flow through down, through lock, right? We want to keep a little bend in all of these digits. Because we got a chakra at every single digit, right? Every single plexus. Maybe you lift the leg, maybe you shake your head. 2 more breaths to explore down dog, lifting tail to the sky as you inhale. Drawing belly and pelvic floor in and up, that jellyfish exhale, gathering around the central column. 2 more breaths. Keep breathing somewhere new, meaning there's this quality of cleaning house to our breath. Nice. Come on forward, find plank pose, like a push-up, with or without your knees on the ground, doesn't matter. Exhale, lower down, maybe a third of the way, not below the elbows. Nice. Come back up to plank pose, inhale. Bend your knees, and then come into down dog, straighten your legs last. Do that 1 more time, it's a lot safer. Inhale, plank pose, with or without the knees. Exhale, chimichanga. Sorry, chaturanga pose, nice. Come back up, plank pose, breathe in. Bend the knees off the ground though, down dog, straighten legs last. Feel how it's deeper too. Plank pose, inhale, last one, a little different. Exhale, chaturanga, stay. Take a breath in and smile, love your body. All right, come on down to the ground, exhale. Flip your toes over, cobra pose, hands on the ground, inhale and lift. Nice, exhale, lower down. We'll do a few of these. Inhale, you can lift and look to one side if you want. Exhale, lower down. Feet push down, inhale, lift the torso, lift the knees, not the feet. Exhale, come down, last one. Inhale, lift and stay for 3 breaths. You can come up as high as you want. 2 more. Cobra pose is a bigger back bend than up dog. We're keeping our hips on the ground. So go as big as your lumbar says yes. 1 more big inhale. Come on down as you exhale to the belly. Your choice. Take tabletop or plank pose, inhale, and then go to down dog, exhale for a few breaths. Awesome. Notice how it's already changed. Keep that nostril breath in and out. Sigh if you need, but otherwise control your breath rate. Control the heart rate. Let's lift our right leg. Big breath in. Right knee to left elbow. Go across the body, but keep the shoulders deep. Let it be about flow. Go to the right elbow, and then bring it up to the sky. Nice. Bend your knees, stack your hip. So we're in down scorpion. We're gonna play with that as a flow. Yeah, take a big inhale. Keep your knee bent. Exhale, right knee to left elbow. To right elbow. To down scorpion. Inhale. 2 more. Exhale to left elbow. To right elbow. Down scorpion. Inhale. Last one. Exhale to left side. Right side. Down scorpion. Inhale. Step it through to your hands. Exhale. Whew. That's a lot of work. Let's give ourselves a break. So step forward. We're in a runner's lunge. Roll over those back toes. Then lower your shin and knee. Nice. And our intention here is to get our knee as far forward as we can with the heel still down. So we're not stacking. That's not the goal here. We want to go as forward as we can so we get out of the low back and into the hip. You really want to feel this in the psoas and maybe the back calf and Achilles. Nice. Bring your hands to the ground. We're going to do a forward bend first. So take a big inhale. As you exhale, tuck your tail and curl your chin to your chest and round. 3 or 4 big breaths into that back psoas. If you need more sensation, keep your toes pointed back, but barely hover that back knee without tucking the toes. 3 more breaths. Tuck your chin either way. Chin is in. You can't see me right now. We're in a forward bend. Chin is in. 1 more big inhale. 1 more big psoas. Exhale. Lower the back knee if it's up. And inhale. Come on up so we find our back bend. Anjaneyasana. Knee is still forward. Right? So we're here. And then we're going to flow a little. Take a big breath in. Hands to the ground. Find your half splits and straighten that leg. Do that again. Inhale, come on up. You can keep framing the foot or exhale, hands inside the foot as you straighten and round. We'll take a few breaths to just move through your lunge, your half splits, or you can come off your mat and explore anything that's gonna get you lubricated in these hips. So get funky with it. Let go of looking at the camera. There's no wrong way to do this. Unless it hurts. And for some personalities, that's a little more challenging because we want to do it right. Well, to do it right, it just feels good. Right? So how do you feel? 3 more breaths. Employ your movement, employ your touch. As you need to, employ your sound. After your next breath in and out of lubricating this hip socket, we're gonna switch 1 more time to 3-legged dog with a down scorpion attached. Find both feet on the ground when you're ready. You don't need to be with my words, be with your breath. We're gonna hang out in down dog or flow through 1 more of those vinyasas. Your choice. Come down a third or all of the way for cobra or up dog. And then roll over the toes if you can to down dog. Legs straight and last. Beautiful movements. Left side, lift it up. Big inhale. Bend the left knee, stack the hip as you exhale. Take a couple breaths in, circulating the head of the femur to get that hip socket nice and juicy. Take an inhale, left knee to right elbow as you exhale, to left elbow, and then inhale back to down scorpion. 3 more. Exhale to right and left elbow. Inhale back to scorpion, or fire hydrant people call it. Right? Because 3-legged dogs supposedly pee on fire hydrants. 1 more big inhale. 1 more big exhale. Nice. After your next breath in, three-legged dog, step your left foot through to your hands, runner's lunge. Right, we're gonna release the toes first. If you can, go over the toes and then release the ankle and knee. Sinking that knee as far forward as you can, so it's almost like you're gonna stick your sit bones on your heel. So we get into that back hip flexor, hands to the ground first. We'll start with the forward bend. Take an inhale, round the whole snake, exhale, curl the tail and chin in. If you can't see me now, big breath in. Sink the hips. If you need more, barely hover that back knee. 3 breaths with a soft jaw. You need more, still slight inner rotation of that right thigh. One more big breath in, look for feeling. One more big breath out. Back knee down as you're ready. Hands come on up to the thigh to stabilize you, or lift them up in any variation that feels like a yes in your shoulder. Could be cactus arms. I find if my arms are up and I put them together, I get more reach. 2 more breaths, keep sinking those hips. All right, this is a preparation for Hanuman. Big inhale, let's flow a little bit. Exhale, hands to the ground. Half Hanuman, half splits. Take a big breath in and out, and then move back into Anjaya. Anjanaya was Hanuman before he became the monkey god, right? It's the same series. So you play hands inside or outside that left foot. Some people call it lizards when you roll out, or anything in this place that your body's like, oh yeah, what's that? That's sticky. That's a little ropey. That's a little tender. Give it 3 or 4 more big breaths and big movement. After your next big in and out of exploring what's possible today, we'll move back into down scorpion, eventually left leg lifts, bends, and stack. All right. Straighten our left leg out one more time, step it forward again, and then step your right foot forward so they're together in a standing forward bend. Couple of breaths here, Uttanasana, just to notice how a little cardio work changes our lung capacity and our heart rate. Nice, so we're at a standing forward bend at the front of our mat. After one more big breath in, we'll do a little flow here, one more big breath out. Bend your knees as much as you need and inhale, sweep up, look up. There's a little back bend if you want it. And exhale, bring your hands back to heart center so we keep coming back to our intention. Nice. Sweep up, stand up, inhale, look up. Exhale, bend the knees, bow forward and fold. So just a half sun A. Halfway lift, inhale, reach. And then exhale, pull it all back in and fold. Inhale, and push to reach up, sweep up. And exhale, hands back to heart center. We'll add a little on here. On C's, inhale, sweep up, look up. Exhale, bow forward. Halfway lift, breathe into the back body. Exhale, extend. Hands to the ground as you exhale, left foot back. Release the toes and knees. Sweep the arms up. Inhale, find the back bend as the hips sink. Hands to the ground, exhale, step back. We'll add a breath here. Inhale, plank pose. Exhale, half or all the way down. Find cobra or up dog, inhale. Find down dog, exhale. Step the right foot forward, lower the left knee and toe. You know it's a little fast. Arms come up, inhale. Hands to the ground, step forward and fold as you exhale. Halfway lift, breathe in. Forward fold, breathe out. We're halfway there. We'll slow it down after this. Sweep up, inhale. Hands to heart center, exhale. So these are sun C's, super good for our nervous system. Sweep up, inhale, look up. Exhale, bow forward. Really good cardio, even moving slowly. Halfway lift, inhale. Right foot back, release the toes and knee at one time. Arms come up as you inhale. Hands to the ground, step back, lower the body down as you exhale. Take cobra or up dog on an inhale. Here's the tricky part. Down dog, left foot forward on a single exhale. Without even lifting it, lower the back knee and toes. Arms come up on an inhale. Hands to the ground, step forward and fold on an exhale. You did it, you made it through. Halfway lift, breathe into the back body. Forward bend, breathe out. Stand up, sweep up, inhale, reach up. Come right back down, exhale. We'll change up the tempo a little bit. Inhale, find your back bend. Exhale, down dog, or step or float through vinyasa if you'd like. Your choice, cobra up dog as you inhale. Either way, we'll all meet in down dog on our next exhale. And from there, just take one huge breath in. Through the nose, one big breath out. All right, right leg lift, breathe in. Exhale, right knee to left elbow. Yeah, inhale, lift it up. Exhale, right knee to right elbow. Spread your toes out a little so they're nice and bright. Yeah, lift it up, inhale. Step through for warrior one, exhale. So we're in warrior one arrangement, but before you come up, get the back heel down and shift your hips over to the left. So sometimes I'll touch elbows under my thigh so I feel really stable, and then inhale, come on up. So we're gonna flow in warrior one. We're gonna make it nice and fluid. So it's gonna be a little bit like this. Straighten your front leg, take an inhale, and then rebend your front knee, exhale. Nice, one more time, inhale. So this is one of your movements. Exhale, front knee bend. Cool, next move, turn your shoulders to your left. Square your shoulders with your hips. Exhale, draw your right shoulder back and twist. Warrior one is a twist, right? Inhale, square the shoulders and hips. Exhale, find the twist. Nice, last thing, left arm under right, eagle arms. Find the back bend here. And then you can find the forward bend, humble warrior. And then play eagle arms, open the arms, straighten and re-extend the front leg. 30 seconds to explore. Whether your shoulders and hips are square or spiraling, whether you're in a back bend or forward bend, whether your front thighs bent deeply or straightening. 4 more breaths. So we're not in warrior 2 at all, right? We're playing in this warrior 1 series. 2 more. Nice, let's do 1 more big breath in and out. And we'll play with some back bends. So come on up, inhale. We'll slow it down a little, left arm under right. And lunge as deep as you can in that front thigh. There's a tendency to talk about squaring the hips. Don't do that, it won't work. Let your left hip heel open into that stoa. Left arm under right if you're not already, eagle arms. Find your back bend. So from the tail to the head, arc the whole snake, take a big inhale. Exhale, interlace the fingers behind you. Shoulders back and down, big breath in to open the front of the chest. Exhale, head and neck last as you come forward and down, humble warrior. Let your head hang out 3 or 4 breaths. So head is dropping, so we release the neck. 2 more, pull the hips to the left a little. So we're using the pelvic floor. 1 more big breath in. 1 more out, keep the bind. Inhale, lift up, arms come up, last shape here. Straighten the right leg. Left hand comes back, thumb up, almost like dancer pose. We're gonna grab that inner thigh and spiral it in. From here, inhale, lift the heart center, lift the head and neck. Find your back bend here, stargazer. Few breaths. Tibetan heart yoga pose, 2 more. It's like a back bended variation of warrior 1. 1 more big inhale. 1 more big exhale, nice. Come on up, inhale. Hands to the ground as you exhale, down dog, or flow through vinyasa if you'd like, your choice. Stay with your breath. It's not about meeting with my work. Down dog, 2 or 3 breaths. Eventually, if you're not there already, it's our meeting place. Other side, left leg lifts on an inhale, breathe in. Exhale, left knee to right elbow. Inhale, lift it back up. Just keeping these lubricated, knee to left elbow, bright toes, bright faces. Leg to the sky, inhale. Warrior one arrangement, exhale. Keep the hands down at first. Hands on the ground, we're in warrior one setup. Right heel's down. Push your hip, take your left hand. Push your hip to the right. You're really in that pelvic floor, maybe touch elbows. And inhale, come on up, warrior one. I'm gonna talk a little less this time, you know this one. Right? Right arm under left for eagle. Back bend and forward bend. You can turn to the right and left, play with that twist that warrior one is, and straighten and deeply bend the front knee. Take 6 or 7 breaths right now and do you. Right? Because no one can be you better than you, and no one can tell you what you need better than you. 3 more breaths, just exploring warrior one and all of its possibilities, all of its cousins, right, in this archetypal shape. 2 more. Sometimes our yoga shapes get very 2-dimensional. 1 more big inhale. Come back into warrior one. If you're not already, left arm under right, eagle arms. Re-exert that back bend for 3 big breaths. Through that deep psoas and into the belly. 2 more. 1 more big inhale. And 1 more exhale. Come on up, warrior body. 1 more big inhale. Before we rest, 1 more big exhale. Come on up, warrior one. Breathe in, arms up, inhale. Straighten the front leg as you exhale. Last shape. From here, reach your right hand back to grab that inner right thigh. Left arm up, we're going for sky archer. The legs are straight and we're lifting up this midline. It's not the heart that's lifting, it's the ribs and the collarbone as you inhale. As you exhale, let the heart organs settle back and down. 2 more. So the heart itself is receptive here. 1 more big breath in and 1 more big breath out. Come on up as you inhale. Windmill the hands down. 1 more vinyasa or down dog as you exhale. Your choice. Stay with your breath. Cool, let's play with 1 more warrior set and then we'll totally slow everything down from that point. Right leg lifts as you breathe in. Let's get a little more playful. Right knee to left elbow as you breathe out. Keep it there. Or kick your right foot out. And through the heels and play with lifting the pelvis, the belly, the ribs, the chest. Few breaths. Maybe move up and down with the hips and that left shoulder. For 2, micro bend in that right elbow, our supportive arm. Big inhale. Left hand to the ground as you exhale. Thanks for playing. Right leg back up to the sky. Breathe in. Right knee to right elbow. Breathe out for 5, 4. Arm balance for 3. If you're crazy, for 2. Right leg to the sky. Inhale. All right, let's get off these arms. Step it through as you exhale. Left heel comes down. We're in warrior 2 arrangement. Left arm comes up. Yield. And then inhale, push to come on up, warrior 2. So external rotation now in the front thigh. Very different than warrior 1. We're gonna play here with what's possible. Straighten your front leg and give yourself a high 5. Inhale. Right, and then exhale, come back down to triangle or warrior 2. 1 more inhale, high 5. Reverse triangle. Exhale, lower back down. Cool, and then you can also play with eagle arms from reverse to extended side angle. This is what we're gonna play with. We're gonna play with opening 1 waistline and then the other with a straight leg or bent front knee. It's up to you. Few more breaths. Binds are welcome. We're really playing through the side body now, right? Through this plane of listening of our left and right, our community. When you feel ready to settle in, find reverse warrior, right arm up and back for 3. Find some stillness. Gaze up under that armpit if it's okay for the neck for 2. Take another big inhale. Exhale, let's come into extended side angle. Right forearm settles onto right thigh to help roll everything open, or even grabs that inner ankle. For 5, maybe you're bound, maybe the arm's lifted. For 4, or extended. Everything's an option here, but your breath. All right, let's get out of this. Inhale, come on up, warrior 2. Straighten that front leg. Inhale, reverse triangle. Exhale, triangle pose. Last shape on this side. Right hand to the shin, probably. The earth, maybe, but most of us lose the architecture. So a prop, like the shin or a block. Take an inhale, bend both of your knees, left hand to the ground. Straighten both legs, inhale, left hand to the sky. So navel radiate, 2 more, exhale, lower the left hand, bend both knees. Inhale, radiate from the navel out, starfish, right? Exhale, back down. Last one, inhale, open up the same way you grew your body. Beautiful, bend that left, right knee, inhale, warrior 2. Let's turn our right foot in, our left toes out, sink into warrior 2 again. It's time to play. So reverse warrior, extended side angle. Or maybe it's reverse triangle, extended triangle. And anything in between, maybe you add these arms, binding, and cow face, and anything else for another 20, 30 seconds that really gets you into these obliques and even more deeply into the organ, right? Because our organs are supporting these movements. Our lungs are helping lift the arm and shoulder. Our organs of digestion are holding and supporting the weight. 2 or 3 more breaths as you keep yielding and pushing through the leg. You keep reaching and then pulling through the arm. We'll settle eventually into reverse warrior 2. For 3, big breaths in this whole left waist. Maybe it's a half bind. For 2, 1 more big in and out. Use the breath to come up and transition to extended on the other side. Any variation here, it feels yummy in your body. For 3, 2, and then reverse triangle. Inhale, come on up. Woo. Get out of that thigh, back to upright. This time, let's bring our heels in, toes out, and sink. Right, so we're in this like goddess or double warrior shape. And we're gonna be light here. It's a lot of work to straighten the legs and bend them and come down to one heel. Hands can be in prayer, hands can be on the ground. We'll come back and back down. Some bodies like to stay down and use their hands, little spider movement. If it's in your flow and feels fun, you can stay without using the hands. It can be on or flex 2 or 3 more breaths as we get into this external rotation in our femurs and our hips. And then we'll come back up. Let's let this go. Hands to the ground. Straighten your legs and kick your heels out a little wider than your toe. Hands to hips maybe. Halfway lift. Find that axial extension of tail to head. And then exhale, let's fold forward, cross the Rita 1 more time. Hands behind the head or even flip them around to pull you deeper. Few breaths on your own in this inversion. Again, some bodies like to interlace fingers behind the low back or neck. Other bodies want to come into a headstand. For 5 or 6 more huge and unhurried breaths. If you choose to do a headstand, please stay away from the wall. You don't want to use walls to support any inversions that are on the head. One more breath in and out of this shape. Melt your hands down to the sacrum and then on down to the ground. We're gonna walk our body to the front of the mat and step our right foot up and back. Let's lift it to the sky, 3-legged dog. Bend the knee, stack the hips, stay here, or flip it over for this tripod. People call it wild thing. Some bodies prefer to flip over to three-legged wheel. Pick a shape. One more big inhale. Let's bring our right hand back to the ground and right foot back to the earth. Come forward, plank pose. Very last flow ever, maybe. Chaturanga or down to cobra. Up dog or cobra, stay for 3 breaths. Knees are off the ground either way. First 2, pull the heart space forward. Take an inhale, lift the tail and roll over the toes, down dog. Left side, just to be even, lift it up to the sky, breathe in. Left knee to right elbow as you exhale. Kick it out as far as you can. Plant the heels and inhale, lift the hips, the heart, the belly, and chest. And then explore, bending elbows, lifting and extending. Get curious, stay playful in the spiraling of this 3-dimensional body. Big inhale, right hand to the ground when you're ready, exhale. Left leg to the sky, breathe in. In your own time, left knee to left elbow for 3, for 2. Inhale, left leg to the sky, bend the knee, stack the hip, lat shape, stay here, or flip over. 3-legged wheel or tripod. Some of you 3-legged wheels, 2 more breaths, come into full wheel. All right, it's not extra credit, but if it works, it's fun. Take an inhale, left hand to the ground, exhale, woo. Left leg to the sky, inhale, left leg joins the right. Knees to the ground. Sit down. Come on upright. Hands on the belly and low back. Settle your eyes on the ground or shut them down. And let's take about 10 Ujjayi breaths to calm our nervous system. Ujjayi meaning it's a deep inhale and exhale through the nose. There's a bit of a whisper, almost like your HA on the exhale, even though it's through the nostrils. Same sound on the inhale as on the exhale. Several more, maybe 5 or 6 of these oceanic sort of Darth Vader breath. Just so we know how to calm our nervous system when we get in an argument with our beloved or our roommate or our coworker. 3 more. So we can handle tough days and car accidents. 1 more big inhale. And 1 more exhale. Let's come up to standing on our knees. Just on the knees. We're gonna play with a cobra pose, but we'll do it a couple times. So stay with me. This first one, we're gonna keep the hands on the sacrum. We want a little bit of a pour out, so pardon me. Actually, put your hands here first, the hip flexors. We want to hollow out here. Sometimes in camel and back bend, there's a tendency to collapse. We really want to lift. So my teacher says, hollow be thy groin. Hollow out the groin. Hands to the sacrum, not to tuck it under, but to actually feel that tail reach back. Pull and then support yourself. Draw the shoulder blades back and down. Take an inhale, lift and spread the collarbones. Tuck the chin, or let the head go up and back with the neck. Few breaths here. Push your toenails into the ground. So we're really utilizing the front of the shins, the front of the thighs, the whole deep front line to elevate us and suspend us. 1 more big inhale and 1 more big exhale. Support yourself, inhale, come up slowly, and then bend at the hip. Sit down, we're not gonna forward bend. Sit for a moment and rest. Find that pranayama calming us again. And then we'll do 1 more camel pose. This time you can come to your heels. And before you do, that could look like on tops of your feet or the balls of your feet. And if you come there easily, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a flow we can do together. So start out, Ustrasana, hands to the sacrum or low back. Push your feet into the ground. Inhale, lift the heart space. Tuck the chin or let the head go back, and maybe even let the hands go back to the heel. Only if we can stay connected to the hollow groin, right? And if you're there and you want to flow, bring your right arm across the chest and inhale, lift it up. Exhale, bring it back across the chest, bend at the hip. Switch hands and inhale, open up the front body. So we move with our breath like we've been doing much of this practice to explore the three-dimensionality of these shapes rather than their Instagram 2D counterparts, right? Couple more breaths and you're done exploring. Maybe find stillness, one or two more in camel pose. And when you feel complete, come on up out of this shape and settle back down on your hip. I'm gonna give our thighs a little bit of love for all the work that they've done. So if you would come into hands and knees, at some point, we're gonna send our left leg back a little to bring our right shin forward towards parallel. So we're setting up for what's often called pigeon. The goal isn't actually to get parallel so much as to bring it forward enough we get good sensation in this outer hip, these glute muscles. If you're really high off the ground with your hip, it's a good place for a pillow to support you. You might walk the back knee back. So again, you can come up, we find that lunge, that Anjaya back bend, and then bring it forward and down into a forward bend. Whether you come straight forward, some bodies like to go over towards the foot, that left or right foot, and get a little more side body stretch. Settle into something, whether a pillow's under your chest, just rest your ear or forehead on the earth. Take a couple moments to get your architecture just right and really yummy, and then settle into it with some stillness. We'll take about 10 breaths without counting. So unless you're in pain, come down into the shape, settle in, and rest. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for letting the 10,000 things around you buzz and come and go. And choose to come back to sensation. Choose to come back to your breath. Choose to come back to what's showing up in real time. The beings around you, the puppies. A few more breaths. Do like 3 more, as if they were like the biggest and last breaths you'd ever take. So they're really big, but unhurried. You might even pause at the top and bottom. And after your next really generous exhale, use the inhale to inspire movement to come on upright. Pause for a second, so we're back in that back bend. And stay here, or some bodies grab the foot with a strap or with their hand. Any version that's gonna be yummy here for a couple breaths. And if you're like, yeah, I'm not that into it, or my knees aren't that into it, when you feel complete, you'll switch sides. But take a lot of time, right? So you might like a little 3-legged dog, or walk something out, or make some sounds. So maybe take a full minute to come into Ekapada Rajakapotanasana on the other side. That's the Sanskrit way of saying pigeon. Basically, come into a similar shape, but don't expect it to feel the same because, well, your left and right sides aren't even. And that's not just you. When you get yourself set up, propped up with your love tools, back knee back, heart space up and back if that feels good, and then forward and down, either straight forward or over that foot if you like that yummy side bend. Find a place you can actually settle into some stillness, even if it's a bit uncomfortable. And then relax your hands, the muscles of your face, and focus on your breath. About 8 or 10 breaths here without counting. Your next breath in and out. Take 3 more. Find enough sensation that the superficial things fall away, like the story about who you are. Sometimes I notice my nose itches a lot when there's something I don't want to pay attention to. What if you could move into 2 more breaths? Biggest sensations, biggest degree of presence you can gift yourself. And after your next exhale, in your own time, you'll inhale your body back upright and pause for a second, right? Because this is actually pigeon pose, right? The back spin. Hang for a moment. Find that quad release if it's accessible or felt good for a breath or for several. Do what's gonna make you feel balanced between sides. And then you can pass through down dog, or you can even roll onto your outer hip and bring the back leg out and around. Yeah, and anything that would feel good. So if you're in down dog, lift a leg. If you're seated, you might want to hug the knees or just roll onto your backs, which is where we'll all find ourselves. In a few seconds, on our back, hugging our knees. Turn child's pose on the back, right? Hug the knees, hug the shins, pull the head in maybe. Happy baby, grabbing the heels or big toes is an option, whatever's going to help neutralize our low spine. And that might look like a twist too, right? Like a final spiral of the spine, knees together, letting them both fall to the right. Or if you want to go a little deeper, just the left knee will fall to the right. Right hand can be on the knee or the waist, the belly. Left arm reaches away or up by the ear. Take 3 or 4 big breaths into the left back. And big exhales out the nose or out the mouth if you'd like. 2 more. And then you can inhale or exhale your body back to center. Hug your knees in if you'd like, or somebody's like to go right over to the other side, one or both knees to the left. Last shape for our practice before rest. So it's really your last place to take advantage of this lung capacity you've been cultivating for an hour. 2 more huge breaths in. And really generous, give it all away, breath out. And in your own time, you can inhale or exhale back to center on your back. Hug the knees, go upside down, do any last little self-love things that might look like propping a blanket under your knees or under your head or rolled under your neck. We're looking to get into Shavasana pose, unless you're by a wall and legs up the wall sounds really yummy and appealing to you. Either way, find a place you can settle on your back, especially if it seems unnecessary or silly. Because for some of us, corpse pose, being still and surrendering, can be a massive practice in and of itself. So I'll join you. Let's find ourselves on our back just for a couple minutes to do less, letting the body get heavy, the bones yield, the muscles relax. Let the skin on your face go smooth, and if you're still in your breathing, take 1 more big inhale. Open your mouth and let that go too. eyes closed and your body still. Notice the feeling of aliveness coursing down the rivers of prana in your arms and hands. You can feel life force. Your body's still enough. Then start to find little movements as you inhale, filling up the lungs, and exhaling, starting to wiggle the fingers and toes, opening and closing the hands, pointing and flexing the feet as you reanimate. And as the music maybe slowly fades down and goes out, we'll start to stretch the arms and legs on an inhale, curl in on an exhale, roll to one side as you're ready.
Yeah, Jackal.
Take a moment, reconnect with intention, and bring your body on back up to seated as you feel ready.
Thank you so much, brother. That was so divine. So happy to have you here with us in the digital, leading us through some movement. Was such a great job. Also on our team, just highlighting everybody. It was such a great experience. So yeah, Jackal's link, donation links are there in each of the feeds. If you guys feel like contributing to him and are able, I know that you know, everyone here is donating their time and likely feels some type of impact due to all of the events that we were scheduled to be a part of being postponed. And so, Jackal, do you want to say anything before you're out?
I just want to thank everybody in the Lucid family for having me. And family's been really important to me for the past 7 years of my life. And I love the ingenuity and gift economy and creativity. Yeah, donate if it feels good. My website's Yoga James. I teach a weekly donation-based Sunday class, and I have a yin Thai massage video series coming out next month. So find me, ask me questions, take care of yourself, keep loving each other, and we'll all see you together in November.
Yes, I. All right, great. Well, that felt really good. Looks like next we've got Marcelino from Santa Barbara Dance Tribe. Trying to get my bearings here, sorry. Santa Barbara Dance Tribe has been part of Lucidity and our local community here for some time. They're a sponsor of our event. They host vibrant ecstatic dances every Sunday. I know that they've moved to a digital platform. Marcelino can talk a little more about that when we get him on here. And really excited to continue the movement this morning and shake everything out. We'll come back for a little more workshop activity before we hit our larger music and dance portion tonight. Want to say the Zoom room's been really packed. Thanking everybody, really grateful for the participation and all the love that's been streaming through on all the different platforms. If you're trying to join the Zoom, just be aware we have a cap. There is a waiting room. Just stay in the waiting room, and as soon as people are dropping out every few minutes, and so we're cycling people through. Just be patient with us. We'll get you in there.
Yeah, and if you're in the Zoom room and you're not on video, we ask, why don't you just head over to one of our other streams and, let those of the people that want to be on video and maybe get featured. If you've been on for a while, you've been featured a few times, maybe head to one of our other streams and make some room in the Zoom room for some other people. So everyone that doesn't have your camera on, we really ask you to be prudent and switch streams.
Great. So
let's
if
go to
we're
a commercial.
ready,
we're going to go to a little commercial break, and right after that, little 5-minute commercial break, and go get your drink. Go get a drink. Go have some water. Have some ecstatic dance. Make sure you got room to stretch your limbs, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Hello, hello, V and Q here with Entertainment Tomorrow.
Right now, here we are, hot on the scene.
Have you ever seen such a beautiful toilet?
It was wonderful.
Spirituality is on our side. Spirituality of all sorts here at Lucidity.
What street are we on? Is it the spiritual path?
Right behind me, you see Mr. B. What is your purpose here?
To bring smiles to everyone's face.
You're here to bring smiles, all right.
We're with Entertainment Tomorrow.
Oh! We're standing here in front of the Lucid University with DJ Everyman playing today at 6 p.m. on the Nook stage. Today is all about the music and the love.
And then tomorrow
it's about the love and the music.
Looks like the Nook takes the queen on this one. Checkmate.
Wow, he's not just a DJ, he's also a comedian.
Hello viewers, Q here with Entertainment Tomorrow at Lucidity. And I'm standing here with
Mark.
Mark is the fabulous creator of this vehicle of the future behind us. What is it?
It's called the Pyro Bar. It's the fusion of fire and drinking together.
Whee! Holy shit, this is high! John Smith, what are you doing here today, John?
I'm walking around, how do you say, doing lighting. The festival ground is basically my canvas.
We're standing here with
Brian.
Brian.
Yeah.
What do you do, Brian?
I am the lead build here at Art Temple. Synchronicity happens like this all the time, all the time. You think of something and it happens. It happens like right now.
It's like a pink mixed with champagne.
As you can see, the damage is contained to this small area. Sir, what do you have to say about the devastating tent apocalypse 2017?
Damn, nature, you scary.
Well, we're here in the hive. Let's be careful not to disturb the bees. Here at Lucidity, they are constantly finding new ways to make the experience a safe and hospitable one for their festival goers.
Earplugs.
Earplugs, exactly. Signing off, this is V and Q for Entertainment Tomorrow.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Excited. Thank you for being tuned this morning. We've had Carmen Sandoval. We just finished with Yoga James, and now we're going to be moving into our guest ecstatic dance, Minister of Music, Marcelino, part of Santa Barbara Dance Tribe. Santa Barbara Dance Tribe invites you to celebrate life through movement. They gather every Sunday as a community, normally in person. They've been hosting an online stream for that, which I believe will be happening tomorrow. I want to go ahead and introduce Marcelino now, and he can take it away and fill us in on any of that information.
Thank you, Metatron. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. So yes, we're gonna do a little ecstatic dance here journey for the next hour or so. Thank you so much, everyone. And so yes, we're gonna do a little ecstatic dance here journey for the next hour or so. I invite you to drop into a sacred space in your room, in your home, in your natural setting where you can let yourself go into the keep going, just like the movement flow of yoga. But in this time, it's all about moving your whole limbs, surrendering to the rhythms, and experiencing that ecstatic dance for yourself. Broadcasting from Santa Barbara, where we have Lucidity not far from here, I welcome you all to the dance and the journey. Here we go.
Awareness is my virtue, and I'm grateful for the search to dive deep within my own mind and to trust the intuition of the lives I've lived before this are essential form of gnosis. It's a simple form of freedom. It's as smooth as inhalation. Oh, the exhale is releasing all the tension I've been feeling on the surface and beneath me. I'm connecting to my spirit, and I'm here now right before you. I am present in this moment, and my life's work is to honor the great beauty all around you. Free from all old stories I've been told, I walk
focusing now on your chakra centers. Take your energy to the base of the spine. Vital energy lifting from the base chakra. Sense your sexual energy opening and expanding. Coming alive from the base of your spine. From the base of the spine coming up to Svadhisthana chakra. Sensing the energy vibrate, reverberate, swirling and whirling around the vortexes of the spinal energy, lifting as the kundalini rises to Manipura chakra. Sense the Manipura chakra energy whirling and swirling the vortexes of energy, consciousness lifting and rising and whirling and swirling.
Check out my new weapon of choice. Don't be shocked by the tone of my voice. Check out my new weapon of choice. Yeah. Listen to the sound of my voice. You can check it all out. It's the weapon of choice. Yeah. Don't be shocked by the tone of my voice. It's the new weapon of choice. Yeah. You can blow with this, you can blow with that. You can blow with this, or you can blow with that. Or you can blow with this, or you can blow with that. Or you can blow with us. You can blow with this, or you can blow with that. You can blow with this, or you can blow with that. Or you can blow with Walk without rhythm, it won't attract the worm. Walk without rhythm, and it won't attract the worm. Walk without rhythm, and it won't attract the worm. If you walk without rhythm, you never learn. Yeah. Don't be shocked by the tone of my voice. Check out my new weapon of choice. Don't be shocked by the tone of my voice. Check out my new weapon of choice. Be careful, he's loaded. Be careful, he's loaded. Be careful, he's loaded. Be careful, he's loaded. You can blow with this, you can blow with that. You can blow with this, or you can blow with that. Or you can blow with this, or you can blow with that. Or you can blow with us. You can blow with this, or you can blow with that. You can blow with this, or you can blow with that. Or you can blow with organically grown through the hemisphere I roam to make love to the angels of light. Yeah. And my girl, she just don't understand. It's gone beyond being a man. As I drift off into the night, I'm in flight. She's a Boy Scout, no doubt, but I'm gonna hold my cool, cause the music rules. Yeah, so groove on, baby. Check it out. Halfway between the gutter and the stars. Yeah. Halfway between the gutter and the stars. Yeah. Halfway between the gutter and the stars. Yeah. Halfway between the gutter and the stars.
This is a poem for the planet and its people who want to see the planet thrive in peace and not cease. This is a poem for the planet and its people who want to see the planet thrive in peace and not cease. This is a poem for the planet and its people who want to see the planet thrive in peace and not cease. There is a place, an unassuming place, where pure love grows. It grows in spite of and despite despair. In and out of the darkness, it grows to bring light, to bring life. There, in that place, in that unassuming, sacred place where pure love grows. There in that place, that unassuming sacred place where pure love grows and all of the deities and magic seem to conspire together to create the most perfect, imperfect place, magical, miracle. Love growing through steel and concrete and broken dreams and bad choices and lifted voices and song to become the strongest, most purest form of love, real love, labored on type love, been through some shit type love, almost died type love, all I wanna do is live type love. This is a poem for the planet and its people who want to see the planet thrive in peace and not cease. This is a poem for the planet and its people who want to see the planet thrive in peace and not cease. Deadline. No time. Gotta save the planet before we flatline. Too late to rewind. Mindsets need to be reset, redesigned. Unwind from this mortal coil. Plant your heart and feet in the soil, 'cause these old ways ain't loyal. Plant some new shit and then fix it. The planet, that is, 'cause deadline, no time. Gotta save the planet before we flatline. Deadline, no time. Gotta save the planet before we flatline. What we leave here matters. It seeps into the earth's core, becomes its energy, its force, its fire like lava or love. We choose whether to burn or whether to build, whether to kill or whether to create, whether to make new, whether to make better, whether to make together. What we leave here matters. This is a poem for the planet and its people who want to see the planet thrive in peace and not cease. Deadline, no time. Gotta save the planet before we flatline. Right now is the time. Can't believe you can't see it. Now do it. Be it. Dream it. Shine.
the pain and any sorrow. Give yourself to the music. Surrender to the sound. This is where you belong. Welcome to my world. Welcome to our psychedelic world. Welcome to my world, a place for all you psychedelic boys and you psychedelic girls. Today, there is no tomorrow. Forget the pain and any sorrow. Give yourself to the music. Surrender to the sound. This is where you belong. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world.
Purple hat, cheetah print, dancing on the people, rolled up at the after joint, dancing on the people, people dancing on the people. I got people on the people, people dancing on the people, with the people on the people, smoking CO2. See me, see you dancing on the people, climb up on the booth, hanging from the people on the people. My head hits the roof, dancing on the ceiling on the people. I got people on the people, dancing on the people. I got purple hat, cheetah print, dancing on the people, rolled up at the after joint, dancing on the people, people dancing on the people. I got people on the people, people dancing on the people, with the people on the people, smoking CO2. See me, see you dancing on the people, climb up on the booth, hanging from the people on the people. My head hits the roof, dancing on the ceiling on the people. I got people on the dancing on the people. I got people, 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 dancing on the people. I got
Everybody in the booth can tell myself apart from you. Now we're dancing, people, dancing, people, dancing, people, dancing, people.
Purple hat, cheetah print, dancing on the people. Rolled up at the after joint, dancing on the people. People dancing on the people. I got people on the people. People dancing on the people with the people on the.
I had a dream. I got everything I wanted. Not what you think. And if I'm being honest, it might have been a nightmare to anyone who might care. Thought I could fly, so I stepped off the golden. Nobody cried. Nobody even noticed. I saw them standing right there. Kinda thought they might care. I had a dream. I got everything I wanted. But when I wake up, I see you with me. And you say, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Don't wanna lie here, but you can learn to. If I could change the way that you see yourself, you wouldn't wonder why they don't deserve you. I tried to scream, but my head was underwater. They called me weak, like I'm not just somebody's daughter. It could have been a nightmare, but it felt like they were right there. And it feels like yesterday was a year ago. But I don't wanna let anybody know, 'cause everybody wants something from me now. And I don't wanna let them down. I had a dream. I got everything I wanted. But when I wake up, I see you with me. And you say, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Don't wanna lie here, but you can learn to. If I could change the way that you see yourself, you wouldn't wonder why they don't deserve you. If I knew it all, then would I do it again? Would I do it again? If they knew what they said would go straight to my head, what would they say instead? If I knew it all, then would I do it again? Would I do it again? If they knew what they said would go straight to my head, what would they say instead?
الشمس شفنا وبعمق البحر عشنا كتبوا الموت لحن الحياة ولما الشمس بتروح والوقت بالفلا موقوف رح يجي يدوب لحن الحياة رح يجي يدوب لحن الحياة
So much love. I love you all.
ريحة تراب الشارع نادية مع الشمعة وصمت الآذان لحظة الخوف لحن الحياة بعد الصمت في شروق وقت الطير رح يطلع فوق حدود ويعيد من فوق لحن الحياة ويعيد من فوق لحن الحياة
months ago. 4 out of 5 Americans are on the brink of poverty.
After a leak at a chemical plant this weekend.
It's video that's painful to watch.
The worst methane leak in history.
Well, I would like to know why is it happening and what's going on.
Pulsing through the static, a voice emerges. We hear it calling. Our choices matter. A new chapter begins now. Are you ready? We've arrived at Lucidity Festival's 5th year, the Crossroads. The future rests in your hands. Your community is gathering together to build something amazing. As we stand at the crossroads, we invite you to unlock your life path. Join us at Lucid University Course Week. Embark on a learning experience unlike any other, with a 4-day intensive training in the week leading up to Lucidity Festival. Choose your path. Reiki energy healing, lucid dreaming, permaculture design, art and creativity, embodiment and leadership. Make this the day you decide to do things differently. Make this your most lucid moment. Join us at the precipice of tomorrow, where we'll hone our skills, call in new paths, and dream awake a more lucid future. We'll see you at the crossroads.
Lucid University is an immersive, experiential, transformational learning program.
I cannot explain how fantastic Lucid University was.
What to me is really special about Lucid University is there is this acknowledgement that everyone is a teacher in their own right.
It's a more conducive learning environment.
We ate together, we sang together here, we had opening and closing circles.
For me, it's important to have hands-on. I'm outside, I've got my hands in the dirt.
And we're also looking at how we're having a consciousness shift.
To me, that means researching and really dedicating yourself in your life to transforming yourself into a more ecologically conscious human being.
I said in this life, we know a lot of pain, we know a lot of sorrow. So I hope and I pray for a better tomorrow. Yes, because what is the purpose of living today? Waiting all alone. I know it's hard to get your head right when everything's so wrong. Everything's so wrong, yeah.
We can let this be a template.
It's very important to us that there's more accessibility to the kinds of knowledge, wisdom, skills, and tools that are necessary for the world that's coming.
Let this experience be a reference point for what we'd like to see.
Everyone's invited to take their journey and become part of the solution
in our communities, wherever we live.
Holy love, holy love, holy love.
So people come to these festivals and they suddenly realize that they have permission to be more free in their lives. We thought, would it be great if we could help them build more skills at the same time?
Well, the flock is ascending, bridging heaven to earth. You call for revolution, but we're bringing rebirth. Yeah, we stand strong and patient like the grandfather tree, transmuting radiation with the breath that we breathe. Because we are a legion of light cold carriers, infinite circle of peaceful warriors. Yeah, can you hear the sound? We're singing unison to break the barriers, calling our allies out, the more the merrier. And they come from all around.
This is the way forward. It's this amazing educational opportunity for people to connect truly to what they love and have it be what they do in the world.
To get us back home.
Great to see all those videos of our past experiences together. So thank you so much for joining us so far. We just had Santa Barbara Dance Tribe, I hear Lucy in the background speaking over me, with me, through me. So we're going to be moving into a quick segment, 20 minutes with Rabia Hayek. He's been a part of our Council for Peace and with Lucidity since the beginning. Rabia is a breathwork master. He's been building the platform Do As One for as long as I've known him, since the beginning of Lucidity. And we've got, he'll be talking with us a little bit about the World Breathing Room. There's basically, I believe, a relaunch of it today, which also happens to be World Breathing Day. And so, yeah, I'll move right in with Rabia and let him explain all of that. Thank you, brother, for being here.
Yes, thank you, brother. Thank you, family. And happy Lucidity 2020. Let us regenerate. Let us celebrate. Happy World Breathing Day as we celebrate something so dear to us, the breath. I'm here to speak out to the tribe. We have stood there, Peace Council, for many years, watching this tribe breathe together. We are a tribe that breathes as one. We've practiced that and we've evolved that. And so the invitation to all of you in this moment is to now upgrade again. That if I was to call out to you right now and say it's not your respiratory system, but the reminder that it is our respiratory system. Breathe that in. Blow it out. And so, respiratory system, I want to take a moment to shine the surface mind, if you will, about the breathing before we head in and do a practice together. Elevate something that could be considered our software. Think about that for a second. If the breath is the software that upgrades this hardware and we evolve because of it, then nature, the planet, right now is asking us to evolve our breathing. The challenge is in our breathing. You see the challenge is happening. And so I ask you from a dear place, as a representative of the breath, that the respiratory system right now, if we elevate it as Lucid Fam, we regenerate Earth right now. And so a reminder that access to the entire world is in this family and in this room right now. And so feel that this isn't just a breathing practice for 20 minutes with the family. This is an initiation of our own breathing together. And so the invitation at the end of this segment will be to go breathe with the world in something we've created as a service to all of you called the World Breathing Room. Feeling the tribe, I'm feeling my heart tremble right now. And so just being with it. And so this come from of breathing together reminds me right now that I'm not just calling forth the humans in this tribe, calling forth the oak trees that you've walked with, calling forth the oak trees, the animals, that which surrounded us as we walked at the Live Oak campground. I tell you, they're wondering where you are right now. And if it wasn't for Alan walking the land the other day and telling them, it is from where that they know is from within. It is from this oneness that we are regenerating Earth. And it is from this calling forth in our consciousness right now, the magical mind, not just that it is breath, but that it is rather spirit, health made up of body, mind, and spirit. I'm inviting us all right now into the spirit aspect of our being. The opportunity for us to breathe here in a few moments deeper, already upon you as you're listening to this word. I hope you're deepening your breath. And before going further into the magical mind with you and calling forth the tribes all over the planet, that as we breathe together today as Lucid family with this intention to regenerate, We call forth all of the tribes and we deepen this aspect of our breathing. I have to very much honor the festival for allowing this festival-wide moment to honor the breath, to honor the spirit aspect of our being. And so if you're feeling an elevation, it is this knowingness that I'm speaking into the space, right? That we are in a magical place. The oak trees are breathing with us, inhaling our exhale, knowing that we've been sharing in this field all of human history. We now take the baton. And I invite you with me as we breathe these breaths to not just breathe from a mundane place of we're just here, but rather we're here to elevate and regenerate. We're here to be stewards of the breath for the rest of humanity. And so before we go into breathing a particular practice, I will point out, I'm going to invite you first to know a public service announcement, one that's rather important, but I have to mention it, that many people are holding back their coughs right now because you don't, maybe you're out in public, you want to be respectful. Obviously, you want to cover your mouth, but once you're in a safe space, I want to remind you not to let your subconscious buy in to the air is just not safe, and not to buy into I don't cough because it means I have something or I've contracted something. This is very important. Why? Because when you cough, that is one of the ways that we access the deep section of the lungs, the lowest part of the lungs. And so for us to know that now, so as you allow yourself to cough out there with your hand in front of your mouth or in a safe place, public service announcement, let that happen. It is a natural occurrence that will allow you to breathe deeper. If you've not been doing it, catch up. Have the allowance to let that through. Cough, drinking enough water. Let us accept that the amount of radiation we are swimming in, it's not going away anytime soon. And so public service announcement number 2, upgrade the amount of life force in you, so that the family can keep evolving the rest of us, the rest of your being. The breath must evolve so that we can contain and transmute. This is part of our evolution as a whole. And so I'm inviting it in today into your consciousness, that we evolve the spirit aspect, respiratory system, the ability for our tissues to carry energetics and foreign energetics, radiation that doesn't want to be there necessarily by the innate being, also needs water. So if you're underhydrated, this is the message to upgrade water, more life force, and allow yourself to cough. Thank you for listening. Now, let us enjoy a practice together. Let us breathe together. I'm going to invite you to use the classic conscious connected breathing in breath work. If you're not familiar with this, it's breathing all the way in, all the way out without pause at the top or the bottom. The pulling in of the breath with volition, the exhale, let it go nice and long. You might see, though, that sometimes we're pulling the inhale and letting the exhale with a little push. That's okay. You'll see me doing that. Join me and continue in motioning. No pauses between inhale and exhale. Inhale through the nose, out by blowing, if you would like to try that. You can sweep the hands through the chi field as we breathe in. You can blow out and push the hands away. I'm going to lead at the end of the circuit. We'll lead with something particular, holding out and holding in of the breath. And so before anything, chi will not move through a kinked area as well as will move through a flowed area and an open area. So please check with your posture. If you're sitting, if you've been sitting, check with the posture, and with excellent posture, shoulders down, muscles relaxed. Take a breath in here with me. Blow it out. I'm feeling we need to stretch first, so stretch it on up. Stretch up out of the shoulders, roll the shoulders if you'd like, roll the neck. If any of you have been sitting behind the screen for too long, although celebrate all the dance goodness that we had in the prior segments. All of you are probably pretty loose. Anybody that just joined us, maybe not, but checking in with posture now, with excellent posture. Breathing in, blow it out. Join me. Here we go. Speed it up a bit. Five, 4, 2 more, 1 more. Breathe it in, blow it out, hold it out. Breathe it in, blow it out, hold it out. Drop the arms, hold the air out, hold the body still. Notice the body isn't asking for air yet. You just gave it a bunch of prana, a bunch of chi. Breathe it in, hold it in. Here we go. Hold it in. Oak trees with us, tribes of the planet with us. Blow it out. And so if you feel yourself a steward of this evolution, feel the upgrade of our breath together. Feel into the field together. And join me here for one more round of that. Check in with your posture. Anybody feeling whatever you're feeling, welcome it home. That might be elevation and joy. But if it's not, we will welcome that into safety. And so checking in with yourself. Let's enjoy a round again of same thing, just about 30 breaths of blasting off, a hold out and a hold in. But this time, let's attune our intention. Regeneration right now to everybody on the planet that needs it. Right now. Right now, we blast right through this, which is this challenge. It has names. We call it a challenge. We put through right now, through this, what we're about to breathe. And so notice, this is a practice on the planet. We breathe together, we intend together, and we blast it out. Here we go, checking in with your posture. Elevate that posture, tuck of the chin, shoulders down. Here we go, breathe it in, blow it out. Let's elevate, here we go. Speed it up from here. Pull it in, blow it out, let it go. Breathe it in, blow it out. 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 3 more. 2 more. 1 more. Blow it out. Breathe it in, blow it out, hold it out. Hold it out. Attune your attention to peace on the planet and feel. Lucid family, we're about to celebrate and lift it up even higher. But as you breathe, intend. Fill consciousness with that which we want to create in this world and regenerate. Breathe it in, hold it in. Hold it in. Happy World Breathing Day from all around the planet. breath workers shining this power. Feel it. Blow it out. Celebration. I want to just say in closing, family, breathe with the tribe all over the planet in the world breathing room whenever you get a chance. Throughout the entire festival, log in, breathe with the family, intend. At the top of the hours, there's 1 minute where the intentions come towards you and we attune an intention at a time. Thank you so much, Lucid. Beautiful family. I'll see you in November. Woo!
Thank you,
Big
brother.
love.
That's amazing. Thank you for providing the platform that you are so that the whole planet can come together and breathe as one. That's doasone.org.
Yes.
I'm super excited. Thank you so much, brother. That was beautiful. We're going to move
brother.
into commercial.
Blessings.
We'll be right back.
We rise.
As the light of the world rises beneath our feet, the waking day calls us. Am I ready to wake up? Am I ready to rise from dreaming to being the dreamer? Am I ready to cross the threshold, to be the I who is ready, to feel the passion? Or am I the passion, ready to be felt? Am I simply human, seeking to feel? Or am I pure feeling, exploring what it means to be human? Am I celebrating this material reality? Or is this reality celebrating me? Am I discovering these elements in me? What if everything is me, reflecting me? Am I the blessing, or am I the blessed? If I was watching myself from above, what's the me that I would see?
Today, make a brand new choice. The choice to be an ambassador of the heart, an ambassador of love, an ambassador of peace.
All right, welcome back, y'all. Super excited for this opportunity to still be able to connect with Lucidity and with all the tribe, all the Lucid fam. It's been my honor and pleasure to be your MC this morning. I'll be turning that over to Wolfie, who's been running all of our platforms, keeping us going here, doing a spectacular job. Lots of behind the scenes things that you guys have no idea what's going on. Multiple people in multiple rooms and green rooms, making sure that people are lined up and ready and that audio and video are all working properly. So it's been a fantastic production to be a part of. Super excited for everybody's participation and interest. The Zoom room's been full the entire time. It's just really great. So we've had great mornings so far. We're going to be moving into some time with our Lucidity Mythos Oracles for the art of divination in times of uncertainty. We've got Jeannie with us and a handful of our oracles. I know we have Roxanne, Deity, Faith. I'm probably missing one or two, but I'll introduce Jeannie and she'll be able to take it on from here.
Oh, wrong one. Here we go. That's Thea.
Hi, this is Thea. There's another Jeannie.
Yeah, we should change the
Hi
Jeannie.
there.
Hi,
Hey,
welcome,
everybody.
Jeannie.
Welcome. We are just as excited to have all of the oracles here today. We have a lot of really talented professional oracle readers, and we thought that being open to sharing a little bit of how we each work might interest some other people in learning a little bit about how to do oracling or tarot reading. And we have 5 different elemental oracles that we're going to be listening to today. The first one that is on deck is Faith Mystic. She is the Oracle of Spirit, representing for us. So let's see if we can get Faith on here. Hi, Faith.
Asha. Hello, lovers.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
What do you have to share with us today?
The soulfulness of the moments that we have, not only with our families, but with our souls beings, is expanding into the realms that exist around us. Obviously, we are having to be at home, having to be nestled close, but putting our energy and our intentions in as we are being in these places is extremely important, as each of us are transforming. Each of us have transformed so much so that we are nothing compared to what we were in 2012. Being said that, now we have the abilities that we came through with because we are no longer triggered by the untruth of what exists. We are able to easily tap into the truth of what exists now and what we are accepting as sustainable solutions. Part of the sustainable solutions you're being guided is to tap into your actual spirit, into the core of the light that you began as. And to all creation, we are all connected with this light. Our souls within every living creation has this light. In every element, in every realm, in every single planet home, we soulfully are family. Now, raising our vibrations are raising the vibration together. You are being asked to be true to your soul's path, the true destiny that you were created with. To not allow distractions or expectations or limitations to change the way that you feel or who you are. Do not allow limitations of your soul's development and transformation as you have been cracked wide open. Allow thy being to shine and to soulfully connect, feeling safe and ready. You're being asked to no longer pretend the truth, to come out of hiding, to allow your eyes, sight, to be the way that you decide and move. Your soul promises you that it will be safe. our spirit promises you that you are safe. We are safe and we are not alone. Be true.
Thank you.
Masha, Mashallah, thank you also.
Would you be open to a few questions?
I think they.
I guess thank you so much for that beautiful opening for our oracles. We really, Faith has been with us for so many years at the Lucidity Festival, sharing all of her gifts so openly. So thank you, Faith.
Jeannie, do you have the Facebook stream open? Because I'm hearing an echo from you. So if you have volume on the live stream, can you turn it down, please? Thank you.
I can put earphones in too. Is that better? Is that better?
I'm still hearing you, so I'm not sure where it's coming from, if it's coming through you or possibly coming in.
Okay. I can try and get my headphones on. But while I'm doing that, how about if we introduce Deity? She is our Oracle of Fire. Deity, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hi, welcome. Beautiful.
Thank you.
So you're coming in as an Oracle of Fire. Can you tell us, what does that mean to be an Oracle of Fire?
Well, I've always resonated with the element of fire. So my sun sign, naturally Sagittarius, and as a fire sign, we tend to have a lot of energy, a lot of creative source energy that needs to be channeled in some sort of way. So an enemy of the fire sign is boredom, is stagnation. We need to keep moving. We need to keep creating because that's who we are. And so a lot of times when I'm doing readings for people, I tend to attract those who are on a spiritual path, who might not know it yet, or who have experienced things such as deep levels of empathy, high sensitivity, psychic abilities, and might not have been really nurtured or supported in that. I attract a lot of people who are misfits or outcasts, but very creative types. And what I feel that I'm meant to do here is to help those to find their path, to come back into alignment when they're feeling out of balance, when they're not feeling like themselves. Because in reality, we are essence, as Fate said, we're spirit. And what we need to do is just to remove those blinders that keep us from accessing this truth. There's a lot of illusion here on this planet right now, and a lot of that is falling away. And when we are at home, we are faced with ourselves in a way that it could be very difficult. And without the right type of support, without the right type of guidance, we replay the same patterns over and over again. And these are the things that I see when I am giving a reading for someone. Not only using the cards, I tap into the person's energy with their permission, and I can see their timeline, like things that have affected them in the past, things that are in the present now that they might or might not be aware of, and then steps that they can take in order to remove these blockages, to find balance and come back into that alignment so that they can feel truly authentic to themselves and ignite that inner fire, so to speak, and move forward from there. Are you there, Jeannie? Well,
Hi there, can you hear me now?
There you are. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great. I was trying to get that out. So that's really beautiful. I love hearing sort of how you tune in. Can you say a little bit about what are the tools to kind of clear that? Like, how does somebody get a clearing of the dark energies or whatever? What does that mean exactly?
Sure. So When we think about light and dark, a lot of times there's a tendency to kind of judge the darkness and to kind of try to shove it in the corner and say, no, like, I shouldn't be feeling negative right now. Like, I just want to radiate positivity and, be with the light. And that's good. But we have to acknowledge the darkness. We have to acknowledge what makes us uncomfortable, the real aspects of ourselves, any jealousy, any anger, any sadness. And what that requires is radical acceptance and nurturing, not shunning or suppressing. So when we come to accept the dark aspects of ourselves, we become a lot more whole. And what that entails is meditation, is consulting with people who have walked this path before. It's not a very mainstream practice, I would say. Where in schools we tend to lean towards more of that rational side, the intellect, progress, growth. Instead, this is more of that introspective, that stillness, that meditative sort of practice that we're learning to cultivate now in this time. And lucidity is this perfect place where we can explore these themes very openly and celebrate them. So I would say having a consistent meditation practice where you're looking within and carrying that forward in your everyday life where you're aware of how you're feeling. And not only that, being able to express that with people that you can surround yourself with that are supportive. A lot of times when we are around people who might not be as open or might not be receptive to our energy, we tend to feel invalidated and not loved. And those are the types of people that are reflecting to us the people we don't really want to be around. And those, I always feel we attract those that reflect what's inside of us. So there's been times where I had to let go of certain friends or certain ideas of relationships that weren't serving me anymore because that represented a past part of myself. And when we take stock and just are completely aware of what's going on within us, I journal every day, every night, and reflect on the things that have happened the day before, reflect on my relationships, reflect on how I've changed and what I'm grateful for. That's given me this solid foundation of just being self-reliant and not completely like shunning people out and saying, no, I can do this on my own. But being reliant means not being codependent and relying on other people to tell you, how to think or how to be, but letting yourself be that truth for you. So that has taken some time for me to cultivate. Been meditating and doing this practice for about 8 years. And I went from someone who was just completely negative in my thinking all the time, suffering from depression and health issues, to just being in this path of wanting to be of service, of connecting with those who might not understand what's going on and letting them know that there is great power in them if they look within, if they really cultivate that self-love for themselves.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Wow. I really appreciate hearing a little more of your story and sort of what mindset you come from. And, I think we all find this particular work from unique paths, but usually they're from some kind of self-growth. So thank you so much for being here. And I'm really looking forward to November and doing some more long-term oracle readings. Also, I want to mention that the oracles will be having open breakout rooms after this session. We'll be doing it 2:30 to 10:30 tonight. We have a separate Zoom room, and so we'll be posting the link on the Lucidity website. But yeah, we're all looking forward to doing individual readings with you. So next we have coming up is we have Roxanne. Roxanne's also been one of our oracles a couple of years in a row here. Roxanne is representing the Oracle of Air, Oracle of Breath. There she is, that a beautiful, beautiful entry there. Hi, Roxanne.
Good to see you, Jeannie.
Great.
Hi, everyone out there.
So can you share with us a little bit about how you do readings? Sort of what is it that exactly you do, and how do you integrate air or the Oracle of Breath? What does that all mean?
Well, the Oracle of Air is all about breathing in and coming into yourself in the present moment. So that's really a lot of how I work with people too, is just being really present with them, being present with what's going on for them, with what questions they have, what they're seeking, and being a conduit for messages from spirit, their guides, their ancestors, and calling upon that support network for them and bringing them messages for to support their path and their journey in this life. And that's how I work with people. I use different tools as well, whatever seems appropriate for the moment and for the person, um, from tarot to oracle cards to Reiki, stones, and sometimes even messages come through to suggest like plant medicines or certain practices that will support them in either clearing or furthering their path.
What's your favorite method? What's your favorite?
My
Do you like to
favorite
do
methods?
cards or what? Yeah. What's your favorite method?
Well, I love just being with people, like being present with people, and like allowing their story to come forward and looking at the symbols and the metaphors
Do you have
that
do
are
you have a
themes.
particular I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh,
Go ahead.
that's okay. Go ahead.
Is there a particular card that you like, a deck that you like, or a particular card that you really resonate with? And can you tell us about that?
Sure. Well, I generally use the Aquarian deck. I really like that. And of course, Aquarius is a sign of air, even though they are the water bearers. And we're also in the time of Aquarius right now. And we can really see that as we see people expressing themselves individually and bringing that to the collective. And I think that deck is just beautiful too, as art, because it's Art Deco, and it's something I love visually. And then I also began my journey with learning tarot from an art background, and then into meditation. And the cards that I meditated on were the top deck, and I love the story behind that deck as well, because Aleister Crowley um, partnered with another woman, and I'm forgetting her name right now, but he had the messages coming through, and then she did the artwork, and so it was a beautiful collaboration to even bring that deck forth, and using it as a tool for meditation and looking at the stories and the um, messages and themes and symbols that were brought up um, through their process, that connects to this ancient wisdom, is something that we can still do today. It's connecting the past with the present and
Mm-hmm.
supporting the future.
Mm-hmm. So it's almost like you're seeing pictures that they've drawn on the cards that are stories that might match with your life now, for example, and you weave those two concepts together for a reading of like what's happening for them now is according to what cards they pick and what it says on the pictures.
Correct. And then also,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes even asking the person like what's coming up for them when they view this card, because it's very important to me that people tap into their own intuition and develop those skills so that they can see these signs and symbols happening in their life as well, that are sort of, to me, winks from the universe that are like, you're on the right path right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's a question. You said so you could support people to tune into their intuition, and you put your hand like right around your solar plexus. Like, tell me, what does that mean to help someone tune into their intuition for people who like, is it a thought? Is it a body thing? Like, what does that mean to you to help someone tune into intuition?
Well, tuning into the intuition is sort of making that connection with the divine, like with our higher self, or, people come from many different perspectives of what the divine or the universe or God is. But that connection with that is what's really important. And for different people, they operate in different ways. There's actually, if you follow human design, or some of these other methods of sort of seeing how we operate, each person kind of has a different operating system. So it's important to get to know yours. For mine, the solar plexus is important and the gut. So like when I tap into like my intuition, it's like feeling those energies and like, what's feeling in alignment or right for me. And then you can also like do it with your third eye. Yeah, there's different people, like everyone has their own operating system for what areas in the chakras are most activated for them to tap into.
Okay, so I'm just gonna play like I don't. I just have some questions for you. What's the third eye? What does that mean?
Okay, so your third eye chakra is right here. It's the pineal gland, so it's like in the middle of your brain. Actually, it's connected here, and a lot of people say that is the portal, the opening to your higher consciousness.
Okay, nice. Well, it's been really lovely talking with you and getting to know how you work. It's been really fun over the years too, working with you as an oracle,
Thank you.
and I'm glad you could join us. And you're going to be taking part in the breakout rooms afterwards at 2:30. Okay,
Yes.
so we can do personal readings with you. People can call in and into the Zoom room, and that would be fabulous. All right. Well,
Yes, I'd
thank
love to
you.
be of service. And if anyone has questions and wants clarity on things, then please come be present with me, and we will see what the ancestors and what spirit has to say to you.
Nice. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, this has really been pretty fun to see everybody. Been isolated, so it's nice to join with all my girls, and we're going to have quite a few people in the room afterwards doing readings. And today we're just here to try to share a little bit about how we work as oracles. We've had people over the years that wonder what is it that we're doing? How are we tapping into information? Where does it come from? What are the tools that we use? So we have a number of different people here today. We've got Molly Ann Money is coming up next, and she's here today representing the Oracle of the Well, which is connected with the element of water and lucidity. So let's see if we can get Molly here. Nice. So tell us a little bit about you. I mean, you've got a lot of interesting things going on. You're an oracle, and tell us about all the things that you do.
Well, my background is really in comedy, but as an oracle reader, I love the tarot. And why I love the tarot is because originally I came to divination really through astrology, and I'm obsessed with astrology. But what tarot does better than any other kind of divination tool, I believe, is provide, first of all, people in the modern age with a picture-based storytelling medium, which is really helps people to clue into the messages. And also tarot innately also inhabits many other different kinds of divination. So built into tarot is astrology, built into tarot is numerology, built into tarot is Greek mythology, blah, 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 blah. So tarot encompasses kind of a lot of everything and gives you a lot of options when you're reading for people. So for me, I like to use what I call the math of tarot because I'm really practical and I like facts. Facts. But then I also bring to it my intuition and a comedy background. I think it should be fun. But because I really study the tarot and I study all these tools, I feel like I'm giving you the messages I think are important to you, because there are lots of ways that you can interpret each and every card. So it's about what's coming through for you in the moment based on the metaphors that are on the table. And to speak to, sorry, about the Oracle of Water, water is the elemental emotions. So when we're doing tarot through water, we're looking at your emotions, why you're feeling this way. Perhaps it might have something to do with love, but it doesn't have to be romantic love. It could be love for yourself. It could be love for what you're doing in this life. It could be love for your family. And so we'll explore that deeper.
That's great. And you also, I know you did some workshops last year with some other women that you work with. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, I'd love to. So I'm one of the co-founders of the Modern Witch Movement. We are an organization that is helping to initiate young fledgling witches that don't know where to start and giving them some thought leadership, offering some circle and experience and events for witches that have been doing it for a long time but want to build some community. And then we're also actively attempting to connect covens around the world so that our community builds, we can connect, we can share our magic with each other.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. It's really, I really liked what you had to say at your workshops. It was just really practical information, things that we do all the time.
Yeah. And one thing I wanted to say about tarot specifically for me and how I approach it is I don't think that I'm telling anybody anything they don't already know. Sometimes I can predict the future, but that might be coincidence. Who knows? But what I'm really doing is offering you a different point of view on the story that is already running in your head over and over and over again through a series of potentially very beautiful pictures that offer up metaphors that you haven't explored before.
Nice. And are you going to be joining us afterwards for doing the breakout
Absolutely. I'm
rooms?
so happy to help people, anybody out there who just has some questions or maybe never had a tarot reading before and just wants to know what's that about.
Great. Thank you so much. It's nice to see you and fun playing with you on here.
Thanks for having me.
All right, great. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We have one more oracle. We have the Oracle of Home. Oracle of Home is in the realm of Earth. So we want to get a hold of Christine. Christine Ha has been doing readings here in Santa Barbara for a lot of years. Christine, are you around? There she is. Hi there. I think you're muted. Let's see.
Hi, yes, I'm here. So I'm Christine Marie. My last name is Hoff, but I usually go by my middle name, Christine Marie. And yes, I've been reading tarot here in Santa Barbara for several years, since 2015 at Paradise Found. And I'm representing the element of Earth today for the oracles, and which is quite fortuitous because I truly believe that as spiritual beings, we are also have chosen this human experience, and as human beings, we are anchoring the spirit to the matter, and this beautiful planet that we're on, this Mama Gaia, we're embodying her. We are part of her, and so to anchor into our bodies. And anchor that light in here to this planet and help this shift that's happening is really one of the major reasons for my work that I've discovered is my work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say a little bit more about that. How did you come into doing tarot or doing readings?
As a child, my mother gave phone readings, psychic phone readings, which was kind of funny
Wow.
in the 80s. And I never actually thought I was intuitive, but I was told by many people that I was. And I was always a very sensitive being, very empathic. And I started dabbling in tarot in college, but it kind of scared me. Some of the images freaked me out. I didn't like them. And then in my 20s, I started with working with Reiki energy. That was my first healing energy experience. Before that, after that, I anchored into some massage work, acupressure, Chinese meridian energy systems. And then I did a whole series of energy training and energy work at the Academy of Intuitive Medicine up in Sausalito. And so really getting super comfortable with the energy bodies, with a couple different modalities, and then sort of having different tarot cards, different tarot decks, exploring them. People would give me them. I would buy the ones I thought were interesting. What happened to me in 2011 was a huge transformation where everything fell apart and I had to restart something new. And the deck that I work with right now, the Sun and Moon Tarot by an artist named Vanessa DeCourt, found me at a reading when I was working with some flower essences for Star Essence here in town. I was at a trade show, and this deck found me, and the death card for that deck is a phoenix rising from the ashes with either
Nice.
becoming a woman or holding a woman. And I had had a powerful phoenix dream in 2011, and so it just spoke to me. And since then, I picked up the deck and all the images. I was also a Waldorf kindergarten teacher. I've been steeped in storytelling and mythology, and I also worked at Pacifica Graduate Institute, so there was a lot of depth psychology and mythology and archetypes. So all of these things come out in this deck that I found, that found me, speaks all those languages, and I like the whimsicality of the deck. And so I would just read for people and read and read and read and read and read. And what I found for the deck for myself is that this deck, while I do read the cards and the images, it offers me a neutral playing ground, a neutral place to bring forth the messages that are coming from spirit, from our higher selves. I don't do future divination. I don't go into it in that way. I see it as an opportunity to reframe the different perspectives that we have had and that we hold now, and to transform our way of looking, and to really bring in the energies. My goal in terms of doing readings is to help people sort of clear the fog and anchor into themselves. And that sometimes when we reframe stories and we help ourselves see things in a more loving way, once we are able to love ourselves and connect in with I would almost say the nurturing mother, that nurturing energy of the earth, once we allow that for ourselves, it's easier to make the changes that we want to make gently.
Great. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. And I really love the phoenix behind you too. It's really a nice setup. It's I love to see everyone literally in their elements now, right? We see everyone in their homes, and I know we've got a virtual art going on here on my end. But thank you so much for being here and for grounding us all, and for just being this really strong, feminine, tuned in, intuitive sister. I know I feel really connected with you, and this has been a great journey in these last couple of years through lucidity. So thank you.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure, and it's why I'm here. It's nice to know that this is what it's about. I've been training for this. All right, let's go.
Yes, exactly. All right. So we may have a little bit of a closure with one more person here. I just wanted to
Did you have a question for me, Judy? You said you wanted to ask me, and you didn't ask me any questions about what I read yet. Hi, honey.
Exactly. Yeah, I did. I wanted to tune into you. Let's see if we can spotlight you. There you are. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, you had such a great opening for us. And I wanted to ask you what you do for yourself to be clear and to get information, and then what is it exactly, how do you know when information is coming to you?
Since I came through as a miracle, so that's why my name is Faith. I was able to inhabit the womb of the family. They went to a place called Trinity to pray for a miracle, and I came through. And the family and the temple accepted me as a seer from the very beginning, as well as a prophet, someone to sing and minister to them. So from the very beginning, I've always been this way. I've danced with angels. I work with many realms. I trusted them more than those who taught at our schools. I sang before speaking. I sang the early languages. I remember the beginning. So I have a memory of all of that, and I'm always connected to the multi-realms and to the beings who are present. And I naturally see, but I've been working with others to be able to see. I've been opening their eyes, because as children, they covered them. They were afraid to see the ones who came to them. And so the way that I've been reteaching them is the activation pose. So the chin up, wings up, or shoulders up, shoulders back. And so you're gonna arch this area right here, should be arched, and it should look like this. And the way that we begin it is we put the 2 fingers into the crown, where the crown meets the neck, and put your chin up, and right where your your wings are in that point, drop them. And that's instant protection. So that bubble allows you to have clarity, complete discernment. It's easy, it's very fast, and it's super fast healing too. So you don't have to go seek someone else to heal your soul. It's instant, and that's also your light. And so I've been working with that to teach others, to help them open and activate. I've been teaching activation poses regularly,
Beautiful.
along with myself as well. But the clarity, I wake up, I dream of them. It's always there. It's always been there for me. And I've always been this way, but I see each of thee, and I see that each of thee also was created with sight and feeling, but you were taught to use other areas of your crown, and to do other things. You had others who had expectations and limitations on thee, and so now is about freedom. Did I answer your question?
Nice. Yeah, you did. You did.
Okay,
And
good.
I think we were all in this room doing that pose with you, and my earphones even fell out. So I love that. We'll practice that some more, and just got to get a feel for what it is, how faith takes it in. So yeah, thank you. I'm so glad that we could have you join us for this last couple of minutes here. We're going to be transferring over. Again, we are going to have open readings. We're going to have a breakout room. Hopefully we'll have a link posted on the Lucidity site. Just thinking now as we're ending, that I just wanted to thank all the oracles and Lucidity Festival. This has been really a lot of fun for getting all of us non-computer people up to speed with these backgrounds. So thank you so much, and we will see you guys in the break room afterwards.
So good, so good. Thank you, Jeannie. Let's see those hands up emojis and all the chats for Jeannie and the amazing group of oracles. I love all those cool virtual backgrounds. We've got some great virtual backgrounds that are going to be getting sent out so that you can feel like you're in Lucidity as well. Some cool videos and whatnot. Thank you so much. We're going to be going to Ethos, De Leon, and Stephanie in just about 5 minutes here. We're going to have a great conversation about unweaving the gender reality and really just challenging what we know and what we understand. So thank you so much. I'm Wesley Wolf-Bear Pinkham. Thanks Metatron for hosting the first third of the day. I'll be hosting the rest of the afternoon before we get into music. And let's see a little commercial break, and maybe we'll do it in the fun Steve TV, and we'll see y'all in just a second.
Festival is a ritual of togetherness. Festival is magic.
What I love about Lucidity is that I know that from the ground up, it's very intentional, the way that everything's done, and there's a lot of heart put into the whole thing.
There's a meta-narrative happening here about who we are and where we're going, and the only way that we get there is together.
The most precious gift of them all is merely to be alive and to be in this amazing skin.
It provides a great laboratory to practice being who you are authentically.
Lucidity Festival is all about being aware. So to be lucid is to be awake and aware.
I think Lucidity asks the question, where are you going and how do we help you get there?
I feel like people are encouraged to really express themselves and to grow and to push themselves to be fully themselves and to be unique and to be weird and to be radiant. And I think that's very much aligned with what we're talking about.
We're all an integral piece of this puzzle that is building the bigger picture for the really important social change that we're working on implementing here at the festival and getting our wheels turning on how we can take that home with us.
Great, Scott. Lucidity 2020, here we all are. So good to see you all back. We have the wonderful Ethos De Leon.
Can't hear you, Wolf Bear.
All right, well, let's make sure that you can hear me. All right, can you hear me there in the Zoom room, y'all? Got a thumbs up?
Yeah, we got you now, brother.
All right, love you all. Thank you for everyone for being here. So let's go ahead and bring in Stephanie and Ethos. Go ahead and unmute yourself. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. We'll send the spotlight back and forth between the two of you, and you also have share screen privileges, I believe. And thank you so much for being here. Oh, and also we will have a little Q&A towards the end of this. So send in some questions into whatever chat you're watching this on, and we'll collect those and have a little bit of time for Q&A at the end. Okay, bye.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Wolf Bear. Hey, Lucidity world. This is wild. I am Stephanie with my co-host, Ethos.
Hey y'all, thank you so much, first off, all the producers from Lucidity for the quick turnaround time to get this virtual event in 2 weeks. It's absolutely incredible, and I know that it takes a lot of work, especially figuring out the technology to make this happen. So as one of our wonderful Lucid University leaders says, gratitude comes first. So big shout out to Wolf Bear, Metatron, and all of you Lucid fam for putting this together. So before we get started, Steph and I always like for us to harmonize together and take 3 deep breaths. So I'm going to invite you all to close your eyes with us and take a deep inhale in and exhale out. Deep inhale in, sipping in just a little bit more than the last one, and audibly exhale it all out. Last one, really make this inhale count. Deep inhale in, even more than the last 2 breaths, so your chest is wide out, and exhale it all. Thank you all for doing those breaths with us. I'm Ethos. It's really an incredible honor to be here today with you all. I've been a part of the Lucid family and art temple for the last 3 years, and it's absolutely incredible to share something I'm so passionate about in life experiences with this community. And it's my honor to also have Steph here right next to me presenting this workshop.
So excited to be presenting for our Lucid family today, reaching everybody, even though I know the social distancing has really created this interesting dynamic for all of us. As somebody born and raised in Santa Barbara, this community has been just so near and dear to my heart that this is really my family, literally and festival-wise. So our talk today is about reweaving the gender reality. So I want to preface this for folks by offering it as a exploration with curiosity as your companion, that we're looking to just examine some of the ways in which we relate to ourselves, our external world, trying to shed some light on some of the internal stories that we have, and again, making an invitation to just be a little more expansive around some of the identities that we hold. We want to hear your questions as well, and we will try to maintain a little time at the end for some Q&A. And so if you have any questions while we're presenting, whatever platform you're watching on, just submit those in, and then Wolf Bear will be able to pull those in, and we'll have some time to answer some of those.
So for me, I'm a very visual learner, and I know Steph is also, and I felt called to give you all a visual experience of the essence of what we're talking about. So I'm going to share with you all a 5-minute movie video that I created. And yeah, I hope you all enjoy. Wolfbear, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear the audio when I play?
Okay. I'm not hearing any audio. I'm not hearing any audio on it.
I hear it just a little bit, Ethos.
There we go. We're good.
Better.
There you go.
Dance on this ground, the rhythm of sex to carry the sound. We'll pray for the young, for the one yet to come. May you walk in beauty and remember your song. Blessed we are to dance on this ground, with the rhythm of sex to carry the sun. We'll pray for all love and the days yet to come. May you walk in beauty and remember your song. Remember why you came here. Remember your life is sacred. Remember why you came here. Remember your life is sacred. Ay, ay, Said we all dance on this ground, the rhythm of space to carry the sound. Pray for the earth, the ones yet to come. They walk in beauty, with laughter and song. Said we all dance on this ground, the rhythm of space to carry the sound. Pray for all love is yet to come. May you walk in beauty, remember your soul.
Thank you, Ethos, for creating that moving piece. There's so much in it for those of us who are visual that really, for me, when I first saw this video, the takeaway was so visceral in terms of the way we come into the world as these incredible, magical beings, and so quickly have our external world either minimize that magnificence or reduce how expressive we can be. How much can you show your light inside? That oftentimes, I know for myself, my experience coming into the world very quickly showed me that there are versions of yourself that are accepted and there are versions of yourself that are not. And one of the big things that brought Ethos and I to this conversation was a mutual experience of seeing a missing link for us in the conscious community, and a lack of vision towards folks who identify as gender fluid, as not on the binary, or as some other form of gender expression, either in the LGBTQ community or something that maybe we haven't even uncovered yet. And we both had an experience of seeing a lot of folks doing an outreach regarding coming to women's circles or men's circles, but we weren't seeing any options for circles for folks who didn't identify as man or didn't identify as woman. And so we came together and thought, well, we'd like to create a conversation about this missing link, about the lack of encouragement and direct openness towards this community. And so we have a handful of questions that we'd like to ask you all regarding your experience with your environment, your body, your gender identity expression. And Ethos, is there anything you want to add before we jump into questions?
Yeah, I want to first thank you all for receiving that video. I will admit I made it last night, and it was supposed to just be a few clips of my friends' cartoons, because ultimately what we've found in this journey since we began to create this project was that even in the LGBTQ community, we're still not really getting underneath the surface of what human existence is, what human essence is. And we've been in such a deep illusion of separation for thousands of years that right now what I feel is deeply has been happening in this country and in this world is that we've been shedding and having a deep purgation of all the things that truly are not ours, which in shamanism is called apophatic knowledge. And for me, that video represents my journey, and I feel like a lot of journeys that our spirit, that great spirit and Pachamama has asked of us to engage on. And ultimately, then like once as you shed this idea of self or everyone else's idea of self and you don't call that you, what then? What happens then? We haven't really seen a system or a holistic structure that takes the dualities, that takes Western and Eastern and puts it together. We're slowly seeing that collaboration, that grafting of wild wisdom. We see that in the gene keys. And that's essentially what Steph and I are doing, but in regards to gender and that lens of how to actually understand the pieces of yourself. And that's what that video was. So as Steph mentioned, this part's interactive because we plan on having a really interactive workshop at Lucidity. So we're taking it to Zoom. So for those of you that are on Zoom or anywhere in your chat, drop a 1 in the chat if you relate to these questions, if this is something that you're like, yes, this is me, or drop a 2 if you don't relate when we make these statements. So Steph, you want to go ahead and start us off?
Thank you for that. Excellent. So again, folks, 1 if you relate, 2 if you don't. And I want to just also remind you that we are proposing these questions from a place of softness, from a place of curiosity, and really inviting you to be open and to just take a moment with each one. So question number 1, you have a body. 1 if you relate, 2 if you don't.
2, you exist in this realm some days.
3, you have questions about gender, sexuality, and human experience.
4, you have a gender identity.
5, you have a sexual orientation.
6, what are you still learning about? You are still learning about your gender, sexuality, and human expression.
7, you have questioned how society influences your identities.
You have questioned your assigned gender.
You resonate with your assigned gender.
You were told to not play with the other's gender's toys when you were growing up.
You were told to dress more like an assigned gender expression.
You were told to act more like your assigned gender.
You were bullied for your clothing choices.
You're not marginalized for your clothing expression.
You were told you were weird for not being sexually active or celibate.
You experienced any shame around your body.
You have not felt at home in your body.
You have ever questioned your sexual expression outside of heterosexuality.
You have dealt with self-esteem challenges surrounding your identities.
And last one, you have ever been in a polyamorous open relationship or have had multiple partners.
Before we move past those, I want to just give folks a second to just like let all of those percolate. That was so many questions regarding experience, gender, assignment, environment, personal story, culture story, societal influences. There's so many tidbits in that. And so I'll actually invite you just to take one more breath. And that in those questions, what we're trying to highlight are some of the ways that we as a people have been trying to navigate our human experience. For myself, I have felt called to this discussion specifically regarding gender expression and sexual identities because I found out in the last 4 or 5 years how much privilege I was walking around the world with and had no idea. And it hit me so heavily to realize that I had unknowingly been participating in a structure and a culture that was oppressing people that I cared about. And what I want to highlight in sharing my story is the experience of shame that comes up for folks who sit in their privileged seat. That we all have different identities, both of privilege and of marginalization. But in this conversation, we're asking you to take a look at how you may have been either benefiting or not benefiting from the way our culture looks at values in regards to heteronormativity and the patriarchal binary. So those were a couple key words in there. And Ethos, I want to ask if you want to give them a sense of what heteronormativity and binary and patriarchy are before we jump into what those values are.
Yeah, so just to give a brief overview, once again, I'm a visual person, and I created a visual upgraded from my senior dissertation around explaining what heteronormativity is. So essentially, heteronormativity says that human expression exists only in one of two ways: that you are born in a male body and that you must express societal values around masculinity, or you're born only in a female body and you must express only femininity in the way that society says it should be expressed, and that your love and the way that you express your sexual energy and relations and intimacy with each other can only be heterosexual and monogamous. And this all falls within the lens of the patriarchy. And you may be asking us, why is this important? And I find, as someone who has experienced racism and homophobia and transphobia, and many of these phobias and isms out in this world, that I often feel not seen within the festival community, because if we're not able to to understand that power dynamics in the political sphere is also a direct reflective mirror of our spiritual experience, then we're missing something. We're missing a point. And Steph and I felt called to make this accessible and to provide a safe container for us to be able to talk about this. So for me, I want to start really general, because this country was built not on worshiping or idolizing or creating a culture around a monarch or the royalty. It was created based on values and a code. The Constitution, it's a code, it's an idea, it's a notion, right? And Merriam-Webster defines values that that they are important and lasting beliefs or ideals shared by members of culture, and what is good or bad and desirable or undesirable. And as we all know, as that we go down this spiritual path, that this idea of good or bad, undesirable or desirable is actually an illusion in itself. Because in reality, if all life is infinite and if the universe and the multiverse is infinite, then why can't humans express that also infinite expression? And that's also why it's so important to bring in the lens of queer theory, because that's exactly what queer means to queer theorists or to feminist theories or to LGBTQ studies. It means to be without definition. It means to be indefinite. And isn't that the whole point of life, is to not be identified with one thing, but to be able to play in the playground of life and to be this rainbow, expressive fairy, werewolf, mermaid, goddess, god, goddess, infinite divine being that you are, right? And that's where we want to get back to. And we also acknowledge that before we can even get to that point, we have to acknowledge the shadow. We have to be like, what's up, wounded inner child? I see you, I hear you screaming, I hear you begging for love, because the society told you you weren't worthy or enough to be loved, and you are. It's all a lie. And that's why we're here today. So yeah, Steph, I went on a little tangent there, so I want to bring it back to you.
It was so tasty though. Some of the values that Ethos is alluding to when we talk about values, we're looking specifically at what our culture in the US has encouraged as values that you should have if you're going to lead an acceptable life and this quote unquote good living. Some of those values, Ethos and I talked about it as we were building this, and we identified some of those as cisgenderism, which is you identifying with the gender that you were assigned at birth. Heterosexuality.
This is also a reminder that within this model is that there's desirable and undesirable traits. So we're talking about the desirable values within this system, within this lens, within this whatever you want to call it.
Thank you. And so within cisgenderism, what is desirable, what people see as a attractive quality to be exemplifying. So cisgenderism, heterosexuality, having heteronormative relationships, monogamy, that you have one partner and that you're with that partner forever. We see
That
this.
also, oops, sorry, I was coming in. It also means that there's a lot of shame around divorce or uncoupling. It's like when you're in love with someone, you're with that someone forever.
And that we've seen that shift over time, but still are able to notice the ties in which it's still challenging for a lot of folks to come away from that. The other one, some of the others that we discussed are biological sex, that there is a cookie cutter visual for what an attractive body looks like in regards to, again, the gender identities, the gender expression, that anything ambiguous or intersex needs to be erased, that it's not welcome. And also the battle of the sexes, that there is this like drastic separation, men are from Mars, women are from Venus, like women are soft and swooshy and men are strong and structured. That these values really reiterate and exemplify that visual ethos showed us of the binary and of heteronormativity, this black and white with this only single gray in between that really doesn't offer a lot of the colorful, perfect, thank you, ethos, a lot of the colorful expression that so many of us in the conscious community are experiencing. So we're wondering, as you're listening to this, what are the ways that you don't identify with some of these values? What are some of the areas that those things haven't actually worked for you, that in some ways maybe they've worked against you? I know for myself, as somebody that identifies from a more poly standpoint, that has created quite a challenging leap for me to be able to find acceptance within myself. But when I say acceptance within myself, I want to lead us towards how we start to learn our internal stories. That the German psychologist Bert Hellinger talks about these principles of love within our family system. And if we look at the family system as the culture that we exist within, then we start to see the one of his principles is loyalty. And we start to see that principle within our collective community and our culture as being incredibly valuable. That if you are not loyal to this system, this culture with its teachings, then we cannot encourage you or let you into our world of love. That we will only love you and you will only be part of this family if you continue to present with these values that we have set. And then when we look at human development, we see that infants and children, they gain a sense of themselves based on what their external world tells them they are. And that brings us back to this video ethos showed us, the atoms being created, they multiply, and we come out into the world as our infinite magical selves and beings. And then very quickly are told, actually, only thing X, thing M, and thing B are welcome here. Everything else you need to hide. And what this does is it programs this suppression within ourselves, a separating that I think for myself, I very much relate to, but I think also is incredibly important as we start to look at how the LGBTQ community and non-binary identifying individuals have really been left behind by so much of our movements.
I really love what you just said, Steph, because it actually sparked something that we haven't talked about at all. I don't know how many of you know about this book called Shambhala, The Sacred Path of the Warrior by Chogyam Trungpa, which is great because Steph went to Naropa. So it's really great synchronicity. And essentially in this book, he talks about creating an enlightened society. And he's like, what is this? What does this look like? And ultimately he says that that an enlightened society is one that is diverse and one that can radically accept all the diversity that exists in human expression. And not only that, right? Darwinism in general says that the species that's going to evolve and be around the longest are the most diverse, right? Think about the things that have been around the longest. They're the most diverse and have millions and millions and millions of versions of it. So what we're getting at now is just how abnormal it is to be told that you can only exist in two ways and express yourself in only two ways. And and it's just not, it just doesn't feel good. I feel for sister folks, for those that do identify, you know, within that realm, and parts of it doesn't feel good. Most of it doesn't feel good for queer folk. So the question is, what now? Right? Like what? Like, cool, we got this. We passed. We talked about what's not working for us, and I always like to talk about what now. What's the solution? Where do we go from here? I'm not gonna meet you here and then leave you here. So I created another graphic. I base everything, my entire life and everything since I learned around sacred geometry. And I see us as sacred geometry because the basic form of everything in this world is comes from this basic shape, the Genesis pattern from the flower, from a sphere. And ultimately that human existence is multiple spheres of existence. And I put 6 things that I felt is common for everybody, and that's the way that we experience sexuality, the way that we experience gender, which I evolved to understand that actually gender is our expression of archetypal energy. That when we're saying that we're feeling masculine or that we're feeling feminine, that we're actually just talking about energetics and how they get fractalized into the physical realm, right? I like to play personally archetype wise. I don't play too much in the masculine or feminine. I play more with like the wizard, the artist, the master creator. That's my gender. You ask me sometimes what my gender is, and I'm like, today I'm a wizard. Today I'm a shaman. I love to play with energy. Then the sex body. I don't call it biological sex because as we can tell, Western medicine is also distorted through the lens of the person creating that study. And we have found that there are intersex people and people that don't have pure male, whatever it means to have a pure male chromosome hormone body. And there's no such thing as that it's a spectrum of the way that we identify with our body. And to say that one has to be one way or the other doesn't work. So let's bring a new perspective around the sex body. The next one is spirituality. I want to say not dogmatic, indoctrinated, organized religion, but spirituality. Spirit exists. We have an experience of spirituality and whatever form that means, whether you call it quantum physics, whether you call it God, you call it vibration, the universe, the mystic law. We all experience something greater than us. And then I put personal legend and soul purpose because purpose is literally what fuels everything. And when we have purpose, we're happy, we're free, we're existing, right? And then the last one, because we are in a sacrificial generation and because we're healing the family, ancestral cycles, and karmas, and because DNA and epigenetics really happen, we're passing DNA down from one child to the next, that we get the opportunity to also end family ancestral cycles and karmas. And if not, we tend to become victims to them. And all these things make this multi-dimensional human being. Instead of saying that it's one or the other in the binary, it's actually this whole thing, this whole fractal universe. And then even within the gender, there's 7 more spheres within it. And then in each of those spheres, there's 7 more spheres that you can get more and more complex depending on how far you want to dive into your understanding of self. And ultimately, this is an invitation. This is an invitation for you all to be able to think of yourself as this infinite creator being that we all are inherently meant to be, and that we get the opportunity to feel into that sadness and to have the empathy and feel the shadow, then to transmute, to alchemize those low vibrations with the high vibrations by believing in yourself and having the deepest self-love and rising in love with yourself every single day. And that's what I got right now. So I'm gonna go back to you.
Again, it was just so tasty. There's so many pieces that I think you're hitting on, Ethos, that are really what we're trying to highlight here is are you asking yourself the question, of self-awareness in regards to your identities. Ethos, you're highlighting how we can use archetypes as the structures for moving our energy through that. Today I identify as a mermaid, and what does that mean for me can be different from day to day. I today want to be a magician. Today I'm going to exemplify the shaman. That actually using those archetypes allows us to shift away from using the uh, potentially oppressive structure of gender roles. And that what we're also proposing here is to examine the ways that your masculine and feminine energy are intermingling within yourself, or potentially that you don't actually identify with those terms. That is also um, what I want to highlight for folks, that you don't necessarily have to like those terms, that we are encouraging you to create your own terms, to explore and expand, and that we are here to answer your questions because so much of this is unknown. And it makes sense that it can feel overwhelming and confusing, and at times it can feel like you don't actually have a structure to hang on to because no one has given you one. That
No one has created one like this yet.
Exactly. Thank you. And for myself,
or a value system.
And I think that's what we are hoping to gain from this conversation as we open it up to folks is what are your values in regards to your identities? What are the things that you believe are true structures that you want to exemplify? And then are you building your larger energetic identity off of that? And is that really related to your gender expression or your sexual expression? That these can be creative outlets, but I know for myself, I've also experienced my gender as an oppressive outlet, that I have been treated differently because of my outward gender expression, and that I at times have very much struggled with the assigned title and the assigned norms that go with what gender is appropriate for me to be expressing. That on days that I don't want to have the world treat me as a presenting woman, how do I navigate around that? How do I sit in that place? And so much of what we're responding to is the level of discomfort that we're hearing within ourselves that we believe is also being experienced by many of you. And in this sense, it really brings us back to the belief of that we're separate, that we're existing in separate entities, that we are revolving around our own little loops, and we're wanting to come together. We're wanting to come together to have this conversation so that you don't have to feel like you're navigating this very complex topic alone. That you are having to ask yourself questions that fight against something that countries and cultures have been ingraining into people for generations, that my ancestors passed on their trauma lineage and their systems belief lineage, and that now inherited and manifested in different ways that I learned life was supposed to be lived. So what are the ways that we can help you navigate through this? And I know that we have resources and we want to have this conversation, and we also want to have a Q&A at the end. And so again, please submit your questions for these. I've already been seeing some come in, which is beautiful. Excellent. And
so Steph, I'm gonna get a little woo-woo on everybody here, because coming in after the mystics, I feel like it's a really safe space to do it. And ultimately, right, I've been figuring out that I'm a deep channel. You can see behind me, I channel and paint. I also channel through my words, and I channel through what's bringing this to you. And that was scary, because all of a sudden this dissolution of everything that I've known myself to be was gone, and no one was providing a holistic structure, not like a balance of flow and play that felt good to me. And not only that, there wasn't this queer lens that I needed to be a part of, because I've been this female bodied, masculine, expressive human being since I was 2 years old. I've been this way for that long. And what we're doing here is I've created this this structure of creating your own general values and principles, which are just energy anyways, that you can play around and have a foundation, right? Like some of my values: integrity, is consistency, is sacredness. And anytime that I fall out of those, my higher self is able to have accountability with who we are right now, and be like, hey fam, you fell out of integrity. What's up? Let's have a conversation about this. And that's our invitation, because as we dissolve ourselves, and as we create this new society in which we all want to be a part of, what what kind of values, systems, and structures can we make that balance out the feminine, that harmonizes with nature, that harmonizes with the sacred geometric intergalactic language that exists in all realms? And that's the questions that we're opening up. This is an ongoing discussion, as Steph said, and I feel this is a great time to open up to questions. And yeah, we're open to taking questions. Thank you all so much for being here with us. It's been such an honor. Wow, that's our first question. I'm excited to see the rest.
Yeah, wow. Thank you so much.
I love this community so much, because I've literally been talking about this for 2 weeks. So check this out. What we're ultimately talking about is a process. It's a spiritual journey process that I've identified, is that you have a spiritual journey. I imagine like a spiral, and that's not a linear journey. You have spiritual realization, you have a psychedelic experience, an ecstatic experience that absolutely changes and rocks your world. And this could be as subtle as being on this workshop and just having these questions coming through, to as legit as taking a heroic dose of LSD or going to sit in ayahuasca. And then what happens after that, what happens during those experiences, is that we're able to shed light on some of those things, those codings, those things that may not belong to us. But the only way that we know that they're ours or not ours is if we look at it and we have a conversation with it, right? So I've had this conversation around my gender for my entire life. And the only way that I've been able to get to this evolution is by constantly have a conversation about it with myself at the time. And now we're able to have communities to have this conversation. So after that what I call the identification step, there's the integration step. So that means that you have to integrate it through meditations, through self-care, through nutrition, through different modalities that make you feel full. And then from there is the evolution. And the evolution doesn't just happen right away. This is a spiral experience, right? Like it's gonna, maybe you don't get to the evolution right away, but you have to go through that psychedelic experience all over again, then the identification, and then the whole thing. Like I just did that this entire week, right? And then you go dance it out, then you go heal it, then you integrate it over and over and over again.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ethos, for the integration piece of how we can show up in different parts of our lives and really step into this identity as you feel like is needed. I really want to highlight a word that comes to mind for me is titration. That as we step into these new value systems and this new world that we're co-creating right now, titration is so important. And what that means is like putting a toe in the water and taking a toe out, putting a whole leg in the water and taking the leg out. That we're really wanting you to explore this, but I also want you to be in a place where you're able to regulate yourself. What are your resources? What are your support systems that encourage you to do this? some of the question I also heard this, how do I prepare my external world to be ready for me to come out as the magical individual I am? And my question would be about why it feels like I want my external world to be prepared. Do I feel prepared? Does my internal world feel ready to do this? And am I going out into a place that I feel I can be safe about this? That I want to also really acknowledge that there has been a history of violence in the LGBTQ community from folks who are not affiliated or understanding of what exactly individuals are practicing in their identities. And so as you're stepping out into your more true, honest expression, I want to make sure you're doing that in a way that you feel you are safe, that you feel like you have resources, that if you have a hard time with this, are you in a support group? Do you have friends who are also having this similar experience? Who can you talk to? And what kinds of support systems are in place for you?
Integration is so key, and just like really understanding what that process is, because any kind of dissolution of self, integration is just so key. And I feel like we covered that question pretty well. So thank you for asking that. That was incredible.
Great, excellent, thank you. We've got a question from Pumpkin here in the Zoom chat, and Pumpkin was wondering, what would you say to someone that's struggling with the societal expectation if we do not fit into the widely thought of androgynous stereotype of non-binary, right? There's a lot of different ways that non-binary can express, and so for people that maybe are not so androgynous, how do they fit into this struggle?
I think what first comes to mind for me is creating a system within yourself to allow your different parts and different identities to have a conversation with each other. Ethos and I really like to do a letter writing activity in our workshop, where you are, for example, writing a letter from your masculine energy to your feminine identity, but that you could shift those titles to whatever feels most potent to you. Is it your inner child and your wizard identity? Are those what need to have a conversation? How do you start to allow the different parts of yourself to all show up and intermingle with each other? Because once we're able to treat our internal selves as a family, then we're able to start to kind of look outwards for ways that that is mirrored. I think a lot of times we hear this statement of, you know, like building your internal story more and more, like self-love builds love out in the world, something like to that extent. And that is a little bit of what I'm hinting towards, but I am also curious as to what kinds of resources we are actively looking for out in the world. What kind of groups are you a part of? Who is in your circle of friends that you are talking to about this? I think for myself, getting to talk to Ethos about this has been so cathartic for me and so healing in itself to be able to have somebody say, yeah, I see you. I understand that. I can understand that confusing experience. And I also want to normalize that feeling of struggle in regards to our general society. It is frustrating. It is incredibly frustrating to see how slowly it's moving in response to the way so many of us feel. I know that I feel, and that I think sometimes it can feel very cliche to say you're not alone, but that indeed Ethos and I are here today to say something to that extent, that there are communities having this conversation, and we are here to really promote that.
And particularly us leading the conversation. And I want to say too that there's a big re-education, shifting the narrative that needs to happen. Steph and I have created this project in order to address that, because ultimately what you're saying, you're still seeing, Pumpkin, is the binary linking that your gender expression is tied directly to your sex body, and that's simply not true. And that's what queer theory says, is that it's all separate entities and that they can be whatever they want to be, whatever day that you choose them to be. And that that if you wake up and you're a wizard and you feel a little bit more feminine, that you can go wear a dress regardless if you have a penis or a vagina. It doesn't matter. You can be whoever you want to be. And then if other people have problems with it, for me, that's a sign that they simply don't belong in your life, and you could be grateful for the relationship and be like, look, thank you so much for being a part of my life. And also, if you can't see this part of me and honor this within me, I have to set a boundary that that's not okay. That's okay too, because you're a divine being and you're so worthy to have boundaries expressed and honored. And that if folks aren't meeting you where you're at, you have every right to just be like, this isn't okay with me anymore. And because you can't be sensitive to who I am and who I'm growing to be. And that's a really hard journey. That's been a really big journey of mine. And ultimately though, like, your boundaries are really important. So like, if someone continues to misgender me after I've let them know, like, hey, my pronouns are they, them, we're gonna have a conversation maybe 2 times. I'm like, I'm good, thank you so much, because you deserve to be seen.
Ethos, or Stephanie, what's maybe like a mantra that relates to that identity and that strengthening of the self in this journey? What is something that maybe a short sentence that you might be saying to yourself in those moments?
Oh, I already got mine. It's been
I know, right away.
so daunting. I was like, oh,
Jump
mine
in.
all week. Mine is, I always do I am mantras for about 20 minutes, repeated over and over in my head. And one of my deepest ones is my worthiness. I'm worthy. I'm worthy.
It's so funny you say that, Ethos. That is exactly what I heard in my mind when Wolf proposed the question. And I think what it also highlights for me is allowing all of your parts to say that, but also acknowledging when they say, you know, said part says, I don't feel worthy. I want to challenge folks to take time to not have to fix that. I want to actually ask you, when your part says, I don't feel worthy, to say, I see you. I hear that you don't feel worthy. Just the recognition of that, the witnessing of you to that part, is exponentially powerful. That actually a lot of the experiences we see, and I have personally experienced regarding my gender or my sexual orientation, has been the lack of sight, that people don't want to see those parts of you. And so by you taking that mantra, you are worthy, or I see you, you start to repattern that part. You're taking time with that part to say, hey, it's okay to not be there yet. It's okay to be exactly where you are.
And I would say when you're at those moments, that actually this morning I was at that moment, and immediately what eventually came to me after like I did some tapping and some other work to like really ground myself today, is actually ho'oponopono. I love you. I'm sorry. I forgive you. Thank you. So I was angry today. My jagged edges were out, and people that I cared about, unfortunately, had some come their way. And I was so upset with myself for showing that side of me for the first time in years. I was like, all right, ho'oponopono, because the biggest thing is self-compassion. Because like, say something that happened to your friend and how much love and empathy and compassion you're gonna give to them. So why don't we give that to ourselves? So ho'oponopono, really beautiful, deep, ancient practice that has healed me in times where I didn't feel worthy and didn't even want to say that to myself.
And I think it also brings up this point of forgiving yourself when you have actually participating in perpetuating the oppression. That I think I, as a therapist, have heard individuals share experiences like, before I was ready to accept myself in my gender expression or in my sexuality, I was that person that would actively go out and hurt other people who were already expressing. And that having compassion for yourself, for the parts of your life when you didn't know how to be with yourself, for the folks that you have either harmed intentionally or unintentionally, privileged or not privileged, forgiving yourself and being able to sit in also the responsibility and also the compassion.
Great. I think we have time for one more question. This one comes from Zoe over on YouTube, and she was asking about the archetype theory. She was wondering if, or they were wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what archetypes are and how do they relate to the gender identities.
I can see Ethos smiling so big over there.
I love this. So So the reason why I brought gender to understanding archetypes is that archetypes essentially are this embodiment that we put into we personify it. For example, Shiva, Hanuman, all the gods and goddesses from the Greek, from all cultures. We claim these as Hermes. We idolize them. We put them on our altars. And in reality, what's really happening, even with our masculine and our feminine, right? The Shiva and oh my gosh, I can't even think of it right now. But Vishnu and Lakshmi, right? What even Hinduism says is that Vishnu and Lakshmi are just reflective mirrors of each other. That they're actually not separate. That they're always one and the same, right? And unfortunately, what I've been finding as I've been talking about this more is that that the terms masculine and feminine are actually tend to be inflammatory. So I've been working on like, okay, how do we be more fluid? How do we talk about how we're experiencing our energy and how to actually be energetic beings? Because everything's energy, everything is vibration. So the gene keys, I'm thinking of the 11th gene key right now, talks about archetypes in general. I'm like, I don't even know where that book is. And that book is usually right in front of me. And what it means is just, like I said, it's a personification or it's a value system. So for example, you can also use gene keys as these archetypes, right? They give you 3 different archetypes: the city, the gift, the shadow. And they call them synarchy, teamwork, and interference. Those are also archetypal energies. As long as you know the values and the principles that go underneath those archetypes, you can embody each of those archetypes. So say one situation calls for a little bit more structure or what we understand as masculine vibes. And be like, okay, these are my values and principles for masculinity, and I'm gonna step into that. That's how I'm gonna show up today. Or I'm gonna step into, lately for me, Hanuman has been a big one. I'm gonna step into the Hanuman vibration. And you learn that through study and contemplation and the understanding of self, right? We tend to call these past lives. We tend to call these parallel timelines. These are all archetypes that we can embody now in this timeline, right here, right now. We just have to put in the work to build the basic structure so we can meditate on those archetypes every morning and then create ourselves. Does that land, Steph?
Yeah, it lands. And I think you're also leading towards, for me, the archetype thing sometimes lands and sometimes feels very big and scary because I don't know those terms. And there's all these systems and beautiful wisdom traditions to them, but I don't know them. And so I have taken it upon myself as one of our values in Divine One. This facilitated conversation we're having is self-education. And so I would encourage folks to look into the gene keys and these different wisdom traditions that Ethos is talking about, but that also your archetypes can be different versions of yourself. My name is Stephanie, but that sometimes I am Steph, sometimes I am Schmef, and sometimes I am Schmeffel. Depending on which version of me feels present that day, I have different versions of myself. And I think that a lot of us do. And that actually my close friends have come to know what those versions look like, but have also started to ask, who are you today? And so with that, I think we are at our time.
I'm going to leave you with one thought, Wolfbear, one quote from the 11th gene key directly about archetypes and with you all. It takes me 30 seconds. I know I saw your face. I'm sorry. And it is the secret of the 11th gene key, and the right brain is the secret of the archetypes. Every single element or image that floods from your unconscious represents an archetype, a collectively held alchemical image that reflects the process of dissolution. There are archetypes that thrill you and archetypes that terrify you. In the modern world, the mass consciousness maintains its main outlet to this archetypal world through stories, television, and cinema. You cannot escape the archetypes because they are the projections of your own psyche. But the real power of an archetype is its biophysical response within your body. These are not just images you can view objectively, but the neurological links that stimulate your entire body via your glands. You try to avoid the particular archetypes that cause you the greatest fear, but you never can. The more you try to avoid them, the more they stalk you. Thus, you keep recreating the very situations you hate, especially in your relationships, where the archetype can assume the form of your partner. So thank you all for joining us. It's been such a blessing. And keep an eye out. We'll be doing more things and providing more open dialogues and discussions.
Yeah, thank
all
you
my
so
relations
much.
to yours. Aho.
Thank you, folks. Aho. And that I also offer a therapy and coaching practice in the world. If it feels like you do need support and help navigating through this confusing time and potentially this conversation, please don't hesitate to reach out. We are here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. The story continues of us gathering today, learning, discovering. We're so glad, so glad to have you all here. So we're going to go to a little commercial break. We're going to come back with a great talk on plant medicine, fire cider, with our kitchen witches and leaders of the gnome. I put on a googly third eye, and if you're at home with some googly eyes, I recommend that you do the same. All right, we're going to head to a commercial break, and we'll see you back in just about 5 minutes.
So how do you think you pronounce that word?
Eudaimonia?
Eudaimonia.
What do you think?
Eudaimonia? Moinia.
It can mean anything.
I'm assuming with monia that it means something like an excitement of some sort.
I almost already have a feeling of what it might be.
Maybe it just needs a little love.
Unicorn rainbow poop.
Education through imagination.
It's more like a feeling, more like a connection with something greater than you.
Like pandemonia,
Yeah.
but positive.
Yeah, like peaceful chaos.
Euphoric, peaceful chaos.
Yeah.
It means human thriving, you know, within our communities and ourselves.
The ultimate of what humanity can be is eudaimonia.
How do you think that lucidity embodies this word?
This festival really does bring people together.
It's a beautiful space that allows us to be who we are without judgment, without hesitation.
Everyone has a passion and everyone's like bringing like this positive energy.
And the community's reception of that allows them to thrive. There's no other festival that feels quite like this one in the sense that you instantly come on the grounds and you're a family.
This is pretty much the best.
Hello, I'm Chef Gage. This is the Mindful Feeding Commissary. What I really like about working with a team here is there is a true commitment to sustainability. We've supported all the farmers in this region on a level that, you know, like basically makes it or breaks it for them in terms of keeping the farms going. And it's so important to keep your local farms moving, and I'm happy to be part of an event that supports that on an economic level, a spiritual level, and a resources level.
From before dreams restart,
This is what can happen when chefs and festival producers get together and have a dream, a vision of what sort of world we can live in. Lucidity is a microcosm of a macrocosm we hope to create.
But I see you guys are seeking the answers, just like I am, seeking the truth of what we can do for this planet, for the Mother Earth.
And if I say the world is blue, and if I do, I see this blue in you. It's blue like pebbles in the sand, that your hands reveal is true. At our essence, we are all just hands searching for grains of truth. In your presence, I can understand this journey ends and begins with you, and it won't take too long. This feeling so strong, this love everlasting, like sunflowers and wood, can make us feel good.
All right. And we are back. We are back, all of you beautiful Lucidians out there. So excited to have you tuning in from all the different places all over the world, from our living rooms, our bedrooms, our backyards. And for those of you tuning in from your kitchen, boy, do we have a treat for you coming up now. So we're going to bring up Jillian, Trashley, and Ashtree, both dear friends of the Lucidity family. They work so hard all year round on so many different projects. You'll hear about some of those projects. And let's bring up Jill. You're going to be first up, and we'll hand the reins over to you. Wonderful to see your face. And we'll have a little time for Q&A at the end. So same deal, y'all. Feel free to throw your questions into chat, and we will make some selections. Also, check out my fourth eye pine cone. Yeah. All right, over to you. Love y'all.
Quite the verbal jouster, Wolf Bear. Thank you for that introduction. And man, leave it to the marketing team of Lucidity to like get some tears running down my face. I wish I was so there with y'all, you know, in the Santa Barbara foothills. That whole compilation was beautiful. But today I'm coming to you live from my kitchen. I'm in Asheville, North Carolina. I currently reside in Appalachia, although many of you may have seen me at festivals all over the country, as well as down in Costa Rica at Envision Festival, which was the last event that we were at with the Village Witches. So yeah, really happy to be here, and just wanted to give you an overview of what we're going to talk about during this hour, and also get into a little bit of introduction so you can meet your kitchen witches. So basically what we're going to cover is we're going to talk about the morning ritual and why it's an important way to set the tone for your day. I'm going to go over my current morning beverage, and I'm going to teach you how I make it every day, as well as the cornucopia of opportunity that you can weave in at your own leisure, since I think the cool thing about herbs and plants is that, you know, there's not many wrong ways to do things when you're working with tonics. And so really a lot of creativity can happen in the kitchen. And we're also going to talk about some different closed loop systems in the kitchen, things that you can easily do at home to help lower your carbon footprint as you cook and as you divert your waste stream. And one of my best friends, Ashtree, who's joining us, is going to be teaching us how to make fire cider really easily with a lot of familiar ingredients that we're all pretty used to. Especially with what's going on currently, it's a great time to boost your immune system and to really take your health into your own hands. So, all right, we'll get started. I'm going to go first with my intro, and then I'll hand it over to Ashtree. So yeah, my name is Jill Trashley, and I am the founder of the Gnome Elixir Bar. I'm really into creating social spaces where people can come together and imbibe and commune with the plants, as well as each other. Having a long period of my life back in college where I was really exposed to the bar industry and also working in the food and beverage industry for a long time, I started to get a little desensitized from the types of conversations I was having and the choices that I was making and that I saw other people close to me making. And so I actually stopped drinking for a long time and was looking for different alternatives and ways to connect with myself on a daily basis. And what I really reclaimed through that process was the idea of a ritual. And it doesn't have to be something like super witchy around the cauldron. I mean, it can be if you want to go that far, but it could be as simple as how you make your coffee in the morning, or what is the first thing that you do out of bed? You know, is it getting on your computer right away? Or is it like taking some time, even like 20 minutes to set the tone for your day? And so all of this has really woven itself into my passion with this project, which is bringing these social spaces to local and national events where we invite y'all to come in and co-create the experience with us. And with that, we pop up as an elixir bar. We have an amazing apothecary where we curate herbal medicine from all over, and we do pop-up supper clubs as well. And so that's like a lot of what I do with my day as a profession and as hobbies and such. I'm really into being outside as much as I can and actually learning like what's underneath my nose. And I'll be talking about that a little bit today because I bet many of you have medicine growing in your yard and maybe you don't know it. So I'm going to take you through like a quick walk through that today as well, just to really like spark inspiration so that you can see that medicine is all around us. And it's just a matter of how much we want to dive into that and how many questions we want to ask and how to really incorporate that back into our lives. I really believe that food is medicine. I really believe that music is my religion, which is why you see me at festivals a lot. And I'm really into community. And so knowing that, again, we can't all be together in the flesh, I think this is a really awesome opportunity for us to come together in the comfort of our own homes and to really like have takeaways from this Lucid experience. So that's me. And I'm going to hand it over to Ashtree.
Hello. Check, mic check.
You're good.
Okay, all right. Hello, my name is Ashtree. I really like plants and food and supporting local food systems. At Lucidity, I get the wonderful job of getting to source a lot of produce from within a 50-mile radius of site, and we even go down to the farm itself and pick the vegetables that you eat in the salad bar. Local food systems, I feel, is a great way to establish resiliency and independence and longevity in communities. And that extends to all things food, all things herbal. I have a lot of herbs on my plate here. Here are some of my favorite ones. I'm also, an herbalist. I got my certification at Rosemary Gladstar's Sage Mountain herbal program online, and I would really recommend it if you have some extra time right now and you want to learn. It's quite affordable, and you can take your time going through the course and take up to 3 years to finish it, which is what I did. Oh, that's my kettle. All right. And what else about me? I'm a massage therapist, and I am also a NOMI and like to manage systems and serve drinks behind the bar. I think we should take it away.
Oh, take it away. All right, I'll take it from you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I wanted to just also piggyback off of your education because I think that it's a really amazing time right now if it's within your budget and within your time management to consider things such as going to online school. And it's something that I've actually like reconsidered, and I'm actually going to school again for herbalism locally through the Blue Ridge Herbal School of Medicine. And I think it's really awesome that a lot of things are available online these days if you can't go in person. And so I think while we have this time and while we're really trying to, just like prioritize what means, what's meaningful to us and how we choose to spend our resources and our time and who we want to share that with. And so I love school, really into academia. And so either of those schools that we mentioned, Chestnut School of Herbal Medicine is also really amazing. And that one is fully built to be online as well. So check that one out too. So let's see here. To get going, what I would like to do is ask all of you to take a deep breath in through your nose. We're gonna like sink into like a quick, just kind of visualization as we talk about morning ritual. And let that breath fill your stomach and go ahead and let it out and close your eyes. And if you're sitting down on the floor or on the couch or a chair or what have you, just kind of like wiggle your booty around and just kind of get to a place where you feel like balanced on the surface you're on. We're just going to use that as a way to get you grounded. And keep those eyes closed. And I'd like you to start visualizing what your mornings look like. And start from the place where maybe your eyes are still closed, but you're still in like that space where you're awake, but you haven't turned on all of your functions. And you start thinking sometimes before you open your eyes. and just kind of bring yourself back to that space. And then just walk yourself through the first 20 minutes of your day. Once you're up and you've sat up and you've gotten out of bed, what is it that you're doing? What is it that you're thinking about? Is it turning the kettle on or getting hot water going? Is it pulling out a journal and writing your dreams down? Is it turning over to your loved one and making faces and giving smooches? What is it? I'm just gonna leave like 30 seconds for that to take place in your mind. All right, we're gonna come back together as a team. And you can go ahead and start blinking your eyes and opening them back up, taking a look around, just kind of coming back into the space you're in. And we're gonna dig into that. We're gonna dig in to that first 20 minutes that I just condensed into 30 seconds. The goal of this first portion of our conversation is, I know that like Ashtray and I just expressed, like we're herb nerds, we're really into plants. Plants aren't always the answer to everything though. And so what I really want to get across with this visualization is just to give you that chunk of time to really observe what your habits are, what your routine is, if you will, and to see if there's anything in there that doesn't seem healthy, you know, that seems toxic. I will say from personal experience, I am super Capricornish. I am a workaholic, like through and through, and I've had to spend years, you know, reclaiming my morning ritual, because there have been times when I've woken up and all I'm seeing is spreadsheets in front of my eyelids before my eyes even open, and I'm already like computing and I'm working. And the thing is, like, that's one way to be, but it's not my preference to be. I feel like we deserve, you know, more. We deserve that 20 minutes just to come into the world. Historically speaking, like way back in the day, our priorities were different. And we were surrounded by less technology. We were surrounded by less distractions and less responsibilities. You know, a long, long, long time ago, it was, you know, survival. And slowly but surely, if you really zoom out and look at it, we have really created so many layers of responsibility for ourselves. And with that comes a lot of stress that's inherent. And whether or not you think you're a stressed out person, like the truth is, like, we're all stressed, and that can be environmental, physical, emotional, mental. There's all of these different ways that stress seeps into the body. And I feel like very, very honest with this when I'm saying that, like, rearranging the first 20 minutes of your day can make such a difference with how the rest of your day goes. So, you know, with that, I feel like it would be awesome for Ash and I to spend some time just sharing with you what we're doing, and to also make the disclaimer that, like, this is our morning ritual right now, or we may even share what we want to do. Because the thing is, like, things change and responsibilities change, and even where you wake up can change when you're a traveler like I am. And so my ritual that I'll be sharing isn't what I do every day, 365 days out of the year. I think that why I'm saying this to you is, like, I'm not trying to put pressure on any of us that we have to do a certain thing every single day. I really just want to get the creative juices flowing, and for you to see, like, that there are all of these different ways to customize just that 20 minutes of your day, just so you can really make a difference. In that time as well, we're going to be sharing some of the brands that we really love that we've gotten to work with through the Gnome Project, and how we incorporate their products into, you know, like what we're doing in the morning, what we're sipping cup for cup. And I really love the opportunity to share this with y'all, because I think it's one of the hallmarks of our menu curation at our elixir bars that you've maybe gotten to experience at Lucidity Festival or other events. And I think in our own way, we go through like a lot of rigorous like research and partnership building, and we really try and give that stamp of approval to companies that we know through and through have really amazing practices, are chemical free, are not dealing with like sweatshop or trauma labor. And so really this is a part of our sharing circle where we can hopefully turn you on to a new company that you can potentially integrate into your morning ritual, or maybe you already do. So I'm going to hand it over to Ashtray so that she can share with y'all what her morning ritual consists of, or what she would like it to consist of.
Hello, everybody. Good virtual morning. It's not quite the morning, but it could be with coffee. So my morning ritual changes pretty often. The first thing that I always try and do, sometimes I forget, but I always try and at least have a tall glass like this jar of warm water, not hot, warm. The brain and the body dehydrates overnight, and it's really good to rehydrate first thing for me. I feel my brain wake up, and I know I love coffee, but I need to stay hydrated first. It's number one. Sometimes I'll put lemon in the water, but not always. As long as I just drink warm water. And then while that's happening, I have a pot of water or a kettle going, like hot water, for the beautiful beans. These are coffee beans. Now, does coffee grow around here? No. Do I love it? Yes. That being said, when something's further away, I like to take more of a moment to help process the item, whatever it is, just so I can take a moment to thank and revere this plant that is so stimulating and amazing, and also gonna be very strong. But I have this little grinder here. It's like a little sock drawer, but instead of sock, it's gonna be ground coffee. So I pour some coffee in there, and then I brace myself, and then I grind it, and then you get the point. But it comes out like that, and then pour it through a coffee sock, and then I have coffee. But with the coffee, because it's so, because it moves through the system so quickly, it can help move herbs around the body quickly as well. So what I like to put in my morning coffee is mushroom powders, like lion's mane powder, turkey tail, cordyceps, and reishi are like the 4 I try and do every day. Sometimes I run out and I just do one or the other. And also, if you run out of something that you usually use, like, it's okay, because I feel like the body likes to switch it up a little bit. Sometimes when I have it, I'll put in Shilajit as well, which is a really super mineralized black tar resin that is great for the body and immunomodulating, which Jillian will get into a little bit later. And then what else do I put in it? Oh yeah, I really like creamy everything. Creaminess is like my favorite quality in food and drinks. And I like to use raw milk when I can get it, or make a nut milk or something like that. And then raw honey too. I'll add that sometimes if I'm feeling like something sweet. So that's what I do in the morning. Oh, and I'll also share that when this whole COVID thing started, I was reading the news every morning in my first 20 minutes, and it seriously affected my mental health. I noticed I find it valuable to stay informed, just like not in the first 20 minutes of the day. And I noticed that shifted my entire brain function when I stopped doing that in my first 20 minutes. So I just want to share that. I'm feeling better now than I was when I was reading that the first thing. Because it's like, I want to know what's going on, but I want to know what's going on my terms, not when I'm like absorbent like a sponge first thing in the morning, just coming out of the dirt like a little plant. And Jillian, you want to share your morning tonic?
Hello. Hey. Thanks, Ash. Yeah, I think I really love that we have this balance with what we're sharing, because I'm going to show you all something that's caffeine free, and Ashtray just showed you something that's very caffeinated and is really like globally consumed by people. And I think it's really cool to see how coffee can be an exciting endeavor. I feel like there can be like a very long history of it being just a very mindless act where you get up and like you have to get your coffee and you have to get going, and it could be as easy as pressing a button on a machine. And I'm not trying to shame that at all. I just think that it's really awesome how you have totally taken it into the kitchen and turn it into something that's very unique to you and to what you need and what you feel is going to benefit you for the day. And you're the only person I know that hand grinds their beans. So mad props to you, because I've tried that coffee before and it tastes better than anything I've ever had. So I know that you grind a bunch of love into that. So yes, yes, my Kwan. All right, cool. So I'm going to talk about some of my morning ritualizing, and I'm also going to make my drink because I love beverage formulation rather. I really love working on the Gnome Elixir menu. A lot of it is R&D that I do in my own kitchen, as well as looking out at what's trending, nationwide. I think I have the advantage that I'm based on the East Coast, but I have lived and traveled extensively on the West Coast, and there's so much innovation happening over there. I feel like a lot of stuff happens there before it gets over here. It takes years. And I was actually recently in London last fall, and they were like, oh yeah, stuff in California, it takes like 7 to 10 years to get here. And I was like, damn, that is some perspective, just to see what the shifts are. So wherever you are today, some of the stuff I may show you might be crazy. And you might be like, what are you talking about? Functional mushrooms, like resin that comes out of a mountain, like you're crazy. But these are things that, bringing it back to herbalism and back to integrative approach, a lot of this stuff has been used for ages. And really what we're doing is just bringing it up to speed, innovating it, reformulating it, and making it more bioavailable and accessible to our consumers. So, all right, I will get started. So again, I'm not really into drinking caffeine in the morning. I really like to have my caffeine boost in the afternoon around 3 o'clock after lunch. And that's usually consisting of cacao. Cocoa is one of the brands that we work with and that have come to Lucidity for the past few years. And they have amazing botanically infused cacao that all you have to do is add hot water to it and shake it in a little jar, like a mason jar. It's shaken, not stirred, like James Bond. And crack myself up. And you basically have like ceremonial grade drinking cacao like ready to go in just a few seconds. So that's kind of like where I hit the caffeine, that midday slump. But in the morning, what I like to do, like Ash Tree, is get my immunomodulators into my system. And we'll talk about that in a little bit, the difference between immune boosters or stimulators and immunomodulators. Those are like two different categories of how you can work on your immune system. And so what I've been chilling on lately is Shilajit, which is what Ash had mentioned earlier. And there are a lot of actions that this resin can provide to the body when consuming it on a daily basis. But the other thing I want to mention mostly is just bringing it back to the immune system, other than the cornucopia of like health benefits that it has. Because I really do feel like it's this really ancient tar that comes out of the earth, and it's almost like a crystal in the sense where it's had and seen a lot through ages, and it's built up a lot of energy. And if anything, it's almost like composted like eras and ages of life on earth. And so, it's like one of those cornucopias where if you take it diligently, it could help you correct a lot of imbalances in the body. But during this time, I think immune system is the most important to keep in check. And so what I do is I start off with a pea size of the resin, and I source it from Natural Shilajit, which is this brand out of Southern California. They're based in Venice, California, and it's a product of the Altia Mountains. And I'm really into the like more bulk resin that you can get. But they also make, for on the go, these already pre-portioned daily doses of Shilajit with honey, which is a really awesome way to take it. So if you're on the go and you just want to have it like ready with you, it's a fun thing to chew on. It's like adult candy. But yeah, like I'm really into their packaging too, just because I think everything is like wrapped in plastic these days. And so the fact that they actually bind the box with twine, and then you open it and it's a surprise. And you've got your container right here. And there's usually like more natural packaging. And then they give you this really handy dandy stick right here that allows you to measure out your Shilajit. I personally use this like metal mail opener just because, I don't know, sometimes I can be rough with plants and whatnot. And this is, you know, like a really hard substrate. So you really got to like get in there and dig it up. But you can also use the stick that comes with it. And so that's it. It's just like a pea size. And I drop it in my cup and I add my hot water. And I usually just do enough, like that much water in the cup. And that's kind of the base for how we actually break down all of our elixir concentrates at the bar. If you're wondering, like if you've had our golden milk or our cacao lattes and things like that, I always like to start with water first. Because when you're at home and you're actually like building a latte in the morning, like what I'm doing, you want to have enough water to break down, you know, the hardier stuff. Because if you try and break down this pea size of Shilajit in like a large cup of hot milk, it's just not going to come out the right way. So it just takes like, you know, 30 seconds to a minute to break down. Trying not to make that scratchy sound on my cup. Cool, that'll do. And then I'll go for, while I still have like that little bit of water, I'll go for my mushrooms. I like to source some mushrooms and different herbs from Anima Mundi. The owner of this company is amazing. She is Costa Rican. She's a lovely woman, and she started this amazing herbal, just like quandom, if you could. It's like a kingdom, but you know, Kwan is the deity of abundance, and I call it a quandom. So she started this amazing herbal quandom of really amazing ethically sourced herbs, and she makes all types of formulas. She has a shop based out of New York City, and you can order stuff online. Definitely check them out on Instagram as well. Their photographs and just like their whole vibe is like right out of the apothecary. And so that would be like for today, for example, I'll use some reishi. And the cool thing too about all of this is like buying this stuff in bulk can seem like a lot, but when you think about it, when you're buying things in higher quality and you're also buying them, you know, with like a larger quantity, they're going to last a lot longer. And so in some ways, if you were doing something and it called for like multiple tablespoons just to get it into your body, like all I'm doing here is using a pea size of the Shilajit and a half of a teaspoon of this mushroom powder, and it's going to last for a long time. So it kind of comes back around to the commitment level of like purchasing stuff to make, you know, your morning regimen, if that includes making a beverage. But it can go for a long time. So you can either like keep with it until it's gone, or like Ashtray was saying, like your body may just want to break from it. And so, you know, take some time off, come back to it. A lot of these herbs and such, if they're stored properly out of direct sunlight in a cool, dry place, they'll last for a really long time. And then I'm going to add some honey, just like a tablespoon. This is mesquite honey that I got in the Sonoran Desert in Arizona. I'm not in Arizona right now, but I'm just feeling it. I have a really large, crazy honey collection because I collect it everywhere I go. And then sometimes if I'm feeling it too, like I'm really enjoying this chaga mushroom elixir mix from Four Sigmatic. What I really like about this too is that if you go on their website and you go to order stuff, a lot of their stuff comes in single-use packaging, just to kind of pre-package for your day to make it easy. This is one of the few products other than their mushroom coffee that they actually offer in bulk. So it makes me really happy because like I'm committed to it enough to want to do it every day for a certain period of time, but I just don't want to create a bunch of trash, you know, hence Feel Trashly. I'm trying to divert my waste stream every way I can. So it really means a lot that they've taken the steps to put some of their stuff in bulk. So this stuff is really great. And I'll get back to this later because there's some really good stuff in here that kind of has to do with our immune system boosters that we'll be talking about. And that's it. So yeah, let's see. I've got my mushrooms, my Shilajit, my honey. And for all of you oat milk lovers out there, I know it's like the hottest thing going right now. This is that Greek yogurt company, Chobani. They actually are the only ones on the market with organic oat milk. So if you care about whether or not your oats are organic and you still want like that creamy flavor that, you know, you get from cow's milk, this is a really great brand. I know that Oatly is really big too. And yeah, I'm just like on that oat milk tip. So that's all. And usually I would like steam my milk. I have like a little Breville milk steamer, but I'm a little hot and like, you know, in the flow talking with y'all. So I'm just gonna have it iced. And that's it. So I'm gonna take a nice little sip of that because I didn't have this morning because I didn't really want to drink it twice, but now I'm drinking it with y'all. So cheers. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's the thing. Like when you nail it on something that you love, that you want to drink every day, and you like fine tune it and tweak it, I hope that you can get to that place where you take that first sip and it's just like, and then you go and it's your day. So that's what I've been chilling on every day. I've been really enjoying it. I think it's fun to play with these different ancient, you know, like products of the earth and how you can fine tune things with flavor and with smell and with sight, you know, getting into mixology. Like a lot of it is based on like aroma, sight, and flavor. And then you can actually start stacking plant actions to actually get you towards a more like nutritious and beneficial partnership to what is your unique you-ness. Because this drink might not serve all of you, but some of you may be called to it. And it just goes to show that we have a wide palette and a wide range of, you know, what really gets us going in the morning. So yeah, to kind of like cap that off, like this has been my morning beverage. I also like will wake up in the morning and just kind of like roll around and be silly in bed. Just kind of, I'm a pretty like hyper goofy person. So I get most of my energy in the morning. I'm definitely like not a night owl. I'll drink the water that I leave by my bed, and then I'll just kind of cruise downstairs and I'll get into the morning beverage. And that's my jam. And then I hit the computer pretty hard. So I try and actually like savor this too, so that I don't end up like at the computer with it gone, because when you make something that tastes so dang good, it's like hard to, you know, keep it in the cup and to really savor every sip. So yeah.
Head over to back over to Ashtree and talk a little bit about fire cider. I see she's got all the goodies ready to go.
Yes, we are going to make fire cider, and I believe we could do that first and then go to our immune boosting versus immunomodulators, Jillian.
Sure.
And just to keep an eye on the clock, we've got until 25.
Okay, cool. Well, I will make the fire cider then. And also, I just want to say thank you, Jillian, for making that. I could almost taste it. And I want to echo what she said about things tasting yummy. Because guess what? When things taste yummy, it or smell really good too, the saliva activates and the digestive enzymes get going. And the digestive enzymes are what breaks down what you're eating so you can actually absorb the nutrients from the food or from the herb itself. So yeah, yumminess is very important. And I love vinegars. That's why I love fire cider as a way to take medicine. Fire cider is so easy to make. It's an old Simpler's recipe that's been around for a long, long time. You basically take vinegar, which is your, spilled out a little bit, which is your solvent or menstruum for the herbs. And you stick whatever you have around in it. I did list a shopping list of a few things that go in traditionally, but you can always remix it or take things out or add things and kind of have some fun with it. So today I decided to do kind of a new recipe I haven't done in a while. I think because it's spring and summer, I wanted to use things that were on the trees and really happy right now, including lemon and rosemary, which I don't usually do. I'll usually put in like cinnamon sticks, sometimes some star anise or chai spices or black pepper or turmeric. But yeah, I'll get started with this fire cider recipe for today, Lucidity Virtual Festival. All right, so I'm gonna get out this blender. This blender is very useful. Any blender works. If you don't have one, that's okay too. Before I had a blender, I would chop up all of the herbs super, super tiny, and it would take me hours and hours and hours. And it did get a little hard in my hands, although I did put a lot of love into it. So yeah, I kind of pre-chopped the ingredients here to throw them in the blender, and I'll say a few words about each herb and a couple things that it does for our bodies. So this here, I chopped up into chunks, is horseradish root. I bought this at the store yesterday, although I am growing some. It actually grows very easily. You can take a root from the store, stick it in the ground. You can harvest it in about a year and a half. So I'll let you know how that goes. But horseradish is really awesome. I go heavy on the horseradish in my fire cider because I love the way it clears out the sinuses and doesn't give so much of that, that kind of throat burn feeling that peppers do. So horseradish, I go really heavy on. I usually put in, for a 1/2 gallon jar, I'll put in 6 to 8 ounces of horseradish. But honestly, I just do it different every time. And it always turns out good because it's always different. But I do like to go heavy on the horseradish. And horseradish, like I said, is good for sinus congestion. And it's good for infections and helps respiratory issues. And you can feel it immediately doing that. That's what I love about these herbs, is that they're so potent. They just work on you right away. And so I put those chunks in there. And then what do we have next here? We have an onion. Any color works. This is a purple onion. I'll just cut it in half and then stick it in the blender and let that do the rest of the chopping. I like using the purple onions though because it makes the color more purple, and I like purple. So I just stick that in the blender. An onion, it's anti-inflammatory. It helps reduce blood pressure. It also make your breath smell wonderful. So I just put in a whole onion in there. Again, you can put in however much you want. I encourage you, when you're making this, to just play around with it. See what you have in your kitchen, and then it makes it special from that time that you made it. The next thing I'm going to put in is ginger root. Ginger is my favorite. I'm going to put that in there. Ginger's my favorite because I have some chronic injury issues, and I found that strong ginger tea, or when I eat a bunch of ginger, will take away my pain. Not forever, but like for that time that I'm drinking it, it really does help as a pain reliever for me, which I didn't even realize. I thought ginger was like the thing that my aunt gave me when I was getting car sick on rides in the car and windy roads, but it actually does a lot more than that. In addition to helping with nausea, it's good for digestion and circulation and inflammation, and it's something that I always carry on me when I travel or anything. Like if anything's going on, if I have a headache, need to increase circulation, I just nibble on that ginger and it really works. And let's see, the next one is garlic. This garlic is from one of my favorite farms, Milliken Farms. They grow amazing heirloom garlic, and I'm actually gonna start some garlic from this little sprout from their garlic, so I'm excited about that. But I already smashed it for us here in the demo. So I'm going to put the bulb of garlic in there. Garlic is my favorite, especially right now. I'm eating like 5 cloves a day because I love the taste, and it's quite antiviral because of the allicin, the active component in the garlic. Fresh raw garlic is antiviral, which is a good thing for right now, I'd say. And then It's good for the heart as well, and helps combat colds and flus, and helps to lower blood pressure. And it's also delicious in cooking, as we all know. Let's see. The next thing I'm going to put in is some cayenne. These are cayenne peppers that my friend in Ojai grew, and she gave them to me, and her name is Bree. I don't know if she's watching, but thanks, Bree. And I'll put in maybe 3 or 4 cayennes. Some people like to put in a lot more peppers. I don't. I have kind of a bit of heat in my body, and the peppers can give me heartburn sometimes, or kind of agitate my throat, so I don't put that much in. But some people love it. Just depends on the person. You know, it's like not one size fits all. So experiment with it, see what you like. And also, the cayenne powder works also. I just happen to have peppers here. I'm also going to put today lemons. I usually don't actually put in lemons with their peels, but I am, because there's so many growing near where I live. I think medicine's the best when it's integrated in your life and you have a relationship to it. I try and do that. I'm always trying to integrate more of that, but I think we do what we can. So lemons are great. They're antiviral, full of vitamin C, which we need a lot of right now. Oh, and also I realized as I was going through all of my jars that I had rose hips, and I forgot that I had rose hips. But you know what? Just for fun, we're gonna put some in there, because rose hips are an amazing whole food source of vitamin C, and I think they'll taste good in the fire cider. I'm excited. So I just poured some in there. And then I'm also going to add some rosemary, which is such a great herb. It loves living in SoCal. It grows right outside where I live, and I love it. It helps memory, concentration, digestion. I use Bragg's. It works. I am looking to source vinegar from somebody more local, but when that happens, I will let you know. So yeah, we're gonna put it in the blender. Make sure I put the lid on. Who's sprayed the ceiling? Me. All right, so the Vitamix is over here, but you get the idea. I'm gonna start it here and blend it just for a moment. Okay, now that is mastication. That took like 10 seconds. And so now we have this blender full of fire cider. We're going to pour it into a jar. And yes, my hands are clean. It's good to wash your hands. Oh man, this is so gorgeous. Look at that. I'm excited. This is going to be different. I usually don't put in rose hips or rosemary. Well, I have before, I guess, but this is going to be exciting. All right, see there how I kind of, so there's all that product still and no vinegar. That is quite all right. Let me just top it off here with vinegar. You want to leave about 1 inch of vinegar over all of the herbs. That's great. And then I put a lid on it. So I'm using a plastic lid here. Why? Because metal lids on the mason jar lids, they rust with the vinegar, and so we don't want that. So I do use plastic lids, and they work well for this particular tincture or fire cider. Ooh, look at that! It's so pretty. See, this looks so purple. Often I'll put turmeric in it, and so it's much more orange. But see, it's different every time. That's the fun of it. And so this stuff I'm going to pour into a different jar and top it with vinegar as well. There we have a half gallon of fire cider that's gonna steep. It won't end up being a full half gallon because the herbs take up a lot. But here's your jar. Yum. And then real quick, I'm almost done. You're gonna have to label it. I don't have my tape and sugar, but you're gonna have to label it, the date, when you did it, and then you shake it up every day for 4 weeks, and then you strain it through a nut milk bag and squeeze all the liquid out, and then you get some raw honey. I love Benjamin Pixie's honey, and you stir it in there, and you shake it up again once it's all strained with the honey, and then, my friend, you got yourself some fire cider. Oh, right. Well, a typical dose is, I would say, a tablespoon a day, as a preventative measure. If you're dealing with something acute and need to fight off an infection or something like that, I would take 4 tablespoons a day. And then I also would recommend putting it in salad dressings. That's what I do. It's really tasty. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you, Ashtray. That was great. Save me a few ounces of that.
Oh, you know it.
Yeah. Cool. So I'm just going to talk quickly about just the sheer difference between immunomodulators and immune stimulators, and then we'll try and leave a few minutes left for questions. So I'll go ahead and get going. So immunomodulators are essentially safe tonics that you can consume every day. It doesn't have to be the same plant, herb, or fungi every day. You can switch it up, but it's something that you can essentially consume every day with little to no risk to the body. And really, there aren't any risks that have been proven, but it's essentially like non-addictive, and they typically don't have caffeine in them, but they do have different ways of stimulating and energizing the body and actually like restoring vitality, like where you really get to like that feel good place in your health where you're like, I'm unstoppable. And a lot of functional mushrooms fall into this category. So I brought up Four Sigmatic earlier. I really love this blend because you have ginseng and chaga, which are both immunomodulators. And then you have rose tips, which is packed full of vitamin C. So Ashtray was just putting some in her fire cider. That's a huge immune boosting tonic. This is giving you like an immunomodulator, plus you're getting the high dose of vitamin C, which is really great just to naturally like boost the way the body feels and boost your resiliency for fighting off infections. Again, we went over like different mushrooms like reishi and shilajit. We're doing a discount code right now that I saw Wolf Bear put into the comments. So if you want to check out naturalshilajit.com and place an order, if you put in the discount code NOMI, which is NOHMIE, you'll get 10% off. So that's fun. And then we'll chat about immune system boosters or stimulators for a sec. And those are going to be things that are typically taken in high doses for short periods of time. So if you're feeling like the onset of ickiness coming up with like an ick or itch in your throat, or you're even susceptible to exposure of a virus like COVID-19, it's a really good idea to start boosting your immune system now, but to also be modulating your immune system. So I encourage you, if you aren't already, to look into any of these things we talked about or anything you're already having in your kitchen, and to be taking the immunomodulators every day. When it comes to the boosters, it's not a bad idea to go ahead and boost your immune system for a full week and then let off of that immune booster, because our bodies can build up a tolerance to those. Again, we're taking them for short periods of time at high doses. And that is actually just putting our blood cells into combat mode to actually like fight off any infection or virus. So those are the two differences. Just wanted to create clarity around that. And we'll go ahead and move into questions. We've got a few minutes, so.
Great, excellent. Yeah, there's so many great questions. So we've been busy moderating and trying to find ones that I think will be useful for everyone. Our first question comes from Mako Rajan on Facebook. And Mako has a compromised immune system, and they have breast cancer, and they've seen how sugar can negatively affect that condition, and they're wondering what sweeteners you would recommend using. They know about stevia, but they love turkey tail and mushroom blends, and just kind of wondering what to use.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for that question. One of the things, or one of the plants that I really enjoy for sweetness is actually licorice root. Now, if you've had licorice candy before and you're like, ugh, it tastes weird, like I grew up thinking that, and then my body actually started wanting the licorice when I went to the actual plant. And so take some time and look that up online, but you could actually order licorice root or buy it at like a co-op or a health food store. And you just need a little bit, and you can add that to teas. You can even make kind of like a version of a simple syrup without the sugar, but you can preserve it with other things like lemon or salt sometimes. But you can really just brew it with anything if you're making tea or coffee, and it provides a sweetness, but it's also an adaptogen. So it actually helps the body mitigate stress. And with what you're going through, I'm sure nothing won't hurt to add if that can help mitigate the stress that your body's under. So it's a medicine and a sweetener at the same time. Like stevia, if you use too much of it, it tastes really weird. But you just need like a little pinch of it. And I'm pretty sure that you can buy it as a powder too. So that might be the best way for you to go. Check out Mountain Rose Herbs for that online, mountainroseherbs.com.
Great, excellent. We have time for one more question. And this comes from Lindsay Unicorn on the Zoom room. And Lindsay's wondering, what are your thoughts and suggestions on incorporating psilocybin as a sacred medicine in daily elixirs, particularly on the idea of microdosing?
Sure, I can answer this, or Ash, would you like to answer this?
I'll let you go. I'll add if I need to.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've got 1 minute. I'm like a huge advocate for mushrooms in general. I love them. And I think that if you feel like you can put them into, like a microdose, that there are also some different plant allies that you can incorporate. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's safe to say that we know that these mushrooms can take us places. If you haven't seen Fantastic Fungi yet, you can actually rent it online, anyone. Since we can't see it in the theaters, and that really kind of drives it home with mushrooms and like their potency for keeping us connected to each other, to ourselves, and to the earth. So all about that.
Back. Yeah, I agree with everything that you said about that. Also, to keep in mind about microdosing, if you're gonna microdose, like definitely research it. Like Paul Stamets has some great work on that. I would refer to his content and his instruction around that. You don't want to microdose psilocybin every day because it's not good for the liver and kidneys. It's a lot to process, and the body builds up tolerance. So again, I would look at Paul Stamets' instruction on that for the details.
Yeah, I think it's 5 days on, 2 days off is what he recommends as well.
Excellent. Consume all the Paul Stamets, and you will be well on the way.
Yes.
I see
Yes.
my friend Saphir Lewis is in the chat, and her and I got to go see Fantastic Fungi up in Bellingham, Washington. It's such an awesome movie. Thank you so much, both of you. Go to www.thegnome.com, NOHM.com, or shoot them a Venmo at gnome_project, NOHM_project. And let them know, if you have any questions, if you want sources for some of these amazing elixirs and products. Thank you both. We really appreciate it. Let's see. So I'm looking at my notes.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you both. Thank you both. Looking at my notes here, and it is time for me to try and sell you guys some illegal merch. I got pins. All kinds of pins. So, I got they're like 1 for $20.
Hey, no blanket
2 for
vending.
$30.
No blanket vending.
Oh, no, look, this one's a Gonzo fist. It's really cool. These are here's a Beats Antique one that you can't even get these anymore. I know you guys were missing all that action, so I'm bringing it to you, Lucidity style. All right, so we're going to go to another commercial break here in a second. Thanks for all those great questions. And we're going to come back with the amazing, amazing Maya Zuckerman, an absolute inspiration for me throughout my life. So we're going to kick it to commercial, and we will see you back in 5 beautiful minutes.
Do you feel it? This turbulent moment in space and time, when global humanity is misaligned as oppressive powers attempt to control our minds. And yet, we have discovered ourselves more than ever and know the great power when we come together.
Because we understand how to be real.
We understand how we can heal.
Our minds, our bodies, and this planet we consume.
And we understand the dangers that loom if we don't stay awake and design our own fate before it's too late.
So we choose to share knowledge of mindful unity. We choose to see you in me. We choose opportunity. Opportunities as limitless as our imaginations. Knowing any of our thoughts can become our creations. You see, reality may not be what it seems. In fact, it has no seams. It's boundlessly infinite, equal to your dreams. But is your reality lucid? You see, lucidity means knowing clearness of truth. The truth that you create your world. It's not the world that creates you.
Yet as we stand at the crossroads between fear and love,
past and future, good and evil,
right and wrong, it's important to know these polarities don't belong.
Because what you know is truth, someone else may disagree. But knowing that our destiny is singularity, why must we have polarity?
Don't you know that your purpose is to flow, is to trust, if you must, that the path you're on ain't ever wrong?
There's a word called eudaimonia. This is our fortune granted next.
When our well-being and happiness is in its full effect.
From years of searching, we have awakened as one tribe.
One humanity, one family, joyfully alive.
In love, in light, with our higher selves empowered.
With our co-created future now upon us at this hour.
Your story may be yours and mine may be mine, but they can be the same story at the same time.
You see, you and I, we are the leaders of this dream, and we can write the story of the destiny we see.
The life you're living here and now, it could be your dream come true. 'Cause what you need is what you have, complete perfection inside you. And if you still remain in slumber, know that we are on your team. For the path you're on will soon reveal your lucid waking dream.
When people come together and share these spaces, we feel people at harmony with one another.
We come together and collaborate and support each other.
Sharing how we can reconnect humanity and ourselves at a personal level with the dream.
Not compete with each other, but to really work in harmony.
Being present with each other and seeing what works.
Bringing what we learn here and taking that home with you and being not just loving and giving here at a festival, but every day in life. Every day is a festival, every day is a ceremony, every day is a sacred day. You know, we just lost that sacredness, that connection to everything in life.
When we're in coherency, which is trust and connection and love and foundational understanding and shared values, we can create anything together.
I know we all don't have the same belief systems, but in the end, we all believe in love. And the more we can come together in unity, whether it's in meditation, prayer, festivals, we are just doing the light work that we need to do.
What inspires me about Lucidity is the community and how close-knit it is here.
The community here is so aware and really there to help you.
Everybody comes together and wants to help each other out. I have a form of community and love.
I've seen so many people come through the portal of Lucidity and leave a changed person. And that's one of the key things about this festival.
It's the place where you can be exactly as you are.
The feeling of honoring people for who they are.
To be able to see someone in their rawness, that kind of openness and authenticity is so magical.
Lucidity is all about what can I do in the world to make a difference and a change.
We are doing something really amazing here.
All right, folks, we are back. It's now 7:30 out where I'm at on the East Coast. Probably getting around 4:30 for you guys. All right, you should be able to hear me in the Zoom now. Thumbs up, everyone. Can hear me?
We got you.
Yeah. All right, love y'all. Good to see you. Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. We've got Maya Zuckerman coming up, Jonah Haas, and then we're gonna do some great music, live visuals from Michael Strauss. Super, super great. All right, let's bring up our dear friend Maya. Maya, hello. How are you?
I am wonderful. So good to be here.
Super good to have you. And our session here is creating our future together. So ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Maya Zuckerman.
Thank you, Wolfbert. So glad to be here. Got my sound? We're all good? Beautiful. I'm going to share screen. I'm quite a visual person. So just let me know if you can see. Can we see it all? Yeah, sweet. So this was going to be an interactive workshop. And here we are. And the theme of it was creating our future together. We were going to do some future casting and build the future we want to build together. And let me see how let's see how I transformed it into an online experience. Lucky for me, it's been something I've been doing for years, being online and working online and creating online. So the first thing I really want to bring and just give gratitude to the Lucidity family. It's such an honor to be part of this family ongoing, and I'm so glad we're doing this because everybody needs this, and this is a really amazing, powerful, harsh time. So just a little bit about myself is that I call myself a regenerative entrepreneur. I work in tech. I'm also working on a COVID relief project right now. We're working on developing a demand forecasting platform. It's really looking at how do we do collective working, collective activism, collective collaboration, and building this new world that we're all interconnected. And I've been collaborating with Lucidity for a few years. We did a project as part of the Lucidity mythos a few years back. And one of the other things is I'm also a narrative designer and I write sci-fi, and my sci-fi is all about Regeneration Earth and about regenerative future. And I find it really telling that Lucidity, as a great prophecy holders that they are of this collective, our collective, knew to call this year Regeneration Earth, like years ago. This is not something new. This is about 3 or 4 years, if not more. And here we are at our homes, letting the earth regenerate, letting the air be sweeter, letting animals and all insects and birds and fish and turtles breed in spring without us. So we really actually prophesized that on a very interesting level. So I wanted to welcome and ground us. And during these times, taking a moment to breathe together. There's a lot of, we're all sitting behind these computers. It's not really comfortable. I'm sitting here with another iPad as well, so I've got my notes. It's not normal. We're supposed to be hugging each other and eating amazing food, or going to get some chai right now, cacao, or being in workshops together and feeling each other, but we're not. Let's take a breath in, slowly together. And out. Let's just take one more. And out. These are very interesting times, and to start creating the future together, we cannot escape what is happening. We cannot just say, let's just project the future. But we really need to hold space for this moment. For us to create this future, we can't dismiss this moment because we're going through a collective trauma. At this moment, we know, yeah, we are lucky enough to be on a call together here. We're lucky enough to be healthy. We're lucky enough to be in a place where we actually get to explore together. But a lot of people are not. And this disease, this virus, is definitely bringing in a lot of trauma. And a lot of us haven't been even starting to deal with that. And again, for us to build a future together, it will be very important for us to hold space for each other through these times. And through these times, the importance of our interconnectivity, the importance of our community is more vital than ever before. Oops, there we go. And we need to acknowledge everything together, the good, the bad, and the horrific, and being bigger than ourselves, knowing that we are able to actually hold it all, the bad news and the good news, the fun, the jokes, everything. So we are actually able to create something new from these times, because without that, we're going to recreate the same narrative again. And we're here to actually create the future. So the first part of actually creating our future together, the first part of this narrative, and this is nothing I wouldn't have done together if we were together in the same room right now, is bringing grief. And grief is the greatest equalizer. We all grieve. And taking our time to acknowledge our pain and suffering of ourselves and our fellow humans and hold space for that. And also the other part of this is there's a lot of conversation I'm hearing of like, so when we go back to normal, there is no going back to normal. Doesn't mean that there isn't an amazing future in front of us if we work well together. It just means that whatever we were used to is not going to be what's coming down the pipeline. It's not going to be the new tomorrow. That's going to be something different. So also taking time to say goodbye to those narratives, to those stories, to a lot of what made the civilization up until now what it is. And some of it is great. Like, I'm actually pretty happy that it's leaving. And some of it is going to be very painful. And holding the pain of everybody and holding the issues and knowing that it's not going to be easy, but knowing that there's also an opportunity to build something amazing together. And that's more what I wanted to focus on today. So this is an image from one of my favorite ever books, Good Omens, by Neil Gaiman, too many Neils, and Terry Pratchett. They wrote it about 30 years ago. And it's a story of an angel and a demon, and the story of the apocalypse and the end of times. And the interesting thing about the word apocalypse is that it is actually a revelation. It is not the end, it's revealing what is coming. So it's not exactly the end of the world, it's the end of an epoch and the beginning of a new story, a new narrative that we get to actually tell together. And that is really exciting. I actually rewatched Good Omens again after watching Fantastic Fungi last night. So I think everything's connected. The fact that just before I got online, everybody was speaking about Fantastic Fungi, and I'm actually going to mention the Mycelium Network in a few minutes, just reveals how connected we are, just reveals that we're all seeking these stories for our time. And the same idea of not being afraid of what is coming if we go to it together. Yeah, if you haven't seen or read the book, I've seen the TV show or read the book, I highly recommend it. But because one of the things that it conveys is the importance of a collective, the importance of family, the importance of connections. And it also brings in the possibility of what if the end of times is a beginning of something much sweeter, and how do we work together towards that? So the beginning is nigh. The old myths that we were using up until, I would say up until 30 years ago, don't actually work for us anymore. Ever since we saw each other from outside of our planet, that was 1968 was the first image. Actually, 1966 was the first image, and then 68 was the satellite image of our Earth from outside, and 69 Earth rising, and 72 the blue marble. We've changed. So this is all over 40 years ago. So these stories that we were told over millennia don't fit these times. There's a new story that is emerging. And yet there is some old stories that really connect us to who we can become. And there's some ancient stories that we get to actually reimagine for these new times. So the idea is, how do we actually make this unbroken chain from my ancestors to who we are right now, which is young ancestors. So this is one of my favorite quotes from Buckminster Fuller, who wrote his famous operating manual for Spaceship Earth over 50 years ago. We are called to be architects of the future, not its victim. So we're also called to be the architects or the storytellers of our future, not its victims. We get to walk together and bring this narrative forward from the future to where we are right now. And I'll do a little example of that in a few minutes, and give you some prompts towards the end of the conversation on some questions that you can actually play with in your own time. And I'd love to see whatever art is going to be created, whatever stories might be created from these times. They're going to be extremely special. And one of the biggest transitions that we have during these times, and for the past about forever, is the reimagination of storytelling. And Lucidity has been doing it for years, moving from the first three lucidities, which were more about the personal exploration and personal growth, into the collective journey, into the kindred quest, that as it was called a few years back. And that fluidity of who we are, of our identity, of who we want to be in the world, and then how do we bring that together to create a collective narrative. And in Lucidity, we experience that. Everybody's important at Lucidity. It's not about one person and one leader. It's about a collective shared leadership. And it's about a collective shared experience and shared beingness. And we all get to play these parts, whatever parts we want to play, when we're at Lucidity. And then that helps us reimagine who we can be in the outside world. So the collective journey is truly the coming of age metaphor for humanity's rise from adolescence to adulthood. And I think these times even more. I have seen so much kindness, so much maturity, so much love around me, heart opening. So many people are stepping up to be the best versions of themselves. Yes, there's some people who are not, but on a whole, my experience has been, and I don't know if that's true to you, and I'd love to hear if that has been true to you on the chat, the experience of human kindness on a level that is just heart-bursting. And I believe that that's part of maturity. In the integral thought, there's a 4 quadrants for our coping mechanism and growth, and it's wake up, grow up, clean up, and show up. And I definitely believe we're in the grow up session. I don't think we're in complete cleanup and show up yet. I think the show up is happening, but not for all of us. I think we're getting there. But I really see it as something that is happening to us in a collective way. And one of the biggest masters that I definitely admire is Thich Nhat Hanh, that talked about that the next Buddha is not about one person showing up, but it's about a collective, a community practicing understanding and loving kindness, a community practicing mindful living. This may be the most important thing that we can do for the survival of the earth. And again, Lucidity and this family and the networks that we belong to really exemplify how we can actually do that, how we can be in community. And even through these times, having Lucidity online through these days, through these harsh times, is just showing how much of a breathing, amazing, flourishing community we are, even if we have to sit in our own homes and not meet each other in person. We can still feel the magic through this metaverse. And we all know that we are connected, and the crisis has proven so much, how much about that. This is an image. I said I was going to reference the mycelium network. This is an image from Star Trek Discovery. If you haven't seen it, great depiction of our future. Also because it has a character called Paul Stamets, which we just mentioned, and the idea that the mycelium network is intergalactic. This is something that connects us all. The mycelium network and the mycelium idea, even just as a metaphor, not even in the way it operates, it's a great concept to look at as we're understanding our interconnectedness, as we're understanding that each of us is connected to something so much larger. And that interbeing, which is another Thich Nhat Hanh concept, is alive, and we're part of it. So this is really our time to remember that we're part of something much bigger. And again, I was so excited to hear Ethos and Stephanie earlier on, that we get to actually play with our identities. We get to actually put different selves. Neurobiology actually has not found where the self actually relies in our brain. They can't find it. So the idea that comes from a lot of ancient thinking, where our self is not a one thing, but this very changing and ever mobile and ever diverse, is actually real. We're also not human. We're 10% human, and we've got mitochondria and cultures and all kinds of microorganisms all around us. We're extremely cultured. And we also have viruses. And that virus is a reminder for what we are actually, how actually delicate we are, and how we need others, and how we need our health. So this virus, I don't know if you read Charles Eisenstein's The Coronation, is here to shed a lot of information and a lot of opportunity, as well as really harsh. So being able to actually hold both this pretty tragic, very harsh times and this opportunity. One of my favorite writers, I'm bringing in a lot of my masters, Rebecca Solnit, in her book Hope in the Dark, talks about that hope just means another world might be possible, not promised, not guaranteed. Hope calls for action. Action isn't possible without hope. And in our action to make a better world, to dream a better world, to write a better world, we are taking on responsibility to be hopeful. We are taking on responsibility that each and every one of us can actually create a better world for others and for ourselves. So this is a call to, I don't want to say arms, but a call to our opportunity. And as I said before, while we give the space for our grief and for our experience. So here's the big question: what is our new story? We are actually in the great pause. We are actually being put in a room and told to not go outside. A lot of us, I live in a city in San Francisco, have to stay in. And that's such a great opportunity to cultivate what we want next and really think together about what would be our new story during these times. And the other question, and this is a question of how we mature as a species, is what kind of ancestors do we want to be remembered as? Do we want to be the stewards of the planet or the destroyers? And again, the regenerative earth, the amazing sweetness of the song of the birds in San Francisco every day is unbelievable. In the big city, the clarity of the skies, the turtles breeding in India, the fact that Indians can now see the Himalaya from afar after not being able to see it for 30 years. That is a moment of opportunity for us. And we really need to decide, how do we go to this new normal together? And who would you be in that world? This is a time for our own personal identity. Who do I get to be? Who do I get to reinvent myself as in order to actually serve this new world that's coming? So that's a very big work of introspection. I want to share, I'm going to share a couple of writings. First one is not mine, and in a bit, a little bit of mine. And this is from James Durant. Suddenly, Disney is out of magic. Paris is no longer romantic. New York doesn't stand up anymore. The Chinese wall is no longer a fortress, and Mecca is empty. Hugs and kisses suddenly become weapons, and not visiting parents and friends become an act of love. Suddenly you realize that power, beauty, and money are worthless and can't get you the oxygen you're fighting for. The world continues its life. It's beautiful. It only puts humans in cages. I think it's sending us a message. You're not necessary. The air, earth, water, and sky without you are fine. When you come back, remember that you are my guests, not my masters. There we go. So one of the reasons why I wanted to create this workshop is this inquiry. And the inquiry is, in sci-fi and in the world of superheroes, and we're talking about the collective journey, it's an invitation for more than one archetype. And lucidity has so many archetypes and totems, and the dance of the different archetypes and totems together is what creates this collective journey. And in the spirit of these epic stories, usually the heroes of the collectives have an origin story. So in these times, we get to write our origin story. We get to actually invent what our future is going to look like. And we get to invent who we are before that transition. We're not going to get another time like this. There might be another pandemic coming on, but I think if we actually do our work together on a global level, we'll be able to actually mitigate it faster. And that would be that relationship between the eagle and the condor people, the technology and science and love of the earth and spirit and ancient technologies of our ancestral people. But we get to actually tell that story together for the first time. So this is our time to actually invent our origin story. The character you're seeing over here is from my book, M's Theory, currently probably gathering dust on the desk of 2 New York publishing houses waiting to be read. But I have actually finished it and have a agent, and we're going to actually recommit in May to see if we can take this to the next level. But this is the story of a collective journey from the future, where we actually get to tell the story of as ancestors of these future people. These are diverse, intersectional people from around the world wanting to lead us to a regenerative future. And that came in from an inquiry that I had. I was writing this book on from Buckminster Fuller's design challenge, where I actually made it a little bit shorter into the question is how do we create a world that works for all beings in the shortest amount of time? Because we do have the responsibility of telling the story during these times. So I'm going to actually, this is a beautiful piece of art, but I'm going to actually stop my share for a second. Give it a second. There we go. Still see me? Great. And I'm actually going to read the opening for the book, which is the prophecy. Because these times is times for reading good prophecies. And we need prophecies of what the future might look like. So it's just a short little story called The Lifting of the Veils. And imagine that you are around the campfire at night and an elder, because in 20 to 30 years, that will be me, is telling you the story about the future that's coming. The veils were made of the best materials on the planet. They were silken, transparent, and light. You could see them if you put your hands through them, and you could capture the sunlight in them. Most mere mortals couldn't see the veils in front of them. But for those who had the gift of seeing, the veils appeared everywhere they went, like silken cobwebs covering all faces and humans. Here and there, a human would lift their veil, either through years of dedication and focus on their meditation practice, a transcendental experience, or walking to the edge of the void, peering in, and then coming back forever transformed. All of a sudden, the whole world seemed to be more complex, colorful, and vibrant, missing the thin, transparent sheen of their veil. Until that day came, the day when, one by one, all the veils started falling and disintegrating. They didn't do it all at once. They took their time, slowly revealing this person and that person, the politician taking dirty money from the ones polluting the planet, the system rigged against the poor and marginalized, the corporations becoming wealthy on the back of young slaves, this atrocity and that injustice. Oftentimes it was young children, animals and plant who helped remove and tear the veils down, ripping them from the faces of the adult. Sometimes this was very painful, other times joyful. In the end, no veils were left. The entire world was unraveled, and reality and truth were there for all to see. The world now had this one chance to decide: put on new veils or walk courageously into a new and unveiled existence. Those were the times of the Great Turning, when humanity moved from warring nations into a collective identity of the human race. These times brought great hurt and mass extinction, but also resilience and hope. Because in the midst of the chaos and destruction, in the great uncovering of what did not serve them on this planet, the species truly found out what it meant to be human. So I'm very encouraging for all of you to write your own prophecies for these times, because it's an amazing thing about prophecies. They actually sometimes come true. And I've got a couple more slides, and then I'd love to hear some questions, musing, and I'm going to give you a few ideas on how to write your own questions. So just wanted to give a little shout out to Lucy, the collective journey bringer. This is an animation we did together a few years back with Lucidity, with Jonah and Luke, and the wonderful Dave Zabowski. And this is my call to being, maybe not call to action, but call to being, that it's time to create the visions of this future. And we humans create our own reality. Let's create a hopeful future together. Got one more thing. And then, so I took only 5 of the past Lucidity posters. And I'd like you to take a moment to even look at them if you can see them. The imaginal selves that we are in the space of lucidity has been something that's been very profound for me. The beautiful, the quote I said about how not visiting. Okay, I'll send it. I'll send everything out in a bit. The beautiful imagery that Lucidity has created as a community, as a collective, is just profound. I mean, I have actually times where I just pull this out and just look at it. Here's the imaginal selves. Here's the imaginal future. The city that is also completely organic and completely beautiful. The people coming together. And I'd love for you to, maybe after the session, maybe now if you're called to it, maybe tomorrow, or maybe before you go into your dreams tonight, to take pen to paper and express your story, and send it to Lucidity, like post it. If you have a drawing, like I'd love to see what your future looks like. Because if it looks anything close to what I've just depicted here from Lucidity, that's an exciting future. That's an exciting future to all of us. And think about it, about how do we write the story together? And I'd love to hear from you now or later. Doesn't matter, whatever you're called, I'll give you all my information. And what is the hope for the world that you're trying to create? And what does the world look like? If we were together, I would have gone through a very deep, what we call world building experience with all of us, where we would build the whole world together and sketch it out and just create it together. but you get to do it at home. So create that world. If you message me, I'm happy to also send you some outlines on how to do a very good world building experience and world building writing exercise. Um, and what is your dream of the future? Like, how are we going to create this together? And what is your dream in it? What do you want to be in it? Because this is our time to actually sit back and create it. And I'm really hopeful that we're going to truly create this together, because it really is time. And really is our time, because we were made for these times. So again, I want to thank the Lucidity crew and fam, and I'd love to start having some questions. So let me start with answering also the question. Oops, can you see me? Yeah, great. There's a question about who wrote that quote. So it was, this is James Durant. So it's been a meme that's been going around for the last few years. So really beautiful. Sorry, the last few weeks, really beautiful poem.
Great.
And if you wanted to read the lifting of the veils again, I'll just post it on the Zoom.
Great. While you do that, I just I want to invite everyone that's tuning in to take a look at your chat feed. We have a chance for you to send in some questions, and we'll take a look at those, and I'll select some and offer them up to Maya. Thank you so much. That was so beautiful. I love seeing all those posters all in one place. And they do work in that little narrow sliver.
Yeah, they do. It was like the last minute slide that I was thinking about, and it's so beautiful. And you can see the background that I'm using as well. And it's funny, I get online and people ask me, so where are you? I'm like, I'm from the future.
Right. Yes, absolutely. And a quick shout out to the very, very talented Mark Garner, who's done a number of those posters, not all of them, but maybe all of the ones that you selected. And you can see my interview with Mark if you look up Lucidicast on Facebook. We had a great chat. So yeah, everyone throw your questions into the chats on your social medias, and asking our social media moderators to send those over to me. I can't watch every feed, unfortunately. So Maya, can you talk to us a little bit about maybe some of the rituals and conversations that you're having with yourself these days? Like what are you telling yourself that just in sort of short nuggets, when you feel, sort of those swirls of anxiety, where do you resolve those?
I don't think resolve is the correct thing, because there's no resolve right now. There's a lot of, and grief is not something that it's one and done. It's something that always swirls. I think one of the big places that I've been into is just work, and the other place is in meditation. So what I try to remind myself during these times is what I can hold on to that's real, and that I still have a roof over my head and food on my table, and I can breathe into that. And then the other part of it, which is just has been such a solve for my heart, is bird songs and blue skies, and that understanding. And I think it's a very mature as a human, not just specifically for me, but also a humble one, that the planet is going to be okay without us. And we get to see the planet without us.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's sort of
very
like,
humbling.
It's sort of like a preview of the end of the Anthropocene that so many of us have sort of been preparing for in many ways, because it is inevitable, whether it is, in our generation or in our lifetime, is, all of our duty and all of our goal to prevent, the end of keeping life flourishing on this planet. I've got a question from Peter over here in Zoom, and Peter is a little bit of a lead, and he says, how do we encourage people to recognize that some of the changes brought about by the current social distancing are positive, easy beautiful, happy, and good for the planet? How can we ensure that people continue to manifest these good changes? So, I think it's sort of what's it like being an optimist in such a strange time, and how do we share that and bring people along with us?
Yeah, I'm a realistic optimist. So I think it's you always have to, and this is in the first part of my talk, I actually talked about the grief, I talked about the suffering. And I think it's part of our growth is to hold both and to be able to actually communicate both. Because if we only communicate the optimism, then we're deemed Pollyannas, right? And nothing wrong with Pollyannas. But if we hold the space for both, that's where actually the big change comes. Because if we're only going to try and build the lucidities without actually connecting to everything that is hurting right now, which is people need to eat, they need work, they need the safety, they need to be healthy. If we really, really help and support our community through those times, and all of us are going to grieve. We're all grieving. I don't know if I know of a bunch of friends who've lost grandparents and parents already to this disease. I'm trying to find out if I actually am carrying an antibody, because I think I had it. Not as bad, but just that kind of your own self of like, and this disease is about, Mother Nature is the ultimate metaphorical goddess. We're polluting our air, and she sends us a virus that makes us not able to breathe. It's kind of, you can't invent this thing. I think these times are extremely tragic and extremely poetic at the same time. So I think how we do that is be in conversation with people, hold space for them, do your own practice, keep yourself healthy, and then support others. I think that is the only way we can actually continue doing this.
Yeah, I think
hard.
Yeah, one thing that comes up for me and I think is valuable for everyone in our community is to read a little bit about spiritual bypassing, and to learn about what that is, and see how you can converge away from sort of using spiritual language to ignore actually the pain and the hurt that people are feeling, and to make room for empathy for their pain, and then to give them sort of some hope and some opportunity to move through that.
Yeah. And it's everything's always falling apart, everything's always coming back together. That's actually always true in this universe. This universe is pretty violent. We kind of got a nice 10,000 years of steadiness. Our Earth has a very violent past, but it moves between these spaces, right? So I'm seeing another question there about how do we tell the truth to children without scaring them? I think being truthful and then listening to them and holding them through. I think actually experiencing grief at younger age is healthy, not hiding it from people. I grew up in Israel, and I grew up under the shadow of a lot of war and a lot of grief. I don't recommend it as much, but it actually, and being Jewish and having a heritage of the Holocaust also gave me the beautiful gift of, and I call it the finding the flower in the ghetto. Like, there always are flowers, there always are those things. And it doesn't mean that you say goodbye to, and I don't acknowledge the horrific things that are happening. It's and not an or. It's holding all of it. So I think for us to also emerge out of these times as more integral, complex, mature human beings, race is actually, there's only one race, the human race, is to actually truly embody all of that. And by the way, that what I just said is the truth versus how society is creating that for us. So there's no any way that I'm saying it in a way that is not looking at what has actually happened over the past 10,000 years around that narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. And
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And I'm saying that, not everything is good. I so agree with that. I think also learning how to hold space for people and for yourself through these hard times.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean we have to fix everything. It means that we get to sit with people and support them. And we get to actually sometimes shut up when people are going through things and just be with them. Like if somebody really is having a hard time by themselves, calling them up and saying, hey, can I just hang up on Zoom with you and say nothing? I think sometimes that's good as well. Just experiencing and acknowledging another human being. So sorry, you were going to say.
I was just going to kick it to a question we got over on YouTube. This is from Joy Kim. Joy was wondering, have you ever been in one of the worlds that you've built? Have you watched it play out in real life or your dreams?
Too many of them. The scary thing is that almost every world that I created in M's theory has, and I've got 9 of them, is here, and we're walking towards it. So it's funny that I this is a trilogy, so I mapped up the 9 timelines, and one of the timelines is no humans because the virus got us. And one of the other timelines is the Ministry of Mind, where a very extreme cabal group of people have taken over the earth and completely extracted everything. And by the very, very far future, they're the rulers and all of us are slaves. And all of us feels actually real. But also I've seen, and I think Lucidity and other places have shown me that Regenerative Earth timeline, that there is in the same time, all of these timelines are real. All these timelines are probable, and we get to choose how close we get to one or the other. It's not the whole idea of dystopia, utopia as polarization actually is not the truth. It's always going to be a little bit of both. So the question is, how much towards utopia and how much towards dystopia do we want to live? And can we find a middle path that acknowledges both sides?
Yeah, that makes me think. I know we've talked a little bit about our need to evolve past the hero's journey and to get past this idea of our savior complex. I'm wondering if you could maybe, how does that relate to our current situation?
I think it actually, we are seeing how the one conversation doesn't work, that it is all about a collective journey. It's about all of us showing up and all of us playing the roles that we need to play. Not all of us are in the front line. Some of us need to build community. Some of it need to support young children. We all get to actually play our part. Some of us just need to sit at home. That's okay. That's playing our part because that's what we're supposed to be doing. The hero's journey is a wonderful story from our ancient times that have been co-opted by the Judeo-Christian narrative to be just one narrative. And actually it was never true. There was always other narratives. And it's the story of the young hunter coming back from the hunt, telling the tribe of what they've done, and the shaman, the healer of the tribe, painting that story. And for some reason, that's the story that was kept, but there were other people in the room. And we as beings, not even as humans, cannot live without the interdependence and collective of everything that we are. We cannot live without our food, without the organisms, without the mycelium. And right now we're actually seeing what is essential. And the great thing is there's a couple of words that's it, they're ingrained in our brain. What is essential? Because now we know what is essential. Health, that also means our health workers. And it means inner health and outer health. Our bodies and our mind and our spirits, our food. So everything around our food, that's essential.
Our farmers.
The farmers, the land, all the essentials. So essential, all of a sudden
grocery
we're
workers.
Exactly. All the amazing people in the front lines that are just doing amazing work. And that is the most important thing in the world. They're essential. And this is essential, but we don't have to be outside to do it. So it's very interesting how we there is a polarization of what is essential and what is not, but it's also a truth. And the other narrative is exponential. And that is actually somewhere where in a conversation around climate mitigation and what is happening to the planet, we cannot decouple it from what is happening with the virus. The way we treat our land, the way we treat our animals is showing up as a very big sign from nature. And it's showing up really rapidly versus what people believe climate change was, which was much slower. That's happening much faster. So now people can grasp what exponentials mean.
Awesome. Great. Here's a question from, let's see, we'll go to Sarada Love on Twitch. Sarada wants to know, they've got a little lead in. I know we can be the change we want to see, but what about affecting change to the highly detrimental forces? What are the best ways to awaken the collective consciousness for the masses?
So there's different levels and thoughts around it. There's also those awesome numbers, like 3.5% of humanity is all that we need to actually create big change. Margaret Mead's, Margaret Mead's famous quote about, never underestimate what a small dedicated group of people dedicated group of people can change the world. It's actually who's always had, or some version of that. So I don't think we need everybody, and not everybody's ready for that, and it's completely okay. But to create change, we need dedicated people, heartful, passionate, that are working towards that, and that also understand that, and this is from the Talmud, Jewish scripture, that we're not allowed to abandon the work. I can quote it in a second, but it really is about the continuous work, and we each are called to different levels of it. The quote from the Talmud is, "Do not be daunted by the enormity of the world's grief. Do justly now, love mercy now, walk humbly now. You are not obligated to complete the work, but neither are you free to abandon it." So it really is that space of being humbled by the work, without thinking that we are supposed to save everybody. Because that's also, by the way, the drama triangle where the hero savior plays a part. That's another reason why the whole savior modality doesn't work for me. It's about us working together for betterment. It's not about saving, even though, yes, people on the front lines, especially health workers, are doing the very heroic work of saving lives. But that's actually within a context that's true. But it doesn't mean we have to save everything, and the planet doesn't need saving, we do as a collective. And when we can actually play with that, do we even need saving? Like, why are we supposed to be here? It's a deep, it's a big philosophical question, and I think it humbles, like, why is humanity good to keep around with all that we've done?
Yeah, I think that's a question that all of us have to answer every morning. What do I have to bring to the world today, and how do I justify? You can't justify all of humanity, but you can maybe work on your own.
Exactly.
Here's an appropriate question, because we keep bouncing between questions from different platforms, and this is from Twitch user W1777, Lucky 777. And they want to know how to navigate the future we're creating together when it's represented by so many different groups and on different platforms. That makes me think specifically kind of about where do you see the connective tissues? How are different platforms? It's kind of a general term, but maybe even in the technological space that I know you work in, through APIs, or like the more meta concept of an API, like how are these different groups and modalities speaking to each other and finding motion together?
Well, so this is and I'm sure some people would love this metaphor, moving from centralized to distributed, and back and forth. So the idea that we all need to completely align with the same narrative, the same story, I think there are some truth to it, which is the very kernel of truth of what it means to be human. So our humanity is a connection. I even go deeper into our place in the world. What does it mean to be an earthling? Because we actually don't make very good earthlings. We make okay humans, but earthlings is another space. And really, the idea that it's not one, we're not a Borg, right? We're distributed, but there is something that's holding us all together, and we all have one thing that we have in common, which is we all live on this planet. So there is a way to actually create that connection between the different stories. And also, the collective journey is an intersectional journey. It actually brings in all the colors of the rainbow, all the different opinions, all the different stories and narratives, the ancient and ancestral people and the new people, the eagle and the condor. It's not about unifying their narrative and kind of making it all one. It's more about having space for all of it to appear together and then moving together towards something. So there needs to be an alignment and an agreement that we don't want to destroy the earth and we want to be better humans. If we can actually agree on that, plus a couple more things, I think everything else needs to be diverse, and diversity is a spice of life. And if we are diverse, again, Ethos mentioned that before, diversity is actually the way of nature to create strong evolutionary traits. So the more diverse we are, the better. And unfortunately, humanity as a species, we're actually one species and we're a monoculture. So there is a little bit of a danger in something like that. Usually what happens is these pathogens appear and try to kill you when you go too big as a monoculture. And if you actually look at agriculture, it's pretty aligned. So diversity is great. We need diversity. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you.
Cool.
Make sure you grab your headlamp while you're over there, Wolfie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Headlamp, maybe some baby wipes. Let's get cleaned up. Everyone, bring your best. We've been in the mud at Lucidity for all week, so tune in for Jonah Haas talking to us about the mythos behind Lucidity, and then we're gonna go to Solar.
Sounds like there's no volume on Twitch or YouTube.
I think we got it back up now, so we should be good over there. Love you all. Love to Maya. For those of you that want to get down and funky in our Zoom room, look out for instructions for that, so that you can get featured on the stream. And we're gonna kick it to commercial and see you guys back here in 5 minutes.
Welcome you to Lucidity, where you are all a part of this adventure.
How much energy can you move?
And if there's someone in your life who needs some love or needs some energy, I want you to dedicate this show to them.
Feeling how far you can go when you're grounded, when you're connected to the earth from your core.
I know it can be hard, but be thankful for the earth. We need to show the universe what a human's worth.
You are not just an observer, you are a participant. And as a participant in our Mother Earth, we must bring forth more love.
How much energy can you move when you know you have a safe body, a safe earth to come home to?
It's a process of leaving what's comfortable, going out and being challenged, transforming as a result, and then coming back with those new gifts.
You're looking for 10 people out of something thousand. Now, there is the hive. As you can see, there's some guardians there.
They're sort of like needs lubricators for an area. They have a zone and they know what the needs of that general area are. And so when a game player comes up and says, I'm in service, then the guardian plugs them into some task or quest that actually helps in the functioning of the festival.
It is a very challenging, difficult, but in the end, very fun.
It's the dawn of the dream to the waking world. Rising from sleep, we'll see unfurled. Can I connect my fire beam? Dawn has awakened, full of feeling. The old habits and reactions, the challenges, distractions, with eyes wide open. The phoenix is arising, so simple, not surprising. Our love has spoken. I'm waking up. I'm waking up with the rising dawn. I'm waking up. I'm waking up with the rising dawn. With the rising dawn. With the rising dawn. With the rising dawn. Some vibe with fear and some with hate. I choose willingly to activate my flow aligned with the wave of faith. Awaken the dream, my avatar state.
Cool. All right, y'all. So good. Some of our Mythos videos through the years coming in for Jonah Haas. Lucidity Mythos deck. Awesome way to engage with the Lucidity story in your own life. Using archetypes. I'm sure Jonah will be talking about that. So excited to have you, Jonah. Jonah's been working hard in the back, in the green room and in the backstage room, getting everyone working and figured out. So, Jonah, I'm gonna turn this over to you. You have said that you'd have some time for some Q&A. So just as you've all been doing, it's been great. Feel free to throw in your questions into your chats wherever you're watching, and we'll collect those and bring them in. So over to you, my friend.
Thank you very much, Wolf Bear. Can you hear me? How's my audio? Check, check. Thumbs up. All right. Whoo, this is awesome. This has been so much fun so far. Oh, man. I mean, doing the tech stuff behind the scenes, it's like a whole nother world. There's like multiple platforms. I mean, everybody said it so far, but I just want to reiterate, like, what an amazing output this has been. Big props to you, Wolf Bear, for really up-leveling us all and holding it down, and bringing our ability to storytell and deliver the mythos in a new method. which is exactly the topic of this talk. There's method to the mythos. As many of you know, hopefully most of you know, but some of you may be hearing this for the first time, Lucidity, through its festival, is telling a larger story, a meta-narrative, if you will, where every chapter of the festival, every year, rather, is a new chapter of this larger story that we're telling. And we're in year 9, so we're telling the 9th chapter, which is Regeneration Earth, and it's the 9th chapter of a 12-chapter series. And so what I'm going to be talking about today is a review of that story. Many of you have heard me tell the story before. We did a Lucidicast, Wolf Bear and I, where we talked about the story. I've talked about it at opening ceremony before. I've done some workshops, and I'm really talking about it in every chance that I can in side conversations, and hopefully you're seeing it in all of the projects and the outputs that are coming from Lucidity. I'm excited to talk about today a little teaser of a graphic novel that Luke Holden and I are working on. We'll be talking about the Mythos deck, which connects to the festival with the oracles who you saw earlier, right? The oracles are telling the mythos through divination with individuals, right? So this isn't like your normal story where people like imagine some things and write the story down and then other people read it. This is really an experiment in collective emergence of a story that is really like, rather than we're telling the story, it's the story is telling us. And that's a really important key, right? Like if you listen to master creators, one thing that master creators, whether they're authors or they're painters, one thing that they'll share is that their role as a creator is not so much like a nexus point for this invention, rather that they will describe themselves as a channel that the invention that wants to be known comes through them. And where it comes from, that's a part of the great mystery, but that's how we see our role in telling the narrative of Lucidity, is we're listening and we are channeling the story that wants to be told through us, and the story that is being told by all of us. And so there's some really interesting things that we notice happen. Like, for example, 3 years ago, Rising Dawn was all about the fire elemental. And in the same year, we had the biggest fire that Southern California, or I think all of California, has ever seen locally, the Thomas Fire. The next year, Moon's Eye View was all about the water elemental, and we saw the return of more rainfall locally than we've seen since we started telling the Lucidity story 10 years ago. And so these types of synchronicities are signposts that I feel let us know that we're tuning into a bigger story than just the ones that might be fabricated by human minds. They're the stories of our time. And thank you, Maya, so much. You spoke to this process of storytelling as being connected to the greater story that is emerging from the collective. So that's all to sort of get the gears moving, and that's kind of my intro. To dive into the Lucidity mythos, I'm going to talk about kind of 2 parts. Well, there's going to be 3 parts because we're going to do Q&A. The first part is theory. The second part is method, which is the name of this talk, Method to the Mythos. And then the third part is Q&A. And so the theory, this is going to be a review, because hopefully lots of you are already familiar with this. And if you're not familiar with this, there's lots of resources where you can brush up. But the theory is sort of the framework of the story that we're telling. And we've been very inspired by developmental psychologists and Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, and then a lot of feminist scholars after Joseph Campbell that talked about the heroine's journey, which is more about the kindred quest and the collective journey than just the sort of single masculinized hero's journey. And all of these have been influences on us. Star Wars, Tolkien, The Lord of the Rings, like these are epic stories that draw on the hero with a thousand faces, the hero's journey template. And so we wanted to bring that in. But it's also based off of theories of non-dualism, the idea that that all is one, right? Non-dual is not two. So unity consciousness rather than culture of separation. And so you'll see in the story, when you see it for its full 12-year arc, you see that really the message at the core of the story is a non-dual one. And if we talk about developmental psychology, developmental psychologists, they talk about the expansion of human consciousness, and many different psychologists will talk about the expansion of consciousness as taking different phases. And one of the things that if we distill all of that work down, we can talk about four main stages. And that's the expansion of consciousness from the I to the we, to the all of us, to the all that is. And it's really from egocentrism to ethnocentrism to world-centrism to universal consciousness. And so our storytelling, our arc, follows these four mini arcs. And so we've organized our lucidity story into trilogies. 4 trilogies equals 12 years. 4 times 3, 12. The first trilogy started in 2012 with Awaken Your Dreams, and then Totem's Return, and then Universe. And that trilogy, year 1, 2, and 3, that was all about personal transformation. It was about, in Awaken Your Dreams, awakening. In Totem's Return, exploration and discovery. And in Universe, realization. And if you want to follow along, you can check out on our website, lucidityfestival.com, if you go underneath the narrative tab and click on the story arc, you can see what we've written. We have about like a paragraph blurb for each year. You can follow along. And then our concept art graphics by Mark Gerner and Michael Devine and Luke Holden, those follow along in similar trajectory. So worth following along if you want to, lucidityfestival.com and the story arc. So where was I? I just got done talking about the first trilogy of personal transformation. The second trilogy was all about collective transformation. So that was year 4, Kindred Quest. Year 5 was Crossroads. And year 6 was Eudaimonia. And in those 3 years, we learned from our past. We confronted our present in Crossroads, and we dreamed awake our possible thriving future in Eudaimonia, past, present, future. And that whole trilogy about collective transformation. So after doing your own work, you know, you can get stuck in this cycle of navel gazing if you just keep doing your own work, if you just keep doing your own work, working on yourself. But when you look up and you look around and you realize that there's other people engaged in a similar journey, and if we're going to get any real societal or environmental or cultural work done on this planet, we need to work together with other people. That is the beginning of the kindred quest. And so the quest that we embark on with our family. Kindred quest was awesome, year 4. So that was the second trilogy brought us to year 6, Eudaimonia. And at year 6, just to be transparent in where we were in the telling of that story at that time, we thought that that might be the whole story. We thought that that might be the end. And we asked our community that year, what do you want us to do? And everyone was just a resounding, you can't stop, you have to keep going. And so when we really meditated on it, we realized, oh, we've really only told the individual journey and the collective journey, but there's 2 more trilogies to tell, right? There's the all of us journey, the global journey, or the galactic journey, perhaps. And then there's all that is, universal consciousness. And that's where the non-dual philosophy comes in. And so we got to work, and we realized another thing after year 6, and that was that the first 6 years were like an awesome, epic lucid dream sequence. And now on year 7, we were waking up and embarking on lucid living. And so we represented that shift on the festival grounds with a transition from what used to be archetypal villages that had totem guardian animals that looked over them. If you remember, there was the healer sanctuary, the warrior's way, the goddess grove, the family garden, the lover's nest, and the trickster's playground, and the nomad's nook. And we transitioned at year 7 to elemental realms. And so we got the water realm, the earth realm, the air realm, the fire realm, and the spirit realm. And each of those realms have avatars, elemental avatars, and those are characters that embody the essence of each of those elementals. And so, and I'll get back to talking more about the elemental avatars shortly. So that was a big shift that happened between year 6 and year 7. Important. Year 7, 8, 9, our third trilogy, is about global transformation. And so we organized that around sun, moon, earth. Rising dawn, sun, moon's eye view, moon, regeneration, earth. And the trilogy that is to come, well, year 9 is still to come, Regeneration Earth. I guess the trilogy is not over, but the trilogy that will come after year 9, chapters 10, 11, and 12, this has not been published anywhere. So this is sort of like a little sneak peek into the names of the final 3 chapters, which revolve around universal consciousness. Chapter 10 is the Great Synthesis. And this is where we're going to be synthesizing the archetypal villages with the elemental realms. So for all of you who loved the villages, they're coming back. And they're going to be situated within elemental realms. And so the Great Synthesis is also going to feature this really awesome map of the Lucid multiverse. That has the Lucid City at the center of the Lucid multiverse. It's got all of the archetypal villages in 8 at the cardinal directions around a giant circle. It's got the elemental realms, almost like a medicine wheel in each of the directions. And so it's synthesizing these 2 different theories to the map into one grand map of the Lucid multiverse. Really excited about sharing that with all of you, because it's going to be where you start to understand the richness of the story that is wanting to come through in terms of the character-driven narrative about Lucy and Leaf and Zephyr and River and Dawn that we've only really scratched the surface of so far. And so that is to come. Year 11 is going to be called Aurora's Light. The ley lines that connect the Lucid multiverse, that go through the Lucid City from one archetypal village to another, these ley lines are rainbow bridges or wormholes. It's the way that astral travelers can get from one side of the multiverse to the other. And those we are referring to as auroras. And so aurora's light is going to illuminate the way we traverse the multiverse. And then year 12, lucidity mythos, which mythos is, it really encapsulates what we've been doing this entire time. We've been developing, creating, listening for the mythology of our time that wants to be spoken through us as a community. And we're acting as channels for that to happen and creating space for people to play out their own hero and heroine's journey and find their kindred and put their work towards transforming the world, and then break through the fourth wall, realize themselves as the authors to the great story themselves, understand that everything's interconnected and all is one. And yeah, that's the that's the framework of the story that we're telling. And so within that framework, I want to talk about the methods that we employ, the variety of ways that we're bringing this mythos to the community. And this has definitely been an experiment in nonlinear storytelling and in emergent mythology. So bear with me as the methods might seem to jump around, but if you immerse yourselves in all of them, you start to see the interconnection. The first method that I want to speak about is our mythos deck. We have created an oracle deck that's based off of a lot of the concepts of lucidity. And if one of our moderators wants to put into the chat the link to where you can pull a mythos card online on our Lucidity community website, there's a place where you can pull a card and then you can read the interpretation. And then there's also, if you want to follow that with the link to our Lucidity artifacts page, where you can purchase a deck if you'd like a deck. Now, this deck includes all of the archetypal imagery that is a core part of our mythos. So all the guardian totem animals, all the archetypes that make up the pantheon of the Lucidity mythos. Also, all of the villages, the places like the nest, the grove, the way, the intention tree, the lucid city. All of these cards exist in there, and then there are also dream concepts like Dream Ranger, or lucid dreaming, or a dream guide. And the Oracle deck features the art of 22 amazing artists from our community. It's 55 cards, and it really works. When I ask it a question, it gives me a pretty clear answer, or an answer that I can glean by utilizing my metaphoric thinking brain. So check out the Mythos Oracle deck, and then also check out the Mythos Oracle readers. Our oracles, we birthed an oracle tent at our spin-off event called Deja Vu, and we have now featured an oracle tent for the last 2 years and have been planning for this next year to be one of the best activations of our oracle tent yet. And the oracles there's an oracle that aligns with each elemental. If you were on earlier for our oracle workshop, you learned that there's the oracle of home, the oracle of the well, the oracle of the hearth, the oracle of the breath, and the oracle of spirit. And so these oracles they are using our decks, but then also using the different tools of divination that they have learned over many years of training. And so that is another method that we use to bring the mythos out of individual people. How can individuals connect to this greater story that's being told, and then what to do with that information? Let's see. What else have we done? We have also created some really cool contests that allow for participant-driven content to be created that is both inspired by the mythos, but then inspires the continuation of the mythos. If one of the moderator can grab the link to the where people can submit an episode. If you review the narrative tab on our website, if you click narrative and you go to the Lucidity narrative and then you go all the way to the bottom, there's a place where you can submit an episode. And this is for all the creators out there who are creating art that feels totally inspired by and aligned with the Lucidity mythos. You can submit it to us, whether it is a piece of interpretive dance and it's a video, or if it is a poem or a story that you've written, or a piece of artwork, or a piece of music that you've written. If you submit it on that button, we will feature it on our website. And if you look at our website there, you can see past winners of our music contests. You can see an animation from Dave Zabowski that was about Dawn's waking up. Really sweet, short piece. And so yeah, I encourage you to check that link out. It should be shared in the chats. Again, if you want to navigate yourself to lucidityfestival.com, click on the narrative button, click on the Lucidity narrative, and then go all the way down to the bottom where it says submit an episode. Boom, there you go. What else? You saw in one of the videos that played before my talk, if you were here at that time, you saw a Mythos Wanders game. And that was a game that we played on site. And for years now, we've been experimenting with ways to do sort of scavenger hunt like immersive alternative reality games on site at the festival while people are there, that are an opportunity for people who are sort of game minded to go deeper into the mythos. And so I think that was 3 years ago, the Mythos Wanders game. We had Guardians who had Mythos deck cards, and they were in different parts of the festival, and they had a sash. And as a game player, if you went up to someone with a sash and you said, "How can I be in service?" they would put you to work doing a mission that actually supported the production of the festival. So it was like a mini mission, maybe fill up that water tank for those production people over there, something like that, that supported in the ongoing functioning of the village. It was very immersive. And then people who were playing that game, they got to, when they completed the mission, they kept a card. And then if they got all the cards, then they got a special prize. So that was one iteration of the on-site game, and we've had a few different iterations. And we even produced Deja Vu, which that entire event was a live action role-playing mystery theater event. It only had about 500 people. It was in the fall at Live Oak, and was really awesome. And so this year, what we had planned for you, and what we still have planned for you in November, is an integration of the Deja Vu concept into the Lucidity Festival space. So the place that used to be Lucid University, this year is going to be the Deja Vu portal. and there's going to be a passport, and you're going to be able to get your passport stamped by completing missions. And if you complete all the missions, you will be the first people to lay eyes on the map of the Lucid multiverse. So pretty cool. That map of the Lucid multiverse is the navigational tool that will support in traversing through the Lucid multiverse in the final 3 years of the story that we're telling. Let's see, what other methods? Oh, our cosplay challenges. So I want to talk a little bit about our elemental avatars. And let's see if I can screen share, because now would be an awesome time to show you these. If you haven't seen these, oh man, they're not playing. There they are. If you haven't seen these, created by Ruby Foster, I really encourage you to go to our website and dive in. This is under the narrative tab under elemental avatars. Yep. They're like animated playing cards. And these little pieces represent an amazing amount of collaboration and artistry, because we've got costume designers and body painters and actors, performers, then the media people shooting, and the coordination of all of it, and then the final editing and design. Really awesome. I'm super proud of these elemental avatar representations. And so these representations are meant to be inspiration for everyone to do a deep meditation on what elemental avatar or what elemental essence resonates most with you. Are you a river? Are you a leaf? A Lucy? A zephyr or a dawn? Maybe you're some mixture of both. Maybe one day you're a dawn and another day you're a river. We have, if you can't figure that out when you meditate on that question, we do have a elemental alchemy quiz that you can take. And based off of your answering to some questions, it'll spit out a result. And you can understand a little bit better the alchemy of elements that exists within you. So I encourage everyone to check out that elemental quiz. I've got a question here that I see in the chat. What's your elemental, Jonah? This year I chose Earth because I am really resonating with being a grounding force. I like to dig my hands in the dirt and garden. I like to hug a tree from time to time, maybe climb it. And with this year being Regeneration Earth, it really felt like the one that I am resonating most with. But the true answer is all of them. And that's really the true answer for all of us all the time, is that all of these essences reside within us. Same with the archetypes and the guardian spirit animals. I see that someone posted in the chat the link to the elemental quiz, so you can check that out. I know I'm throwing a lot of resources at you right now, so maybe if you've got another little side document open and you want to copy and paste these links and then return to explore them later, there's really a richness. And then again, lucidityfestival.com, just go underneath the narrative tab and start digging in. And if you haven't explored that tab yet, you'll be surprised at the depth of richness that exists there. Let's see. I'm sort of coming to the end now of all of these different methods that we employ to deliver the mythos into the world. Art and videos. Yeah, there are certainly some amazing videos that have been produced by the Media Dream team that shows up at Lucidity every year. We've got the Media Hub. Shout outs to Wolf Bear as someone who has been instrumental in holding space for impeccable media at Lucidity Festival. Shout outs to Megan Stone. Shout outs to the rest of my marketing team also. Megan Prue, Saphir, Alicia, Sabrina, Ruby Foster, the team of creators who has been doing the messaging here. We have such a fun job because it's not just like marketing, like buy this, buy this, buy this, but we really get to immerse ourselves in storytelling through all of these different mediums. It's a lot of fun. So underneath the Mythos tab on lucidityfestival.com, you will see a tab that says videos. And that's where you can go and you can rewatch all of the awesome videos that Wolf Bear's been playing for commercials in between each of the workshops. If you want to see them again, just go there. It's a repository and an archive. And there's some freaking awesome ones there. The animation that we did years ago before Kindred Quest with Dave Zabosky and Maya Zuckerman, who was just before me. She was instrumental in that project also, and a bunch of other people. Forgive me for not mentioning everybody's names. It's just on all these projects, there's so many people that are involved that, you know, when you start naming names, it's awesome because you can give them acknowledgement, and it stinks because there's definitely people that you're going to leave out because there's just so many hands and hearts that go into it. So I just want to say that and give love to everyone who participates. But that Mythos animation was an amazing project, and it really encapsulates the Lucidity Mythos from chapter 1 to chapter 4. So 1 through 4. Amazing. And if you ever catch me like in a moment where we have more time, there are some amazing stories of magic around the animation that never was for Crossroads. Ask me that story sometime. I'll be happy to share it with you. It's a long one, so I don't have time to tell it right now. But I was reminded of it, so I just wanted to mention that. And then finally, there is a big project on the horizon, and that is a graphic novel. And we've been talking about writing a graphic novel for many years, but it just wasn't its time yet. And it feels now like it's time, because we've seen what chapters 10, 11, and 12 look like. We see the story in its fullness, and by being able to see where the story goes at the end, which is really just a beginning, we're able to now craft a story with integrity that is just going to be amazing. And so Luke Holden and I, we got on a huge poster board, all 12 chapters headlined across the top, going full analog with pencil and paper, posted on the board. We've got our major plot beats and our character development and our world build and the breakthrough moments. And so for each chapter of the story, the graphic novel is going to be 12 issues, and it's going to follow the title structure that we've used for the festival. So Awaken Your Dreams is chapter 1. Chapter 9, the one that we're about to step into, Regeneration Earth, is chapter 9 in the graphic novel. But the graphic novel will follow the character of Lucy, who is simultaneously the dreamer who exists within all of us. She's also the elemental avatar of spirit. But in this story, the character-driven narrative, she is a 20-something graduate student in archaeology, sort of a coming-of-age time in her life where we find her on a dig site, and she is following in the footsteps of her grandmother who disappeared when she was very, very young, who was on the trail of some huge discovery that Lucy doesn't even fully yet understand or know when we find her in chapter 1. And Lucy's grandmother gave her this talisman when she was really young and told her to keep it safe and close to her. And when she finally, when the time comes, she will know how to use it. And she's never known what this talisman is. And at the end of chapter 1, Lucy's going to look at the talisman for the first time in her dream state. And she's going to realize it for what it is. And it's a map of the Lucid multiverse. And so it's a navigational tool for her that she can use in her dream state. And that artifact is going to be woven into the story from here forward. And that's the way that the first chapter of the graphic novel begins. And then it's going to take us through this epic journey where she's following the footsteps of her grandmother through her waking world. And then she's journeying through the Lucid multiverse, being challenged by the guardian spirit animals, traveling through wormholes, visiting the Lucid City that's at the center of the Lucid multiverse. The Lucid City, just to give you a little bit of nugget of info on that, the Lucid City, we've realized, is held up by the dreams of the dreamers from across the Lucid multiverse. And there's this counter force, which is the fog. And the fog is the forceless space of fear. That is the representation of human despair and trauma and fear. And it's faceless. It's a fog. It's sort of like the nothing from the Never-Ending Story. And the fog is designed to get in the way of our lucidity. But it's also a great teacher. And it's going to challenge Lucy. And without it, Lucy wouldn't grow in the ways that she does through the story. And so this graphic novel is going to go back and forth between Lucy's waking reality and her dream reality. And it's going to be awesome. And if I'm really dreaming big, I'm imagining some amazing artist collaborations that step in and take an issue. And I'm imagining a Netflix series that is birthed from there. And so, so dream big with us. And hopefully this Lucidity saga will live on far beyond the end of this festival series. And you know, who knows what happens after chapter 12? I think the cycle reboots and starts again as the great wheel turns. And so,
Same as it ever was.
Never-ending story, baby.
Yeah.
So I'll end it with that, and I'd love to, if we have some time, take some Q&A.
Cool. Yeah. So everyone that's out there watching, feel free, actually, definitely feel obligated to join into the conversation. It's Passover right now. So, you know, I just need a little bit of guilt in my life and a little bit of obligation in my life. So my family's having a Seder right now, and I wasn't able to join it on account of running this amazing event for everyone. So while those questions come in, Jonah, let's pull a card.
All right.
Let's pull 3 cards, and I'd love for you to just give kind of like a line or two about what comes up for you. The first card is going to be, so we went from like individual to collective, and then where are we going next?
Well, we're in global transformation, right? Global transformation was Rising Dawn, Moon's Eye View, Regeneration Earth. So this year is sort of the final year of the third trilogy.
Okay, so we're gonna do 3 cards: one for individual, one for global, one for collective.
Individual, collective, global.
Individual, collective, global. All right. Here's the individual card.
Bring on those questions, y'all. Bring on those questions. Keep us busy. Here's the individual card. What do we got?
Family fun and creative play.
Family fun and creative play. That's one of our 7 values. So family fun and creative play. it speaks for itself. But Lucidity has always maintained a firm insistence on being a family-friendly event. And props to Amy Crone for being a guardian of that. If you've ever spent any time in the family garden, you know how special the presence of family is at our festival. And seeing little ones run around is great. And so the presence of family, and especially children, is a reminder for seeing the world through a child's mind, being innocent, playing, and then also seeing the world through parents' mind, which is being a guardian and a dragon, a courageous dragon. All right, go ahead, Wolfie.
Cool. That was family fun and creative play. All right, the next card we got Amanda Sage with Awake and Aware Consciousness.
Oh, another one of our core values. You're picking our core values, awake and aware consciousness. Yeah, I mean, that's the heart of lucidity, right? Awake and aware, present. We really encourage people to bring their awake and aware consciousness to our festival. A lot of people go to festivals as a way to escape, and we encourage people to come to the festival as a way to connect more deeply and to be more present. And so yeah, awake and aware consciousness is key to that experience.
Cool.
And go ahead with the next one.
Wild Monkey.
Wild Monkeys. Cool. Yeah, that's the card for the global experience right now. I think we're probably all feeling a little wild monkey.
Let us out of this tree. And bananas.
And that's the totem of the nomad's nook. So the wild monkey embodies the archetype of the nomad, which we are all feeling hardcore right now. Also, the archetype of the hermit is probably a little bit more appropriate right now. But yeah, wild monkey.
Great. I got a question from Robin Leapman, who I bet is watching on Facebook, but I love you, Bloom. This is a question. Where did the seed vision for lucidity come from? Actually, it's a multi-part question. Let's see how many we can get to. Where did the seed vision come from? How was it formed? How did you find and decide on Live Oak? And let's leave it at that.
Multi-part question. Well, let's see. I usually tell the story like this. It goes back to a Burning Man art installation in 2011 called Walkabout Woods. And that was an art installation that was inspired by Fishbone, which is an art collective here in Santa Barbara. Shout out to Fishbone. And we built a ton of abstract geometric trees, all painted different colors, and we brought them out to Burning Man. Had like 130 different trees, created a huge forest. There was a 20-foot climbable pyramid in the center and a fire circle, and then all sorts of different cool interactive elements that you could find when you got lost and found in the woods. And that project had, I don't know, probably 80 different artists that collaborated it in the full scope of the project. And while we were working on it, we were bringing the installation to a bunch of different festivals. We brought it to Lightning in a Bottle. We brought it to Burning Man. We brought it to an Insomniac event in San Bernardino, Escape from Wonderland. And we kind of started looking at each other and we were like, we know a lot of cool people doing a lot of cool things in Santa Barbara. We could throw a festival. And so that was Burning Man 2011, and we turned around for April 2012 and birthed the first Lucidity Festival. And Lucidity Festival has always been a collaboration at its core. We call it a heterarchy rather than a hierarchy. So that's just an important thing to note. It allows for the emergence of many, many voices, a plurality of voices, which is important when you want to craft a story and an experience that is inclusive and representational and speaks to everyone. So that design was very important. And how did we choose Live Oak? It is an awesome venue here. It was really the only venue locally that could accommodate what we wanted to do. It was also the place where Lightning in a Bottle was for 3 years. And then when Lightning in a Bottle left Live Oak, it created a vacuum. And so we stepped into that vacuum, and it was sort of really good timing. And then it was after 2012, Awaken Your Dreams, that I woke up from a literal dream where I had seen the first 6 years of the festival organized into trilogies telling a meta-narrative story. And I woke up and I scribbled it down in my dream journal, and then I ran downstairs. I was living with Luke Holden at the time. Luke Holden is our creative director, and he and I had a whiteboard session, and within about a half an hour, we had mapped out the next 6 years of our lives, or 5 years of our lives. And yeah, there were very little changes that happened from that initial inception point and that whiteboard session and the end of the first 6 years. And then the 6 years that we're in the midst of right now was a bigger creative collaborative process of listening. This is what I was talking about earlier, is like listening to the story that wants to be told through us. But I think I've answered the question. Go ahead to the next one, Wolfie.
Great, excellent. This one comes from our friend Christiana Donmeyer over on YouTube. She asked, I think she asked another question earlier too. I think they connect. She asked, will the Aurora light pathways literally be the new roadways? And will the totems come back as the multiverse pathways connect?
Well, the answer to the second question is yes. The totems are coming back. The answer to the first question, will the auroras be the literal pathways like at the festival? That's a great idea. And I think that we should incorporate that idea into the site design for Aurora's Light. So, there you have an example of an idea of emergence and collective storytelling. Thank you.
Yay, Christiana. So good. All right. I think we might want to take a break here, Jonah, so that we can have a little bit of time to reset the stream, get into music mode, let everyone put on their awesome costumes for the night. I've got a number of things I need to do to switch up this environment and bring our musicians on.
I'm excited to dance.
Me too. I've been.
Tell us who our lineup is for the night, Wolfie.
It's gonna be. I've got a kazoo here. I was gonna sing "It Ain't Gonna Rain No More, No More," which you might remember from year one, sitting under the tent and just getting soaked. No, we're actually having some talent coming up. We have Solar Theory, which is Torquem G and Linda doing live vocals and electro all mixed and layered in together. We got a bunch of sets with Michael Strauss doing VJ work all night. He's going to be doing like 4 sets tonight, so tune in for great visuals. We got Ahi. You heard Ahi, and shout out to Heartworks and their song Rising Dawn, which was the theme song to one of the videos earlier. That's Ahi. And Ashtree, who did the Gnome Firesider talk. So that's Ahi. He's debuting a whole new visual package. They're super funny. I saw him. Ahi has the best memes. Also, if you were looking to tip me, there's all these tip jars around. I take tips of memes. So send me your memes. Send me them fresh memes. All right, checking the clipboard. De La Moon going to be dropping more of like a main stage kind of set. You saw her on the first Moon Tribe public broadcast. It was really cool to finally get to see Moon Tribe in public for a minute. I mean, Moon Tribe in public, they don't exist. Murillo's going to throw it down. And then we're ending the night with Antennae. Adam Ohana is going to just thrill us, and everyone's going to be dancing, having a good time. We do need to reset the Facebook link. So everyone that's tuned in on Facebook, we're going to end this stream. We're going to start a new stream. Why don't you spotlight Jonah, and I'll keep all 3 of us up on the stream, on the video mix here.
Yeah, Wolf.
Yeah.
I just want to add that Michael Strauss not only is doing visuals later for Murillo and Antennae, but he is a third member of Solar Theory. So.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, Solar Theory is the name of their collective with the three of them. Good point. Appreciate that. It's not just visuals with Strauss. Yeah, so gonna be super fun tonight. Get on your costumes. Go back to your tents. Go brush your teeth, you dirty hippies. Get your headlights on. Get your lights on. We love you so much. I hope everyone had a good time during workshop mode. I guess I should probably roll out with the commercial. And
yeah, our Zoom is gonna stay on, so it'll just be the links that we're swapping out.
Yeah, for sure. Facebook. Oh, reminder to everyone on Zoom: if you are not planning on like being on video, go ahead and clear out and join us on Facebook or Twitch or YouTube so that we can have those spots open for people on video. We love you, and that's just going to be the best way for us to feature as many people as possible. Okay, all right. I'm going to go stretch, put on this commercial break, bring on Solar Theory, and we'll see you guys. What are we supposed to come back at? We're supposed to come back at 6:30. Might be a minute or two past that, so see you in a few.
Nice. Thanks, y'all. Peace.
Thanks, y'all. Thank you, Jonah. That was great.
I realized that when the star is flashing at you, it is initiating conversation. So I started communing with Orion.
to the Tricksters Trading.
Fetch the water, will it be your great-granddaughter? My darling will fetch the water. And what will be its course? from the source, how will it find us, my darling? What'll be the course? And who will call the rain? Feel it fall into our skin from a welling deep within. Who'll call the rain? And who will strike the drum when our thundering heartbeat needs it? When the feet gotta pray it down, who'll beat the ground?
Let music be the weapon.
Permaculture is about creating ecosystems that support human beings while also supporting the rest of nature. These are habitats for people that are also habitats for all sorts of biodiversity to create yields and increase the vitality and vigor of natural systems and human systems. You've got nothing to lose by trying to grow food. You've got nothing to lose by becoming more responsible for your own life. This is the opportunity for that. It's truly just about taking responsibility for your life rather than handing it over to systems and institutions that you don't have any relationship to. So bring some of that power that you outsource back into your own home. Get your house and your life and your garden in complete order and start producing for yourself, and then go and do it for the rest of the world. You've got nothing to lose.
Hello, welcome back. We're going to be bringing up Torkum G, Linda, Michael Strauss visuals. Very excited. Let's get visuals over to Solar Theory over here. I'm going to get some audio going for y'all.
Take me for a ride around your inner dimension. Astral tide, wake me up inside.
what's up? Lucidity Festival. We're Solar Theory. So happy to be here in the virtual space.
When the mind becomes inoperable, that is the moment when heart starts functioning. You are in a good space. If the mind is saying, I don't know, the mind is closing the shop. And here the mind closes the shop. Immediately, doors of your heart start opening. There are two sides of the same coin. Then there is no question of knowing or not knowing. For the first time you feel. And feeling is the way of experience. When you are in your head, you are millions of miles away from it. When you are in your heart, you are in my heart too. Because hearts don't know separation. There is still much more than the heart in you, but without heart you cannot reach to your innermost treasure, the being.
Crossing the bridge from your mind to your heart. What will you find on the other side? A place we know, a hole, a space, an answer or a sweet embrace. Nothing or everything wrapped up in gold, way past the feeling, what to behold. Existence just and pure. You will find your innermost being. A peace, a love, you'll find the 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 peace, a love, you'll find a peace, a love, you'll find.
Feeling is the bridge.
Crossing the bridge, what will you find? A peace, a love, you'll find a peace, a love, you'll find a peace, a love, you'll find a Crossing the bridge. What will you find? Crossing the bridge. What will you find? Your innermost being.
Don't stop until you come back home, where there is no
Slow it down. We can make it. Bend and break it. Time. Slow it down. Our precious time. Yours and mine. Slow it down.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful.
Heading for glorious. Heading for glorious.
Thank you, thank you. We are Solar Theory in the house. I think we have one more for you. What do we say? Thank you so much, Lucidity family, for having us on this virtual festival, dreaming of being out in the campgrounds with everyone.
You are not alone in this reflection of you. So what do we do? Do we say? Do we feel? And what are intentions? And who will cast the first stone? In our glass house, you are not alone. You are not alone in this reflection of you. Reflection of you. Reflection of you. Reflection of you. Thank you, thank you. Please, everyone out there, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. We love you. See you soon.
Wow, wow, wow. As Ted Strain would say, wow. Let's hear it for Solar Theory. Support Solar Theory with a donation, visual reality meditation, or paypal.me/visual reality donate. So good. Visuals there were by Michael Strauss. Michael's going to join us again after Ahi's set. He'll be with us the rest of the night after Ahi. So we're going to throw it to commercial. And we'll be back with Ahi in just a few minutes.
Let music be the weapon.
Permaculture is about creating ecosystems that support human beings while also supporting the rest of nature. These are habitats for people that are also habitats for all sorts of biodiversity to create yields and increase the vitality and vigor of natural systems and human systems. You've got nothing to lose by trying to grow food. You've got nothing to lose by becoming more responsible for your own life. This is the opportunity for that. It's truly just about taking responsibility for your life rather than handing it over to systems and institutions that you don't have any relationship to. So bring some of that power that
Welcome, young traveler. We've been waiting for you.
You've been waiting for me. Who are you?
The more immediate question is, who are you? This is a portal to your awakening, to your remembering all that you are and all that you are not. Take it with you. Ask others. They have much to teach you about it and yourself. Now go, young traveler. Begin your journey.
I've been carrying this around. People have been asking me, or I've been asking them rather, what it is. And I'm trying to remember. I think it's like the key to the universe or something. It's you.
The world is much more malleable than it seems. You know, you can fall into alignment with your passions and create the world that you want to see.
Everybody here has something to teach me. Everybody here is a reflection of myself in some way.
This pine cone here, well, it's a sacred esoteric symbol from all over the world in ancient cultures.
The spiral fractal universe, the toroidal field, the interconnectedness, the invisible grid, the sacred geometry that our bodies and the universe are all operating under.
Is this a dream right now?
Yes, of course it is.
Is it really?
Of course.
Okay.
Why would it be anything else? I'm excited to see who he grows up to be because he's a special kid.
Your reality is the one that you choose to create for yourself. That's why a festival like this is something that the world needs at a time like now. Because many of us are continuing to awaken.
The bottom line is love. Because isn't that what everyone comes here and receives from everyone? There's a level of acceptance that you just don't get anywhere. You could just come, be who you are, create what you want to create, express what you want to express, and there's this level of love and acceptance in everyone's eyes that you walk by that's so magical and so healing and so nurturing.
We are constantly dreaming and awakening, forgetting and remembering.
Broad spectrum that makes this really unique, diverse splash called this festival is these individual points of light that are all bringing their personal gift forward.
I'm only a reflection of you, telling you what's written in the sands of time. The land of divine is inside of our shrine.
What you see around the festival here is sort of like a manifestation of that collective magic that happens through the process of waking up.
For being lucid extends beyond just the dreaming. So we're talking about waking up to our unconscious. We're talking about healing some things that are dark and scary, some things that maybe you weren't even aware of. You know, it's not just peaches and cream and flying around. There's some real work that we need to do and clean up in our dreams. And what happens when we bring lucidity to them, we can face nightmares, we can face things with poise and with confidence, knowing we're the one running, but we're also the one chasing. We are that shadow. So when we face it, there's so much healing and acceptance that can happen. We also learn the dynamics of the dream world. We learn that everything is alive in the dream world. Everything is responsive to our thoughts. So our thoughts are powerful. In that world, they literally create the world around us. So that's why we need stability of our thoughts. So we start seeing principles here in the dream world and we begin applying them into our waking life. So how can I create my waking life? How can every single moment be an opportunity to be lucid, to create the life I want? For someone who's interested in lucid dreaming, I would first start with knowing that it's possible to lucid dream, and it's not hard. It really isn't. So knowing that you can lucid dream, we just really need to build a couple foundational things, and you need to begin looking. But more than that, it's talking about freedom. Because with awareness in any world, whether it's physical or it's internal, with awareness now comes choice, and with choice comes freedom. We now have the freedom to choose our life, to create our worlds, to choose our thoughts and our emotions, and create our life rather than reacting to it unconsciously. So the point of being lucid is freedom, and the point of being lucid is inner peace and then outer peace.
All right. I think we're just about ready to go live over to Ahi. Took a little bit of work. Took just a little bit of work over here. Yeah, for sure. Hey, everybody. This is Wesley Wolfhair Pinkham. We're going to go live to Ahi now. He's throwing it down right now with some of his own crafted visuals, custom visuals. So let's kick it over to our good friend Ahi, and we'll see you guys soon.
How we doing out there, aliens? Send me an alien emoji right now if you're feeling. Who here loves Link? Let's see a sword emoji for Zelda. Yo, aliens, what's up? My name's Ahi. That was my official remix for Big Gigantic. Thank you for Lucid Festival. Great to be with y'all. Shout out Ash on the vocals. Who's feeling it right now, Andy? Let's go, let's go.
I'll show you how to like go, 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 go. Having and losing control. Go, 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 go. I'll show you how. Go, 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 go. Having and losing control. Go, 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 go. I'll show you how to like go, 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 go. Having and losing control. Go, 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 go. I'll show you how. Go, 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 go. Having and losing control. Go, 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 go.
Yo, let's hear it for Ahi, yeah!
There's nothing that I could do. Don't want to escape from you.
Baseline hits, some more 8-line hits. Buy me a whip, then I take my pick. Then I buy me a chick, I can make my darkness in motion. It's a 16 bar from the dark of the ocean. Flow penetrates, egos in the dark of the broken. Hold it, you won't let me get my roaching. Been promoting the coaching, it to next third. Like bees get vexed and they swear they words. On daytime telly, but they blur with her. Dagger in the best one. Young, got a sword for the dagger in the best one. Young boy, and I'm babbling the best lines. And you know I give a fuck about sectors. This sham, she could dare. I rep my. This sham, she could dare. Baseline hits, some more 8-line hits. This sham, she could dare. I rep my. This sham, she could dare. Baseline hits, some more 8-line hits. I rep my. I rep my. I rep my. Baseline hits, some more 8-line hits. I rep my. I rep my. I rep my. Baseline hits, some more 8-line hits. And you know I give a fuck about sectors. This sham, she could dare. I rep my. This sham, she could dare. This sham, she could dare. I rep my. This sham, she could dare. Baseline hits, some more 8-line hits. I rep my. 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 Baseline hits, some more 8-line hits.
I got hella bars. Alien from planet Mars, coming in like superstars, messing up the place. Now attack with the laser guns, put them up and that's a fun. Yo, this is a hit and run, turning up the pop. Attack with the laser, attack, attack with the laser, attack, attack with the laser, attack, attack with the laser guns, attack with the laser, attack, attack with the laser, attack, attack with the laser guns. Stand back, I got hella bars. Alien from planet Mars, coming in like superstars, messing up the place. Now attack with the laser guns, put them up and that's a fun. Yo, this is a hit and run, hitting with the laser guns.
Let's get a laser emoji in the chat, everybody. Laser emoji if you're with me. Let's go.
I think we're live.
Oh, aliens. My name's Ahi. It's been so much fun playing with y'all tonight. It's my last song. It's been all original. Let's do it one more time. Here we go. Thanks, aliens. Much love to y'all. Thank you, Lucidity. Up next, we got our boy, Zach Murillo. Keep being awesome, y'all. Be sure to reach out to each other. Love y'all. Peace.
Ooh. Yes, let's hear it for our boy Ahi. I'm gonna kick it to a quick commercial with y'all. Quick commercial. Quick commercial.
The real you is not a puppet which life pushes around. The real deep down you is the whole universe. What you do is what the whole universe is doing at the place you call here and now. What would you like to do if money were no object? How would you really enjoy spending your life? Better to have a short life that is full of what you like doing than a long life spent in a miserable way.
initiation, you see it? Fire, we go blaze up. Tell them now, say that a fire we go wake up. More fire now, we go blaze up. Tell them say that the fire we go blaze up. More fire, we go wake up. Now we have to tell them a fire we go blaze up. More fire, we go blaze up. Tell them it's the truth. Say the fire we go wake up. Fire, we go blaze up. Tell them now, say that a fire we go wake up.
All right, all right. Not bad, y'all. I think we're having a pretty good night. I know. There's so many buttons to push, you guys. I have so many buttons. It's so great. Amazing set by Ahi. Amazing set. We got De La Moon Tribe coming up next. Marilla's going to be after that. And then Antenne is going to take us out. We got, let's see, we got more vibes from Michael Strauss coming in too. So super stoked on that. We're just going to get everyone going now. And if we could let's bring Dela up on the video, y'all. Bring Dela up. Cool. Hey, Dela. Let's see. All right. Got some of that loop back coming into y'all. Bring that into here.